understand. So I sent you an invite. Please join the live, Matt. Please join the live and describe to us what that clip means.
Yeah, Jaden, do you think that Trump made sense there?
What?
Jaden, what was that?
I don't really think it matters at all.
Okay, so you don't think he made sense there, and he was just.
I said I don't think it matters at all.
Can you answer my question though? You kind of sound like you're pivoting right now.
I didn't. I just answered your question. I said it has nothing to do with what we were talking about.
No,
That's
no.
not
The
an answer to the question. What?
Yeah, the question I asked you was, what was Trump's main point in that audio clip?
I really don't care about whether he agrees with staying on the boat and getting electrocuted or jumping in the water or whatever, getting eaten by the shark. It has nothing to do with anything.
Okay, so I'm not asking you what if it has to do with anything. I'm asking you what his point was there. Can you tell me what his point there was? Or do you just? It sounds like you can't tell me what his point there was.
I would rather be electrocuted than eaten by a shark. What would you do?
Oh, okay. Where did the car battery come in? Where did the boat come into it? And where did the car battery come into it specifically?
What do you mean? What?
So you also referenced a car battery and a boat. So he'd rather be electrocuted than eaten by a shark.
The battery in the water.
The battery in the water. So the battery in the water, electrocution, then eaten by a shark because a shark's in the water. And how do you think this played into the larger context of the rally?
I don't know. I think you guys are just using that for giggles and laughs. I really don't care about.
Okay,
we definitely do use it for laughs. That's damn right.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Yeah,
we definitely do use it for laughs. Damn right.
Anyways, the incoherency.
Would you say that Trump was incoherent in that clip?
No.
I also want to ask him what is a black job? Are me and Dean working white jobs right now?
A black job?
Yeah. What is that?
Are what? Rephrase what you just said.
Black job.
I don't think there's such thing as a difference between a black job and a white job.
So then, what did Trump mean when he referenced "quote unquote" black jobs during the debate with Biden?
He's gonna somehow know what it means now.
Yeah, he
said
referenced
that.
black jobs.
Yeah, what is that?
What do you think he was referencing there?
I mean, I personally don't agree with him saying that because I don't think there's a difference between the two.
Mm-hmm.
But what do you think he was referencing?
So yeah, what is that? What does that mean?
I mean, we can all assume what it means. I don't want to say it because I don't agree with it. That's kind of messed up to say.
Well, I don't know what you're thinking. Don't slur, please. As long as you don't slur or use derogatory language, you should be good to convey to us what you think he meant by saying that. Just don't be derogatory.
Impossible.
Well, I don't
for
know.
MAGA.
For real.
Stacy, thank you for the $10 on our.
I'm sorry, there's
10 subscriptions. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
There's a delay between when I talk and when you guys
because you're a
talk.
MAGA
You have something called MAGA Mobile.
Yeah, you're a MAGA Mobile, buddy. There actually is a thing called Patriot Mobile. It's a legitimate IPS.
Yep, that's definitely got some incredible. I'm guessing incredible
incredible
internet.
service.
I appreciate the money. Thank you so much. What's up? How old are you?
Yo.
Yep. How old are you?
What's up? 37.
Yeah. Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Why so?
I really just wanted to answer your question in regards to black jobs. I think you guys are forgetting to mention that he said Hispanic jobs.
Oh, we can also say that. What is that?
Great. Yeah, what's a Hispanic job? What's a black job?
In reference, I don't think anybody knows exactly what he means, but I could point out, just 2 interviews ago, Biden said the same exact thing.
Can you show
But
me?
he just specified black jobs. He didn't specify Hispanic as well. Like Trump.
Can you tell me? Can you show me the clip?
No, yeah, it was two. It was two, not debates. It was two meets with Biden ago. Whatever it was.
So can you just keep play the clip?
Yeah, I'll find it for you. Hold on.
All right. In the meantime, everyone, do tap that screen. Let's get to 250,000 likes. Let's get him a buddy up on the stream, everyone. If you're MAGA, type it in the comment section right now if you want to join up. If you're MAGA, type it in the comment section right now, y'all.
So I actually just looked up Biden references.
Here we go.
I actually just
Thank
looked
you.
up Biden references black jobs.
Yeah.
The first four things that pop up: Trump's debate references black jobs. Trump's debate references black jobs. Clarence Page, what exactly is black job, Mr. Trump? Capital B News, what are black jobs? Biden and Trump debate takeaways. Nothing about Biden.
Buddy, I'll find it for you. Have patience.
All right. Let's see what he
Hang on
gets
one
for
second.
us. I cannot wait to see everyone. Tap that screen. Let's run it up to 250,000 likes. Share that fucking live, too. Let's get it
You
out to
guys
more
support
people.
Harry? Well, I'm looking for this. You guys support Harry Sissom?
Oh
We
yeah,
can support Harry Sisson. Yeah, we're friends with Harry.
it's our buddy.
No, that's good. No, that's what I'm asking. So, riddle me this. He posted, and you guys might have heard this already. Maybe somebody else acknowledged it as I did. But he referenced to the Hawk Tour girl, right? He referenced her. And he said, "Oh, she's a Republican, or she's not a Republican. She's a Democrat. She's a Biden supporter."
He never said that she was a Biden supporter. He just said that she's against Donald Trump.
Right. Okay. So he's supporting her, though, right? By putting her out there on his platform, by mentioning her.
Wait,
name.
are you supporting her right now by putting her out on Parker's platform?
Yeah. Why are you doing that? Why are you
This is a
supporting that in front of
question.
4.6 thousand people? Good question.
I'm stating a fact.
Yeah, but you're bringing attention to her in the same way that Harry did.
Right. So keep that in mind. You just said that.
So maybe you should keep that in mind when you bring it up, that you would be
Okay,
doing
yeah,
the exact
absolutely.
same thing that you just
Cool.
said that was bad Harry
Absolutely.
did.
Parker, absolutely. So Harry referenced her. And what is she known for?
The comment, like the Hawk Tua comment.
Yeah, what comment was that? That what is he insinuating, that she is not a Republican supporter, or even she's not a Trump supporter? He's benefiting off of her being Democrat. I mean, it's plain sight what he's
He literally just brought up a story that she did that. Like I don't understand.
Somebody play it on their phone.
One second.
You play what we just asked for.
Can I ask you what point is trying to be proved here? So yeah, our buddy
So
Harry
he's
posted a
supporting-
TikTok about Huck
He's
Tua girl.
supporting that. Yet in the next clip that he posts, he's talking about how Trump is a bad person because he grabbed a woman by her pussy. He talked about grabbing a woman by her pussy.
Okay, so
But
yeah,
yes,
so
this guy-
Harry
but it's
calls.
okay for
So
Biden
Harry
to do
calls.
it.
One second.
No.
So Harry calls.
Communication is
Harry
key. Let
Harry
me
calls.
finish my sentence before you cut me
Harry
off.
calls Trump a bad person for saying that he likes to unconsensually grab women by the P word. How does Harry making a video about Huck Tua girl allude to supporting unconsensually assaulting women?
Because he's promoting it on his page.
What?
How does a Huck Tua
How is
girl
that
support
promoting it?
unconsensually grabbing women by the
Hey,
P word?
remember I just said mark
What
that
is-
statement you
wait,
said.
I have a
Why
question.
are
What does
you
the Huck
supporting
Tua-
her,
what does the
blah,
Huck-
blah, blah,
what
by
does the Huck
talking
Tua
about
girl
her
have to
on
Wait,
do
his
with
she was
sexual
literally
abuse?
describing a consensual interaction.
No. You're retracting your statements. You're going back to saying things.
What are you talking about? You were saying that him talking about that is promoting unconsensual intercourse?
Wait,
Yeah.
where does Huck Tua
That's
girl promote
disgusting to
unconsensual
say
intercourse?
that. What the hell?
How does Huck Tua girl promote unconsensual sex?
What is this guy saying?
I don't know. I have
think
no
you're just
clue.
confused. You're not listening. I'm trying to be very political, not political.
Anthony, how
I'm
does the
trying to
Huck
be,
Tua girl promote
communication.
unconsensual sex?
Say it again. Repeat the question. one
How
more
does
time.
the Huck Tua girl promote unconsensual sex?
By what she's talking about? Just like
About
Trump
how she
just
sl-
talked about it.
about
He
how
didn't
she
say-
Wait,
slobbed
you
on
talking
it.
about this
He
right
talked
now
about it
is
when he was
promoting
getting
it.
on a bus. It
Wait,
was
you
bus
talking
boys
about
off.
this right now is promoting it then?
Well, I don't think that the Hug to a
Exactly,
Girl
that's why-
like
that's
promotes
not
uncontrolled.
promoting it.
She's
I mean,
talking about how
technically, I'm
she
not, but-
engages in sexual activities with men. What does it have to do with like a
Consensual.
sexual abuse? Yeah.
So he's promoting her by talking about it and referencing her. So
About how
but
she
yet-
engages
but
in
yet he
sexual activity
uses
with men.
Trump's-
You understand that she's like where did Hug to a Girl say that she likes to unconsensually give dudes the Hug to a?
The whole question, kid. What are you talking about? It's the whole
What?
main question. And then she referenced, or she was asked a simple question in regards to, would you ever sleep with Trump? And she said no. And then Harry's
What
like,
is going
oh.
on? Well, so
You
what?
asked me a
So what
question,
was?
I'm answering it, dude.
So
This is
how
what
did the
you
Hug
do
to a
back
Girl
and forth.
promote?
You just cut
How
people
did the
off
Hug
and
to
don't
a Girl
listen.
promote
Listen,
sexual
and you
abuse?
understand.
How did the Hug to a Girl promote sexual abuse?
That is not sexual abuse by verbally talking on
Scott,
a
thank you for the
bus. He didn't do
$17.
anything.
Thank you so
He
much.
didn't-
I
he didn't
appreciate it.
physically
Thank
say
you.
anything.
Scott with the $17 over
I
here as
really
well.
appreciate that, Scott.
Thank you so
He said
much
a
for the love.
sentence.
Thank you so much for the love, Scott. W Scott in the comment section for the $17. So once again, how does the Hug to a Girl promote sexual abuse?
But you just go on and on and on and on
Just
and on in
asking a
circles.
question. David, thank you for the
What
ICU.
the fuck is bro doing?
I'm trying to like see the argument here. I don't think
It's
that the Hug to a
incoherent. It's
Girl-
incoherent.
No, it's
Ah.
incoherent because it's not
What-
what you
can
want
you-
to
can
hear.
you
And
tell
I'm
me what
open to hearing
consent
you
is?
guys, and I sit and listen.
What
to
what
you
is
guys are
consent?
saying, but
Can you answer me that? What is consent?
being told you could do something. It's like you giving me consent
What?
to come on this platform, but then
Con-
criticizing what I'm
consent
saying.
is a mutual agreement among
Right.
two actors.
Two, like rational actors. Relevant.
I'm glad it wasn't any.
What are you doing, bro? I can barely. What?
My bad. I'm actually working. So let's get to another point. Since you got, you're
Why
not
is everyone
listening to it,
working?
it's going
Vishnu, thank you so
over
much
and
for the
over.
$4. Thank you so much.
So it's just, we're going
I just
in
want to
circles
clarify.
here, but
I kind of
go
feel
ahead.
like I'm
Go
watching.
ahead.
I feel like I'm
Go ahead.
watching tinfoil hat syndrome. Let me just kind of like let me just unpack this real quick.
Go ahead.
So you're saying that because Harry made a video on Hug to a Girl not supporting Trump,
No.
this means that Harry supports Hug
Kathy,
to a
thank you for the
Girl.
$20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Kathy. I really appreciate that. Can we get some W, Kathys?
And
said-
somehow Hug to a Girl supports sexual abuse. However, it's really unclear how Hug to a Girl supports sexual abuse. So, all things considered, Harry supports sexual abuse. And this is contradictory when Harry says that sexual abuse is bad. So, I'm just waiting to hear an argument for how Hug to a Girl supports sexual abuse. And once
You're
you can
saying
prove that, I'm
sexual
waiting on an
abuse.
argument to show
You're-
how
you
Harry
continue to
supports
say
sexual
that.
abuse because Harry made a video about Hug to a Girl. So
Dean,
let's
you
start
keep
off with the
saying that.
argument.
Emily,
for
thank you
how
for the
Hug to a Girl
$2.22.
supports
Thank you so
sexual
much.
abuse.
Trump
His
2024 for
locker room
jail.
talk wasn't sexual abuse. You're,
Oh
you're,
my
you're
gosh.
putting two things together that aren't together. You're putting what he was accused for and his locker room talk
No,
together.
we're
Get
talking about what he
real.
was held. We're
Let's
talking
be
about what he was-
realistic. Let's
we're
not be
talking
stupid.
about what he was
and
held
immature.
civilly
Let's,
liable
talk
for.
Civil.
Hey,
Like, let's be
Anthony,
real. Let's be
Anthony,
real.
Anthony. We are talking about what he was held civilly liable for. We've been saying this to you the entire conversation. How the hell
What,
are you
room
gonna
talk?
fucking reference that?
Because
That in
that's
of
what he was
itself is
talking
also
about.
referring to essay.
No, that's what Harry
I don't even know.
referring
Parker,
to.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what the fuck's going on. This Anthony guy's yapping. I
is.
can't even track.
Well, because Dean, you're not
actually
listening.
can't.
That's why.
Is it that I'm not listening, or is it that you're not making any goddamn sense?
He's not
Well,
making
that
any
makes perfect
goddamn sense.
It makes
Perfect
perfect
sense.
sense.
Anthony,
You guys are
Anthony, do
sitting
you have
here
a
talking
child?
About how people are so bad.
Anthony, do you have a
Trump is
child?
bad-
Anthony, do you have a child?
Of course I do.
Okay. Do you have a daughter?
Oh, you said a child or a job?
Do you have a daughter?
Yeah.
Okay. If your daughter was 10 years old, right, and a 40-year-old man came up to your daughter and said he wants to be dating her in 10 years, would you vote for him still?
No, I didn't say. Yeah, no, I wouldn't. Absolutely not.
Yeah,
I'm not
so
saying I'm
Trump-
voting
we
for
can
Trump.
show
I
you a
said
video
I
of Trump doing
I'm
that.
a Trump supporter, but I'm not voting for him. So
You're
go
not voting
ahead.
for Trump?
No.
Okay. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. If you're MAGA, type it in the comment section right now. If you want to come up. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
50.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
I just think that everything that's happened that we say is true came true. Just like when you guys first started on here, you kept saying Ukraine. Yeah, we're not sending money to Ukraine. We're just sending weapons. Well, of course, now we know we were sending money. You said the laptop wasn't true. It was Russian disinformation.
None of these things I said, by the way.
No, I'm just saying, people online. 51.
So why are you talking about them when we're talking to me?
Okay. 51 FBI agents. Why would
No,
they sign?
you said the election was stolen. You still have no evidence of that, right? You said that Donald Trump didn't sexually abuse a woman. He was held civilly liable for it.
Now
You said that Donald Trump wasn't a felon. He's been
Hold on,
convicted
hold
of 34 felonies. And he has
Listen.
54 other impending felonies.
Yeah, you said that the election was stolen. Then Trump went
about
over
the
16
Jean
courts of
Carroll
law.
case. About the Jean Carroll case. She said on CNN it was nothing sexual.
Not
She said
so
that.
specifically, she's referencing the power dynamic that exists in the context of grape. Right?
She
She's not
said
saying that
nothing
she was
sexual.
not she is not saying that she was not graped.
No,
right?
she
Do
actually
you-
didn't even say that nothing is sexual. She
Yes, she did. I recorded it.
she particularly said that grape isn't sexual because
No,
it's not.
she said it was nothing sexual. But anyway, well, okay.
Kathy, thank you for the $20 on
So
PayPal. I
then-
appreciate you
so
so much for the
then-
love.
She doesn't know how to comprehend
Kathy,
it.
thank you so much for the
So
20
then
bucks.
I
W
think
Kathy in the
it's
chat.
very
Well, Country, I think that this is a really important part to touch on because
Okay.
I personally take a lot of offense when like people like you come up here victim blame and just like scapegoat accountability for a grapist. So I actually do want to thoroughly explain that point. So there's a couple of things that she said on Anderson Cooper. She said that grape. So she first of all said that a lot of people think grape is sexy, and then she
Yes.
went on to say
And
that grape
fascinating.
isn't sexy and grape is not sexual, right?
That's not what
because
she
grape.
said. I have it recorded.
Okay, so go ahead and play it,
Okay,
and
play
then
it,
we can
play it.
reflect on it. Play the clip, and then let's reflect on it.
Okay, I have to pull it up, but you can keep talking while I'm pulling it up.
No, because you're just denying everything that I'm saying. So let's just roll the tape, and then we can reflect
She's
upon what
pulling
she
it
said.
up right now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't keep it right. I don't keep this shit like right in front of me. Okay,
Oh, we'll wait. We'll wait.
do you think that is suspicious that Reid Hoffman paid her $2 million?
Can you give me evidence?
You can Google it right now. They don't deny. They say that he paid her legal fees. To me, that's the same thing. Legal fees.
So he paid her legal fees related to it.
Okay, and then on the CNN
Dude, W
interview,
man.
Yeah, like
Oh,
what?
on the CNN interview, they
Such a
say
W
Trump's
man.
attorneys allege that you were paid, and why didn't you disclose that? She literally said, I forgot. I completely forgot about that man. So you forget you were given.
Hey,
$20
don't pivot. I wanna
million?
listen
Can
to
you
the
can you
Anderson
give me
Cooper.
these quotes? I'd love to see them.
I just
Like,
told you.
No, I meant like, can you show me them? Like, I want to hear it.
Yeah.
Can you
hold on.
can you please play the Anderson Cooper? I actually really wanted to reflect on that. Like I found that to be really important.
Okay.
And Ashley with a $20 on Venmo. Ashley, thank you so much for the love on Venmo. I really appreciate that, Ashley. Guys, let's get some W Ashleys in that comment section for the $20 on Venmo. If anyone wants to support myself or what the fuck? Or
You just call me
Parker.
Trump or Biden? That is so insane, dude. We need to cancel Dean. Cancel Dean right now, everyone.
Or
What is
Parker. I've been doing that since Vegas. I don't know why. Or
going on?
Parker.
Dude, what the hell, man?
I can't. So cancel Dean fun, right? Cancel, dude. I've been doing that since. I've also been calling the diary, the Bible. I've been like.
I
doing
know,
weird
dude.
shit.
I don't know what's going on with Dean. Everyone.
I'm like. I think I need to take some time off.
For real.
We need to reset.
Dean's becoming Biden.
For real. I'm becoming Biden, Chad. I'm becoming Biden. Next thing you know, I'm gonna start talking about sharks and batteries.
For real, bro. All right, well, should we add up a teammate first? So if you're MAGA, type in the chat right now if you want to be brought up, everyone. Tap that screen as well. Let's get to 1 million likes. Just fucking
She
spam that
just
like
left.
button. If you're not, oh, she left. If you're not sitting here and tapping the fuck out of it every 2 seconds, right? I'm gonna be angry with you. I'm just kidding. All right, well, we're gonna get on the next person. Only send a guest request. If you will be voting for Trump in 2024, type MAGA in the comment section right now if you want to be brought up. If you want to help me bring up people as well, I would appreciate that.
Oh yeah, I could help you out. You may
Yo,
need
what's
to
up, how old
give
are
me
you?
moderation access. On this
Go on
account.
your phone and do it.
It's really.
You said 21?
Yo,
Yeah. Why are you voting for Trump?
pretty much like all the other people were saying. I mean, I had more money in my pocket when Trump was president.
Oh Lord. Okay. So how do you know that was caused by Trump?
Well, if we're gonna say, like you kept saying, how did Biden cause inflation?
Appreciate the
I
galaxy.
mean,
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
That's
You
another
keep
good
saying-
question you can answer.
You keep saying Biden doesn't cause inflation.
Yeah, because he didn't.
And he doesn't influence gas prices, right?
Well, he hasn't.
No, I don't think he influenced the main increase in gas prices now.
Okay, well, if you go back, you could look at this is like public information. You can look at this. Most of the time, when there's a Democrat in office, gas prices are higher.
And
So
during the
why in
summertime-
2016 were they lower under Obama's administration?
In 2016,
Yeah. Because they were
they-
lower
they-
in
they weren't
Obama's
very
administration
low.
than the lowest point of Trump's administration. So they weren't very low, so Trump's wasn't very low.
dude, where I'm at, gas was at like $1.98 at one point, and like I think
Yeah,
this
it was
is
$1.87 under Obama on average.
on average. I think that's a lie, bro. Because when
Wanna bet?
maybe it's because of the state. I
How
was
much
in.
money do you want
Do
to
you
bet?
want to
Evan?
bet?
How much money do you want to bet me and Parker that you are wrong?
That's like a national average.
Yeah.
Okay,
For a
I
month.
can agree with that. For a what?
Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. The lowest month on average.
The lowest. So not
Shrimp,
for,
I appreciate the shiny. Thank you so
I'm
much.
talking
Not the
about for, like,
entirety
a
of his
whole-
administration.
I'm talking
No.
about an entirety of an administration.
No.
for, like,
So
for-
every
so-
no.
so-
So
let me
there,
finish
every
real quick, let me
point
finish
under
real quick.
Trump's administration was higher than this point under Obama.
Say that one more time.
Every point in Trump's administration for gas prices was higher than this point under Obama.
I don't think that's.
It is. I've already looked at it. You can find this on the Energy Information Administration.
Right, and then
I looked
also
it
here,
up.
bro.
I looked it up. I'm not.
Can
gonna
you
argue
tell
that.
us how? So what like policy, like what bill did Biden influence to get passed, or what executive order did he sign into law that caused inflation to skyrocket?
Tariffs.
Tariffs caused inflation to skyrocket. So Trump
Yeah,
actually
because
imposed
these are-
tariffs on China, right? And
Right.
Trump pulled out of the TPP, which was a trade agreement between the U.S. as well as 11 other countries that was explicitly formed to reduce tariffs.
Okay, then why didn't everything go up then? Why is it when Biden does it to huge exporters like China and Russia? he's
Wait,
been
China was literally the whole point of the trade war was to put tariffs on China. Also, Trump
Correct.
wants to increase them beyond 65%. He actually said that he wants to replace federal income tax with tariffs, and in order to reach the same like federal revenue as what we had with income tax, he would have to increase tariffs on every single good coming into the country by 85%.
Yeah, bro. Trump is literally Mr. Tariff. Okay.
So you're saying he wanted to replace the income tax with what? Tariffs?
Tariffs. Yeah.
Which is service.
Why do you think that's a bad idea, though?
Class.
Because it would heavily destroy the middle class of this country, because tariffs would increase the cost of consumer prices, right, and would actually isolate us from the global economy, because it is the case that other countries would put tariffs on us as well for goods that we try to send to their country. So
We're
our
already
American
doing
businesses
that.
would be
We're already
isolated
doing
and
that.
only giving to like Americans.
Yeah,
They're
virtually
already
all
doing that, though.
economists agree, Republican or conservative. Sorry, Republican or Democrat.
Dude, Gene.
Dude, that tariffs are bad for the working class, bro. I'm messy.
But okay, well, say you get rid of the federal income tax, which do you know the percentage of? Do you know how much that is?
Mm-hmm.
I'm asking you.
Again,
I'm
the
asking
federal
you.
income tax is meant to be progressive, whereas whereas tariffs are not progressive; they are regressive, which means people who make less in income, they spend a greater proportion of their income on goods, which would be affected by the tariffs. So they would pay a
Okay.
greater proportion of income than what we would with income tax.
So my thing is right now is we already pay. I lose 24%. 24% of my check every week. I don't get to see it. Gone.
That's what
Off
taxation
rip.
is.
That-
That's taxes.
Okay, but if we got rid of the
85% tariff is better.
dude, the price of shit is already up. It's already out. out of control.
That would make it go up even more.
So you're
Appreciate
saying
it,
if
Fatty. Thank you so
we,
much.
you're saying if we charge an 85% fee on everything imported into the
It's not
country,
going to be an 85% fee. What it's supposed to be is a 10% tax on all sales.
That
which-
would okay.
which-
So
let
then
me
you're
finish-
gonna
let me finish.
you're gonna cut federal expenditures, which means that you're going to increase poverty in this country because you're going to decrease access to Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, right, and plenty of
well,
social services that people use.
I'm gonna
right,
finish my
and that
point before I
benefit them.
finish. I'm gonna finish my point before I answer that. So 10% tax on all sales. Y'all are for taxing rich people, right?
Yes.
Wouldn't that be the best way to tax rich people? Because the
No.
bigger the purchase you make, the more money you're going to be spending. Am I
And-
wrong?
No, it's
and-
because they spend a lower proportion of their income on goods.
Yeah, like what do you think is going to affect?
I don't think that's true.
Like
though,
who do you,
but
who
It
do you
is
think
true.
this
It
10?
is true. It
so
is
you're
absolutely
talking
true.
about a lower proportion of their income. Of course, a millionaire is going to spend a lot more money than an
No, he
average
just
person.
acknowledges it's true. Okay, so then
No,
stop
listen, I'm
acting
not.
like
You're
it's-
not. You no. You guys keep trying to fucking cut me off, and I'm getting cut off. I'm getting losing my train of thought and shit. All right. 10% tax. Millionaire spends $1 million on a yacht, right? He's getting taxed 10% on that. What average citizen is spending $1 million fucking dollars? I spend.
Here, I have a good way to detail this, Parker.
Their
I'm pulling
income
up the
was
stat
way
right
more.
now.
They would have. What type of
No,
person
'cause
is
I'm
getting that
getting more-
income?
I'm getting more.
Like what are you
I'm getting
talking
more
about,
net
dude?
income.
Hey,
I'm
I
getting
have
more
a
net
good
income
I
than
have
to get
a
rid
I have a
of the
good point.
tax,
I have a
bro.
good point right now. So the average American only saves about 2 to 3% of their income, while according to Forbes, the average millionaire saves about 20% of their income. So like what we're particularly getting at here is this 10% like tax, right, this fee is going to serve as a larger detriment to the average working class American and to the people that are living paycheck to paycheck for the
I don't
reason
think it will.
that they're spending a larger amount of the money that they're making. So disproportionately, they're going to be paying a larger percentage of their income out in this 10% fee.
So, 10% tax on all sales, right?
Like, how do you
I'm
not
gonna
get
cry,
this?
dude.
Like, how do you not Forbes? Like, how do you not get this, bro? Okay, so we have someone living paycheck to paycheck, and we have a millionaire. The millionaire goes to the grocery store and spends $355. The person living paycheck to paycheck goes to the grocery store and spends $355. Each of them both end up spending $35.50 on this 10% fee. This $35.50 is going to disproportionately affect the person living paycheck to paycheck more so than this $35.50 would affect the millionaire. That's why a flat rate for taxation or like this fee would impact people making less money more so than people making more money.
Okay, but that 10% is less than what we're getting taken out of our paychecks, so we're getting more net pay.
No, you understand that it's going to be the case that there's like basically all social services would have to be cut in order to get rid of federal income tax and replace it with a 10% tariff.
I mean,
You would
honestly, if
basically
we're being
cut all
able-
federal expenditures, and you
I-
understand that would include the military, that would include firefighter, that would literally include everything.
Okay, we're gonna talk about the military. I don't think we need to be
L
spending that
federal
much on the
grants, those
military.
are all gone. Like,
We shouldn't be spending as much as we do on the military, so I don't mind that. And all that
no,
other
I'm
stuff-
talking like you'd have to cut everything, which is what Trump wants. Still, that's the point I was making.
I mean, none of those benefit me as of right now anyway. They don't benefit a lot of people in the middle and lower class. In lower class, it benefits. Middle class, it doesn't fucking benefit them. What middle
Dude,
class?
you
person
think
don't get
that,
none of that?
I'll give you an example. The Trump tax policy that he passed, 83% of taxes went to the top 1%. Okay? It was 2.5 trillion of debt-related spending and only increased the economy by 0.02% a year in terms of GDP. So this whole idea here specifically that this was beneficial to the middle class or that Trump did things that are beneficial to the middle class is laughable. You can't name to me one policy that Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people.
You're right. 'Cause I can't even name any policies for real. I'm telling you all what I see and how
Oh,
I
great.
see it on,
That was a great defense.
the
Honestly, that was the
news.
best response that you could have given to Parker's point there. Right?
No,
It was
'cause I'm-
absolutely
I'm-
you saying,
because
"Oh,
I'm
I
not-
couldn't
because
name
I'm not
any
gonna sit
policies
here and
at all." That
bullshit
really
y'all.
makes
Because I'm not
you.
going to sit here and
really makes
bullshit
it
y'all.
look-
I don't know exact policy
Forced.
names. I'm not a fucking politics nerd, bro. I just get up on here and tell you how I'm feeling and what I'm seeing.
Yes, and that's something that you're like happy about. You're happy that you're uninformed. Like that's the funny
It's not
thing.
being uninformed, bro.
It is
Being
being
on
So-
here, being on here can get me informed.
Bro,
you feel
it's
me?
so
But y'all are
easy. It's so easy to get
Can you
informed.
stop cutting me off for 2 seconds, bro? So, me being on here is also gonna help me get informed. You know, I
Right,
can
that's
take
why
what
we
you
do these
say.
lives.
If I think what you say is bullshit, and I go and look it up after this conversation, you're right. You got me. But I'm just telling y'all what I'm seeing. All right. When
Yeah,
Trump
but we're
was
telling you that's
president-
not a good reason because this is something called the correlation causation fallacy. You're saying just because it happened under this administration, that means it's caused by them.
It happens under Republican.
Do you
Appreciate
think?
this description? Thank you so much.
When people are in,
Would you
when-
say that Trump
when
was a bad
Republicans-
president? Would you say that Trump is a bad president for the reason that under his administration, we saw a net negative decrease in overall jobs from the day he walked in to the day he walked out, as well as we saw one of the highest unemployment rates since the Great Depression?
I don't think that's true. I want to see that one.
It is true.
Because
At
he
the
made a
last
lot
year
of
his
jobs,
term,
and
we
you
saw
can't sit here and tell me
14.8%
Joe Biden
unemployment,
made jobs when he didn't. He brought jobs.
Wait,
Yeah,
but
the
according to your
the
logic.
CHIPS Act, the infrastructure
No.
bill. Can you name me one policy that Trump passed that caused
I
jobs
already
to?
told you about
Wait,
policy,
like
but I
Parker,
don't-
according to his
no.
logic, we don't even need to name an act. We could just say.
No,
Oh yeah, so
you
there
guys
have been
can.
15
No,
million.
you
So then
guys
there have
can.
been 15 million jobs created under Biden's administration. Hey
How many
Taylor, I
jobs
appreciate
were
the
lost when
subscription. Thank you so
COVID
much.
hit? How many jobs were lost when COVID hit?
Millions, right?
Millions, right? Millions, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
You cannot tell me because small
now you're
businesses got
identifying.
opened
I
back
like how
up.
I like how now he wants to use his brain and say, "Oh, I'm going to identify an outside cause." But under the context of when we were talking about Trump, he doesn't do that. He's
Yeah.
just like, "Oh, this is what happened under his administration. It was good." You know what I mean?
That's what I seen. That's what I seen. You got to think I'm 21 years old, bro.
I'm 19.
Like, come on. I'm not sitting here studying politics.
Evan, I'm 19. Don't even.
I'm
You're
20.
literally
19? All right,
you're
cool, but
literally
look at what you
older
do,
than
though.
me.
Look at what you
I'm
do.
literally
You're literally
22 as
older
well.
than me.
Okay,
We're
but
all
look at
like
what
the
y'all
same
do, though.
age. What are you
Look at-
crying
look
about?
Look at what y'all do. Y'all sit here and you fucking go crazy about politics. This is like y'all lives, pretty much. I see y'all on my For You page all the fucking time. Of course,
Yeah,
y'all
yeah,
know about politics and shit.
because politics is important, right? That's the reason why we talk about these things all the time. So if you want to act like it's not important, it doesn't affect literally thousands of people's lives, you can sit there and live in delusion for the rest of your life.
Right. Then if it is the case that you're just self-admitting to like not being
Alright,
involved
well,
in politics,
you
not
keep
being
telling me about-
informed, and
yeah.
like being young for that reason, not being informed, well then
Okay.
maybe it's the case that you should stop like saying that, oh, we're wrong, these are lies, and we don't know
I
what we're
didn't
talking
tell
about,
y'all. What
and
did I
actually
say
be
y'all were
open
wrong
to
about?
conversation insofar
What
as
did I say y'all
education
were
would
wrong
go.
about? I
The, yeah,
haven't been
the
defensive
particular
once.
issue that we're pointing out of your argument, that being a correlation causation fallacy. So I understand that you're attributing certain like economic variables that occurred under Trump's presidency to being caused by him, such as lower gas prices, lower inflation rates, higher rates of employment, etc. Insofar as like higher rates of inflation and higher gas prices under Biden being caused by Biden, but all that we're saying here is unless you could articulate policy, like a bill that they influenced to get passed or an executive order that caused the gas prices to be cheaper under Trump or caused inflation to skyrocket under Biden, well then we can't reliably come to the conclusion that they caused these things. So therefore, when you're casting your vote in November, you wouldn't know that if you were to vote Trump in office, that gas prices would be lower because it could have just been a correlate, right? Like for instance, during the summertime, more people eat ice cream and more people murder. Does this mean that eating more ice cream causes more people to murder?
Yes.
No. It means that these two variables are associated because of external reasons, right? And the external reasons that we'd be associated with higher rates of inflation or higher prices at the gas pump would be like global reactions to the pandemic. We saw higher rates of inflation all across
You
the
can't
globe.
use the
We also
pandemic
see that
anymore,
Trump
though. It's
broke.
been
We also
4
saw that Trump.
years.
We also saw that Trump brokered a deal with Saudi Arabia to decrease oil supply, which in turn increased the pricing of gas at
Biden
the
shut
pump.
down the Canadian pipeline.
But
Yeah,
that
which
wasn't in
again,
effect, so it didn't.
that was actually a court.
So
That was
technically
that was
speaking-
that was a court.
pipeline.
That was a court order.
Which
Okay, so
also
what about the
wasn't in
Russian
effect, so it
pipeline
couldn't
that
have
they
impacted
blamed
supply,
us
so it
for?
couldn't
What
have
about
increased-
that?
What are you saying?
What about the Russian pipeline that got fucking bombed that they blamed us for?
You have literally no evidence that it was the U.S.
Nobody does though. That's the issue. Who
Yeah,
else would
that's
do
the
it?
issue. So why do you conclude that it is?
Because, bro, it only makes sense. How many fucked up
No, it
foreign
doesn't.
affairs that we been in that didn't get found out or exposed until years and years later? You're telling me that's not
What?
one of them?
So you're
You're telling me just
you're gonna
because we
believe in
don't
every
have proof
conspiracy
now, it's
because
not
there have
true.
been bad things that have happened? Like that's such incoherent
That's-
gibberish. Okay, I
that's
can
not,
believe that
though.
you're actually controlled by the reptilians.
No, that's fucking stupid, bro. That's a straight up conspiracy.
Oh, okay, okay.
Come on,
but
now,
what
that
you
was-
just
that
said
wasn't even a
isn't.
good
You're
analogy.
literally
That
using
wasn't
flat
even
earther
good. That
logic.
wasn't even a good comeback, bro.
You're
No.
literally using flat earther logic. I hope you know that.
No, I'm not. How am I
You literally
using
are
flat
because
earther
you're not
logic?
using any evidence. You're just believing things based on your feelings, based on conspiracy.
Yeah, like my hypothesis that the Earth is flat and Stewie Griffin created the universe through temporal time loop, and when we all die, we go to Family Guy heaven.
All right, so-
is literally just as credible as your hypothesis
So
that
real.
the U.S. bombed the Russian pipeline.
All right, so there's incentives to do that. For one, it cripples Russia. That's where they get a lot of their oil, where they, economy. That's what Russia does is fucking oil. They're the number 2 exporter in the world. Ukraine's going to war with them, and we can get into Ukraine too. Y'all was talking about that.
Do you know what the Budapest
that-
Memorandum is?
Huh?
Do you know what the Budapest Memorandum is?
That thing that happened in the 90s where they give up the nukes, we defend them, da da da.
You've been listening, Evan. Evan.
I know what that is, but what I'm saying is we also told Russia that we wouldn't push for Ukraine to become NATO, and that's all
When?
we've been doing. I think it was like 2014 when tensions were rising. We told Russia we wouldn't do that. We wouldn't.
In 2014 when they annexed Crimea?
Some shit. Yeah, they said something about Ukraine.
Wait, please give me a source.
I can't give you straight quotes, so don't start fucking dragging me for
You
quotes.
mean asking for a source?
Just
I
to
could
clarify,
probably- I could
I know what
probably
he's
look it up and find it for
talking
you.
about right now. So what you're particularly talking about was a handshake deal made with Russia that there wouldn't be NATO expansion.
Yep.
But it wasn't in paper. We have like
Okay, but it
kinda
still
like
happened.
Also,
yeah,
Ukraine
handshake
isn't
deal.
joining NATO.
Like,
We've
I
been
mean,
pushing for them
we're
to
not
join
we're
NATO
not we're not
forever.
gonna look at handshake deals made with foreign dictators the same way we are gonna look at
So, let me ask you something.
Dude, just let me finish talking.
Oh, you got it. You got it.
The same way we look at like official agreements made with other countries in writing. It's also the case that there's a handshake deal made where Russia said that they wouldn't where Russia said that the only foreign involvement that would be had was for like humanitarian aid, weapons, and money. However, it's the case that we currently see North Korea soldiers entering into the war in Ukraine. So it is the case that they haven't upheld and honored
There's also
handshake
American
deals made in the
mercenaries.
past.
There's also American mercenaries over there.
So we don't have any boots on the ground.
No, well, not U.S. troops, but there is U.S. on the ground. Yes, there are American mercenaries on the ground in Russia. There's
Okay,
no
but that has
question about
nothing to
it.
do with the United States military.
He's talking about Ukraine, blah blah blah. Anyway, you're talking about a handshake deal, right? That was your main point. It was a handshake deal. That's why it's not being upheld, right?
Yeah, it wasn't in writing.
So if you bet your friend
I
$100,
would-
right? If you bet your friend $100, you'll beat him in a game, and he shook your hand. Are you gonna expect that $100 when you win that game?
Would I expect that? Yes. but
Yeah,
would
so
it be
again,
legally binding?
Ukraine literally never joined NATO.
I'm not saying
I don't
that's
know.
not what I'm saying. That's
When
not I'm
NATO
saying they joined
expansionism
NATO.
happened after 2014.
I'm not saying they joined NATO. I'm saying we've been pushing for them to join NATO, and they've
When?
been interested
Wait,
in
when?
joining NATO. We pushed in 2020, and we pushed in 2014.
So you said in 2014, you mean after they joined? I mean after they annexed Crimea?
Around that time, yes, we were pushing for Ukraine to join NATO. That is the last southern border country on Russia that is not NATO.
And also, I don't think this was in. I don't think that this was in 2014. By the way, I think this was before.
Maybe I got the year wrong, but I
this
do
was
know
before
it
the USSR disbanded. Like this handshake deal was with the USSR.
Yeah, that's what I was. That's exactly. That's what I remember this from. Right. That
Yeah.
if it was from before the U.S. That literally they redid this deal at the very end.
So, using that logic, wouldn't that deal that we made with Ukraine? Or no,
No,
that's
that
right.
happened- that happened after.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
was in
yeah.
19
I'm tripping on that.
1994.
Yeah, that's with Ukraine, not Russia.
And then that also specific deal was about West Germany specifically not joining NATO. Just saying.
There's also talk about Ukraine. Ukraine was one of the big ones because they're the last southern border country on Russia's southern border that is not NATO. That's like
Can you give us
us.
any
that's-
evidence?
Wait,
of this?
but like that's not even expansionism towards
Go
Russia
look it
because we're
up.
already on the border of Russia.
Do I have? Hold up, Dean. You said, do I have any evidence of that being the last southern border that's not NATO?
No.
What do I have evidence of? What do you asking for?
I asked you for evidence that we made a handshake deal with Russia that Ukraine wouldn't join NATO. We never did that. There was a handshake deal with the USSR before the USSR disbanded that we wouldn't have NATO expansion. The USSR doesn't exist anymore. There's no contract to honor, even if it is just verbally speaking, because the USSR was disbanded. It doesn't exist.
Yes, I don't know what your point is, man.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man.
Anyway, there's a couple other points I wanted to tap on because I saw y'all arguing with the other two. You tried saying that Biden isn't coherent. Is that what you were trying to say?
So, no evidence. Trump? Yeah.
You're trying to say Biden is coherent.
Oh, no.
No, I think both Trump and Biden have cognitive decline.
Okay, but I feel like every Trump clip that I've seen, everybody has gaffes. I've never
Wait, so
seen
then
a
why are you
president
saying that that's like bad within the context of Biden?
because I've
should hit
never
it. Thank you so
seen.
much.
I'm just saying I've never seen a president be so incoherent, like so mentally
Trump is
declined.
totally such. He's a lunatic that's delusional Okay, I think you're just completely ignoring reality, right? He literally tried to undermine the peaceful transition of power. He quite literally is a proven sexual abuser, a proven
how do you?
fraudster.
You said
He's a
stop the transition of power.
pathological liar.
Did you see the I'm not saying da da da. I'm just asking if you've seen
Not saying
the
da,
clips
da, da.
of
What is going on?
cause y'all be taking shit to the extreme. That's what I've been seeing. I'm gonna be real. But did y'all see the video of the voting when they were voting in 2020? They brought in a shit ton of boxes and then closed everything down.
Oh my god, dude. All of these things that you're talking about were submitted to court and none of them showed sufficient evidence to overturn the election. How do you still believe in this nonsense, dude? It's actually
it's on
sad.
video
It's actually
camera.
sad.
It's
Like this is literally the fucking world we live in. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. So there were 17 courts. That had
Wait,
judges
so that's
that
who I'm
Trump.
voting for. My bad.
Hey,
I'm gonna
Evan.
cut you off,
Hey,
Dean. I'm
hey,
gonna cut
Evan.
you off, Dean.
I understand that you actually did mean to
who are
cut me
y'all
off,
voting
or you wouldn't have
Say
cut
that
me
one more time.
off.
All right, you're good.
So
You're good.
there were 17 courts specifically with the judges that had been appointed by Trump himself. And what did all 17 of these courts do when Trump and his lawyers brought forth the idea that that the election was sufficiently rigged to be overturned? They all just dismissed the case on the basis of no standing, meaning they didn't have sufficient evidence. Do you think that all 17 of those judges that Trump appointed were corrupt and liars?
That I couldn't tell you. I'm not informed enough on that matter.
So
I
Trump
mean, I
could have
can
not
take what
done
you
this
say
while
and
he
just run
actually
with it,
made
just like y'all say I take my information and run with it from where I see it. I don't know where y'all get your information from.
On what claim? Because we'll provide it.
Huh? What he just said.
Bro, what's up with the Dean hate in the chat? Oh,
Which you're referencing what?
Dean haters.
Who
rise up.
are you guys voting for? That's my
Biden.
question.
Biden.
Why?
Because he's better than Donald Trump. We've given you
Yeah, he's
so
not
many
a
reasons
rapist.
already.
No, you haven't given me any.
Yeah, because he's not a
You're actually
rapist. Because
fucking crazy.
he's not an
He
election
actually is.
denier.
He actually
He's
is.
not a
He was-
fraudster.
He was actually
you wanna
accused of rape.
interrupt me?
He was actually accused of rape in
Say
Oh my
great.
God, we're talking about being held civilly liable, and also that Tara Reid, the person you're referencing, perjured herself in court and fled to Russia. So
Yeah,
what the fuck are you
lied,
talking
contradicted
about,
her story
dude?
and left. I mean, I was telling you why we're voting for Biden, but you wanted to cut me off. It's because
Well-
he's not a proven rapist. He's not a proven fraudster. He's not an election denier. He didn't
Not a
conspire
proven-
tens of millions of American voters to have virtues as a distrust in electoral and civil processes. He hasn't shifted the American focus from intellectualism, critical thought, reason, and good foundational beliefs to like just conspiracy nonsense. He also has some of the most monumental legislation in modern U.S. history, such as the Inflation Reduction Act, the Infrastructure Bill, the CHIPS Act, and the PACT Act. And then on the flip side, Trump didn't pass any legislation that benefited the middle class more so than the top 1%. And there's projections from Trump's proposed policy, if he were to be reelected, that shows his policy would actually serve as a detriment to the working class. And the same couldn't be said about Biden. Not to mention that there's nearly 30,000 lies told under Trump's presidency, and he told one of the biggest lies in U.S. history by denying the results of the 2020 election. He's a threat to our democracy. He stands with Project 2025, which serves as a threat to the rights of marginalized groups and societies. That cuts funding to the public education system. I think that there's plenty of reasons here.
Yeah, you just bombarded the fuck out of me, so I couldn't respond to at least one of them.
Do you want me to go slower?
Yeah, one of the first ones you said I wanted to say something about.
Moon, I appreciate you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Moon. Massive W Moon in the chat for the $20 on Venmo.
And Tessa, thank you for the $25 on
Rob.
Cash App. Thank you so much, Tessa. I really appreciate that. Can we get some W's for Tessa as well? Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, also, one other point I forgot to mention, women's reproductive rights. I think that Roe v. Wade should be reinstated. I think that the access to healthcare should be protected for all 170 million American women and girls nationwide. And I think that Trump poses a great threat to that.
Well, that's one thing I'm
anyways, go to
for. I
continue.
mean, I'm for that. I agree that women's rights are important. They should be able to do whatever the fuck they want with their body.
Okay, if you think that women's rights are important, then how do you think a proven rapist who has a track record of not just disrespecting women but actively harming them would consider their thoughts, desires, and aptitudes in the Oval Office when making legislation?
Dude, Biden is no better when it comes to that shit. On top of that,
He is. Biden literally wants to reinstitute, Roe v. Wade, which would federally protect women's access to abortion.
And Tessa, thank you for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Tessa. I really appreciate that. Can we get some W's for Tessa as well? Thank you. Thank you.
What?
Moon, I appreciate you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Moon. Massive W Moon in the chat for the $20 on Venmo. Moon says, let's go.
I'm talking about when you come to you talk about rape and shit, bro. There's countless videos of him doing weird shit with children,
Oh, like what?
and you can't deny that.
Give
Like
me an example.
sneaking up behind them, sniffing their hair.
Oh, sniffing. So I just want to
Sniffing
clarify.
them.
Biden sniffing his granddaughter's hair is worse
It
than
wasn't
Trump
his
raping a woman?
granddaughter. It was someone in the crowd. I probably
Oh,
find the
so do
video.
you want me to play a clip of Trump calling a little girl in the stands beautiful 10 times, telling her parents to tell her to come up on stage, then grabbing her and kissing her while she squirms away?
I think I did see that one. Yeah, that's a little weird.
Okay, but the grape case isn't the civil liability claim. for
Okay,
literal
but
sexual
you
abuse
see,
isn't.
you see how it's hypocritical, though, right? So if you're saying
It's
that
not
Biden's already
hypocritical
do
at all.
it, it is because Biden does it.
When was Biden held
Why-
civilly liable of grape?
Dude, you keep saying held civilly liable. Just because it went to court doesn't mean it, or just because it didn't go to court doesn't mean it didn't fucking happen.
I actually agree with you there, but like the one essay allegation against Biden was Tara Reid, who perjured herself in court, lied, contradicted her story, and fled to Russia. Socially speaking, I uphold a guilty until proven innocent worldview for like accused rapists, but it is the case that Biden's been proven innocent in this context because Tara Reid has contradicted her own story, perjured herself, and fled to Russia.
If you think, bro, I'm telling you right now, if you think Biden's done nothing weird with some children, you're delusional. You just gotta go watch.
That's literally not what I'm telling you. I'm telling you that
Never
Biden's the lesser of two
responds to
evils.
anything. Never responds to anything legitimately, bro.
Yeah, I'm telling you that Biden's
Are
the
you
lesser
like?
of two
Are you
evils.
like? Are you
How did I not respond to
programmed? Are you programmed to
How
just
did I not respond to it?
interact with anything?
I
Because you're
did,
not
I-
answering his question. What was his question?
He didn't. He made a statement more than a question.
Sarah, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you
Did
so
he
much for the
not?
love.
Did he not make a
WCNR in
statement more than a
chat.
question?
Sarah says
He
you're the
said
best. I
Carroll
love you,
ran
Sarah.
to Russia.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and repeat my question. What's worse, Biden sniffing his granddaughter's hair or Trump raping a woman?
No shit, it's gonna be Trump raping somebody.
And
but,
that's why I
mean,
call Biden the lesser of two evils. I'm sure that you could point out a lot of scenarios of Biden being weird as shit to children. Hillary Clinton when he was like hugging her for too long.
So in about
when he's
5-10
like
years,
referenced
if
like a lot
something
of
does
bad
come out, are
things.
you gonna regret
but like,
voting for him?
but the fact is here is that Trump has been held civilly liable for rape. He said he'll date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He said that he likes to walk into the changing rooms of naked teen girls at Teen USA because he quote unquote owned the place, etc. It's obviously
You
the
want to
case.
talk about quotes?
that
What did
Biden's the lesser
Biden? What
of
did,
two
what did
evils.
Biden mean when he said, "If you don't vote for me, you're not black"?
I think that was some racist shit, dude. I'm not gonna lie. Like, you understand that I actually hold the guy I'm voting for accountable, unlike yourself. I think that Biden and Trump both have an
What do you
incredibly
mean?
racist
I
track
really-
record.
you
However,
know I
it is
don't hold
also
him
the
accountable.
case. 1 second. I think it's also the case that at the bare minimum, Biden has came out, apologized
Sierra,
for these
thank you for the
things,
$10. Thank you so much, Sierra.
and grown. I'm not saying that excuses the racist testimonies of him in the past, but this is something that Trump hasn't done. So when we're casting our vote in November, I think it's evidently clear who the better candidate would be, specifically in the context of a racist past. Because Biden has apologized, tried to change, grow, and move on. Trump hasn't. The guy hasn't apologized for a damn thing in a day in his life.
All right.
And
so-
Tristan, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, Tristan. Massive W, Tristan, in the chat for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you
all right,
so much.
So we can agree that both the candidates have done some racist shit.
But we
and
could
some
also
fucked up
agree
shit.
that one is evidently worse than like another.
So what about a third party that's actually leading the polls?
That has a 0%
The
chance
third party
to
is
win the
not
Electoral
leading the
College.
polls. What fucking delusional what?
Have you? You could look
That
it
was
up.
the most delusional shit. No, he's not. He's not winning the polls. Name one poll he's winning in. Dude, that was the craziest shit I've heard, bro.
Like they're wrong about the third party. They have a 0% chance of winning the Electoral College. But I do like a public interest shift from like Republicans and Democrats to third parties. I think that this is a good virtue. I don't think it's a good virtue for the specific candidate, but all things considered, I like an American shift in interest from like the conventional two-party system to the third parties. I think that's great. But you are wrong if you assume that he has any chance at winning the election in November.
I'm bored of this guy.
What's up?
Yo, Cam, so do you think that you don't accept civil liability?
Well, I don't say that I don't accept civil liability, but I
You
think
typically do?
it depends on what we're talking about. There's a lot of conflation happening here with Dean, which is my issue. Dean is jumping around saying he's a proven sexual assaulter to he's a proven rapist, which are
Based
not
on
the same
preponderance of
thing.
the evidence.
Yeah, Cam. I'm not
First of all,
conflating
based on
it.
preponderance of evidence, but
Cam,
wait, Dean, let me
Cam,
finish.
no, I'd just like to clarify. Sexual
Dean.
abuse in this context absolutely is grape, even if the law
No, it's
doesn't
not.
define it as such.
No, it's not. The jury categorically rejected Eugene Carroll's claim that she was raped.
Because
No,
grape
no,
under
we're not-
New York state law as is specifically defined as the male member entering into the female member. First point, this was changed in 2023. And second point, we don't define grape off of the law, but specifically within the jury's conviction.
How do you
they
define
had
it?
to.
How do you define it?
Any part of one member entering into another without consent. Let me ask you a question, Cam. If you define grape based upon the law, well, before the 1990s,
I never
when
said I
husband
defined
couldn't
it based
legal.
upon the law.
Well, then you wouldn't reject my claim that Trump is a rapist.
I think that generally, when we're talking about like the colloquial definition of grape, it's going to be the male member entering the female's member, right?
Wait.
It's
So
colloquial,
someone
what
brooming
everyone
another
thinks
person
of.
against their consent, is that grape?
Somebody doing what?
Someone brooming
No.
someone against their consent, is that grape?
Brooming?
Yeah, using a broom to penetrate someone against their will forcefully, is that grape?
I would say that it's probably worse. I don't know that I would.
You wouldn't say it's grape?
I don't know that I would consider that grape. I think I would.
That's
consider it
what?
probably worse than
What? Someone using their fingers, is that grape?
No, I don't think so.
You don't think that's grape?
No, I think it's sexual
Forcefully
assault.
using their fingers against someone's consent,
Yeah, I
penetrating
think it's
someone
sexual
is
assault.
not grape.
Yeah, I don't
Okay,
think.
so
Meredith,
just
that's for $3. Thank you. What's the relevant difference? You
I think
it's
everyone's
only whether or not to use them.
I think-
Wait.
because it's not
So
intercourse.
what you would then
Hey,
acknowledge is that the way that you're defining it. Let me
Are you
finish
gonna ask
explaining
me
this.
questions, not allow me to answer, or are you gonna?
No, you did it.
actually
You
allow
did
me to
answer. You did answer, and you
did
answered
not.
the question.
You didn't
so I
allow me to
responded.
compound my answer.
Yeah, so
at
just
all.
like
Okay, go
clarify
ahead.
here.
This is
if
what
a
you
woman-
guys
no,
do.
no,
You guys
Dean,
just
let him
you
go.
guys just
Go.
railroad the debates. It's so fucking funny.
Cam, I'm
In
letting
a
you go.
civil
Stop
suit,
whining.
The burden of proof is 51% preponderance of evidence. Okay, that means 1% more than. Well, it could have gone either way, right?
No, that's more likely than not. So
Civil
you agree
suit
it's
is
more
not
likely than
beyond a
not?
reasonable doubt. It is not the same as
Yo,
a
accept the
criminal trial
felonies?
with the burden of
Yo,
proof.
yo, John, thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Jesus. I want to see 100 W Johns. That is JON in that chat right now. John, you were here the other day. I appreciate you so much for the love, John. Massive W Johns in that chat. Cam, Parker, I apologize for interrupting y'all both. I just really got to show some love to
Do you
John.
accept the felonies, Cam?
Massive W John.
Do I accept the felony? I mean, we can talk about the felonies if you want.
Because that's beyond a reasonable doubt. So if you're basing it on that standard.
Sure, I don't agree with the verdict. I accept he was found guilty in a
So you're delusional.
So,
So
when
just-
you bring up criminal courts, particularly in this context, in terms of burden of proof, that doesn't actually matter because that doesn't
it
change
does.
your determination.
I don't.
Can you tell me?
Yeah,
tell
I'll
me
explain.
can you tell me what in
If you
the
allow
case,
me to, Parker, without cutting me off, I'll explain for sure.
Yeah, I'm finishing my question.
Okay, go ahead.
Can you tell me what in the case you dispute particularly? Is it
Yeah,
related to the Eugene
let
Carroll
me
case?
first. Let me explain. Like, you're trying to like correlate these two things that aren't going to correlate. So I'm going to explain that first, and then I'll explain my quarrel with the felonies case. So first
That's
of all,
not what I asked you. That's not what I asked you. I
you,
asked you,
you made a
specifically
comment. You made a comment
the
that
Eugene
I don't
Carroll
care
case.
about. You made a comment that I don't care about criminal verdicts beyond a reasonable doubt when it comes to the felony case. So now I'm going to explain like the issue here. Okay, so the problem is that Dean is making a legal claim that Trump is a proven rapist, but he's not a proven rapist. He was found liable, 51% likely to have done something in civil court, preponderance of evidence, not beyond a reasonable doubt. He legally was not proven to be a rapist. He was legally found liable for
Oh
sexual
my God, that's
abuse.
not what he's saying. Not what he's saying. So
It is
so
exactly what he's saying.
I could-
Listen,
Proven
let me
rapist,
clarify. Let
which
me
is not
clarify.
true.
I
When
can
he says
clarify.
proven,
He
when he
was
says
found
proven,
51% likely
Cam.
to have done it.
I
Cam,
can
you're
clarify.
misunderstanding. When he says proven, he's saying in relation to preponderance of the evidence, and when he says rapist, he's relating to our colloquial definition of the term. Okay,
When you
already
say
agree-
proven colloquially,
Can I-
what
can I-
people are
can I
thinking
clarify?
is beyond a reasonable doubt. When you say proven colloquially, what people are thinking is beyond a reasonable doubt found guilty.
No,
in
that is not what people. Wait, so if you're
That
going
is
to talk
what
about
people are
wait, so if
thinking,
you're going to
for
talk about
sure.
what people are thinking, then you also agree that it's grape, then. Because that's what people are
No,
thinking.
I don't-
When people
I don't think
hear,
that's what
when
people
people
are
hear
thinking.
forceful, when people hear forceful
Can I ask a
penetration
question?
against, yes, when people say forceful penetration against someone's will, right? That they think that is grape. So
I
if you're
don't think
saying
they do.
how people are
That's sexual assault colloquially.
Okay, do you want me to ask the chat?
Can I?
Your chat, that's going to be super biased. Sure, I don't.
So wait, when you
I
say
think-
most
I
people,
think
who are you in reference to then?
my sense is going to be that
Even
most
if you
people are
wait,
going to
Cam,
be
you could go
sexual.
live yourself and they would say that's grape. You understand that, right?
I don't think so. I think the majority of people do that
this
as
is
well.
this is about what I said and what you think, Cam. So I understand that you disagree with my
That's
usage.
my intuition.
One second. I understand that you disagree with my usage of the word grape here. So now I'm gonna make you look.
I also disagree with your usage of the
Cam,
word.
Cam, settle
Prove it.
down, buddy. Settle down. So because you disagree with my usage of the word grape here, I'm now going to make you look fucking insane in front of 4.8 thousand people.
Yeah.
So just to clarify here, if a man chains a woman down to a bed and then takes his fingers and inserts it in and out of her without her consent for 4 hours, and then she escapes, would you say that woman is not a victim of grape, Cam?
Yeah, I'm gonna think that she's a victim of severe sexual torture, kidnapping, and false imprisoning.
But if she came up to you, if she came on our live right now and said that that man who did that to her is a rapist, you would say she could be held liable for slander and abuse of character, and you would call her a liar.
What? Sorry. So go again.
So you would say that they would call her a liar. Also, I just want to clarify. This is actually really fucking insane. So a lot of P3DOs, a lot of men who do unbelievably terrible things to infant children, they can't use their member for it because of the anatomy of an infant child. So they use their fingers instead, as their fingers are smaller. Okay, so would you say these men that use their fingers to grape literal infants are not grapists because they couldn't use their male member as it was too large due to the anatomy of the small child?
Again, I think colloquially, generally, people are going to view grape when they hear the word
No,
grape.
answer my question. Don't fucking pivot,
Yeah, I
Cam.
don't think so.
The
Yeah, I think
anatomy
it's
of
gonna
a
be
small
sexual
child.
Yeah.
So
I
you'd
think it's
say
going to be severe
so-
sexual abuse and torture.
but it's not grape. So that
No.
infant was not graped.
I don't think so. No, I think
Yeah.
that most people, when they hear the word grape,
Yeah, you're
colloquially,
sick. You're sick.
yeah, I'm sick because
This is
I
why
disagree.
This is why you fell off, buddy.
You're such a sensationalist, Dean. I'm sick because
This
I
is why you
disagree
fell
with
off,
definition.
buddy.
No,
I'm
it's
sick
no, it's
because I
you're trying
disagree on a
you're trying
definition.
no, you're trying to undermine how bad the term is when you don't use it as grape, because the way that we're defining it is compatible with the way that you're saying sexual abuse and sexual torture. So under your view, Trump sexually tortured E. Jean Carroll, and you still
No,
want to
I
vote for him?
don't think that simply like.
Oh,
I think
sorry,
that-
I'll say this: more likely
Yeah.
than not, sexually tortured E. Jean Carroll.
No. You asked me if you chained a woman up and false imprisoned her
asking-
and then
I'm-
fingered her for 4 hours. If that's
Garland.
rape, I said
Okay,
that's sexual.
So then, would
torture.
you accept this then? Would you
Please.
accept? Would you?
You guys are like so good at conflating shit.
No. I just asked you a question, right? So as it relates to sexual abuse, do you think that it's more likely than not that Trump sexually abused E. Jean Carroll?
The jury thought so.
No, do
I'm
you
not.
agree- do you
I'll
agree with that
admit,
determination?
I'll admit. I know more about like the physical law and less about the specifics of the actual case. So the jury found him at least 51% likely to have done this thing, right? Not beyond a reasonable doubt, and he wasn't proven beyond a reasonable doubt, which is
Yeah,
what.
thank you for saying
means
something.
applying.
I didn't ask you that question. Appreciate the hand. I said specifically.
I don't need to simply respond
Do
to
you
things you
accept?
ask me.
Cam, if I asked you a question,
Yeah.
I'm gonna
I'm
take
gonna
you to
answer it and I'm
the
gonna
question.
compound on it. Yeah,
No, you never answered my question though. You weren't compounding on my question.
I did.
You were
You
giving
asked-
us context that we've already established that preponderance of evidence is 51%
Yes.
plus. So do you accept that it's more likely than not that Trump sexually abused E. Jean Carroll?
Again, I said that I don't know the specific ins and outs of this case. I know more about the law relating to civil and criminal verdicts.
Do you typically accept a
I know
jury's
more about
determination?
Do I typically? Yeah, typically.
Yeah, so you have best reason to accept it in the scenario because you don't have good evidence to indicate otherwise, as is the case that you typically accept civil liability cases determined by a jury.
You don't have to typically accept 51% preponderance of evidence as absolute fact, considering that it's literally.
Wait. You just said that you typically accept them. So all you're saying
I
is that you
typically-
typically accept the idea that Trump has sexually abused Eugene Carroll.
I typically accept the idea that he 51% likely to have done it, which doesn't mean he did it.
Al, thank you for the $5. So again, would you accept that for like say a babysitter?
Would I accept that? It doesn't.
Yeah, like a babysitter was held civilly liable for sexual abuse. Would you let them take care of your kid?
No.
If someone is held civilly liable for sexual abuse by a jury, should they be able to get access to a gun?
If they're sorry, ask the question again.
If someone was held civilly liable for sexual abuse, should they be able to get access to a gun?
Yeah, I think so.
So, they should be able to get access to a gun.
Sure. I don't think a jury ruling that your verdict, it could be, or it
So
could
violent
be,
offenders should be able to get access to guns?
I think that if they're criminally held liable, they probably shouldn't be allowed to if they're a felon. But if a civil jury just said, well, he might have done it, he might not have done it, I don't think that's
Michelle,
enough.
thank you for the $6 and 6 cents.
So OJ should have been able to get a gun?
OJ Simpson was found not guilty in a court of law. Yeah, I think he should.
In a criminal court, but in a civil court, he was held liable. Do you think that he should have been able to get access to a gun?
Yeah, I don't think a 51% verdict is enough to take your rights away.
Wait, do you think it's enough to
okay.
do you think it's enough to force someone to pay out money?
Well, the point of civil court is to deal with
Yeah, but I'd say taking away someone's right to own a pew would be a synonymous.
Oh, yeah, I don't
upon an
necessarily
individual's bodily autonomy insofar as forcing them to pay out money. So would you say that
I don't
civil courts
necessarily agree with-
are a reliable standard insofar as forcing people to pay out money?
Dan, oh my God. I don't agree with a lot of things in civil court.
So do you or do you not think that civil courts are do you think that they should be able to force people to pay out money? That's the question that I'm at. Because every year they force they force American citizens to pay out billions of dollars.
I'd be on the fence about it. I think that
so you're on the fence of particular families that were sued during the 1960s and 70s for infringement upon civil liberties of particular African Americans should get their money back because you don't know of that ruling from that civil court of law.
I think that the burden of proof should be
evidence
higher.
of standard insofar as the court ruling to have them pay out money.
Yeah, I think the burden of proof should be higher in civil court.
Do you think that this case should be tried in criminal, so that Trump would be forced to give up his DNA? Because Trump not giving up his DNA, I think, could be indicative of him having some level of guilt. That's just one thing. But secondly, you think that someone who is more likely than not a violent offender should be able to get access to a gun?
By 1%, yeah. I don't think that 51% likelihood to have done something wrong is enough to take your rights away.
Even if it's a violent offense?
Yeah.
And again, when you say rights, you mean access to a gun?
Yeah. Or any other right.
So if someone's more likely than not a violent offender, they should be able to run for president?
Yeah. 51% likely to have done something. Sure, I don't think it's high enough. Do you want to talk about the felonies?
Wait,
by the way, when they say more likely than not or preponderance of the evidence, that doesn't mean it's just 51%. That means it's at minimum 51%.
Yeah.
Hey, then also here, if someone is held civilly liable for sexual acts on a child, should their right of living within 500 feet of a school be taken away?
I don't think so. I think they should be held liable in criminal court because the burden of proof.
Fuck, bro.
Wait. For example, in New York, they can't do criminal court for that long for victims of the Catholic Church because it's been past the statute of limitations.
I don't think there should be.
That's why I agree, but that's why they extended it. Right, in New York City, so that the victims of the Catholic Church could come out and talk about and hold them accountable. So they held them civilly accountable. So you think the people that were held civilly accountable for child sexual abuse should be able to get access to a gun only because the statute of limitations was passed?
No, I don't think there should be a statute of limitations.
But they weren't held criminally.
I think they should be. I think they should be held criminally convictable.
Wait, I could say the same thing for Donald Trump.
Yeah, Parker. So unfortunately, I don't have control over the legal system in New York. But if I did, there wouldn't be a statute of limitations.
Okay, so then Trump would have been held, would have been likely found to be convicted because he would have been tested. Listen, his DNA would have been tested.
You're working off of conjecture.
Listen, Cam. Well, the reason why I say that it's likely is because the same way that
should he have been put on trial?
Sure. Well, again, there was unidentified male sperm found on her dress. If it was not his and he never met her in the very first place, why didn't he give up his DNA to exonerate himself?
I don't know. Was he asked to in the trial in the civil?
Yes, and he decided not to give it until after the time period.
Oh, great question.
He did give it.
So if Trump was innocent, there would have been so many good reasons for him to provide his DNA for it to be tested against that on the dress. He would have saved hundreds of millions of dollars from being paid out in defamation suits. He would have been able to countersue E. Jean Carroll right back for hundreds of millions of dollars.
Didn't you just say he
would have negated all the negative PR associated with him being called a rapist. He would have been able to save 2 years of his life from sitting inside of that courtroom, all the legal fees, etc. He would have been able to use the exoneration from. He would have been able to use the exoneration from these particular charges to perpetuate the narrative that it truly is the Democratic Party unfairly politically persecuting the political opponent. Can you name one good reason for him not to provide his DNA to the court, assuming his innocence?
I mean, I'm not Donald Trump, so no, I don't I don't.
I'm
have
not
a-
Donald Trump, and I was able to name 15 good reasons for him to provide it, assuming this.
Yeah, sure. I think that he should have. Yeah.
So thank you for the 5 subs.
I don't know what you're proving here. I'm not Donald Trump.
I'm proving that there's so many good reasons for him to provide his DNA if he was innocent. There's no good reasons for him
Well,
not
didn't
to provide
Parker
his DNA
just
if he was
say that he
innocent.
did?
And he claims
No,
that he's
so
innocent.
again, he did, but it was after the time in which they allowed him to do it. So he knew the time that they allowed him to do it, and he specifically decided to give his DNA after the time that they allowed him, so that he could claim to people that he gave it up when he actually didn't, right? In the context of the court system, because it was never submitted, because it was after the fact.
Yeah, it's
Did
like
he
going to
get tested?
it's like going to Chick-fil-A on a Sunday, then being mad that they're closed.
Chat for the people. Again,
Yeah, no, I think he should have, for sure.
For the people who don't understand, he did not submit it into the court because it was after the time period, but he claimed he wanted to after the time period so that he could specifically make a political narrative about it.
Sure. So we're going to talk about the felonies or what?
Wait, before we do, so why didn't he give up his DNA?
Yeah. So again, I'm not Donald Trump, so I can't answer that question. I don't know. I think he should have.
Is there any good reason?
No,
None that I
it
can
wasn't.
think of. But again, I'm not Donald Trump.
Does that increase the likelihood of him being guilty?
It doesn't increase the likelihood of him being guilty, because if he's guilty, he's guilty. Nothing is going to change that.
Wait, so you think someone...
Could it increase could it change the jurors' minds? Sure.
Wait, so no, what I'm saying is that it would increase the likelihood of guilt, because if he was not guilty, he would have best reason to give up his DNA.
Parker,
But
it
if he
doesn't-
was guilty, he would have best reason
Parker,
to hide
it
his
doesn't
DNA.
increase his likelihood of guilt.
does. I just explained how.
No,
I-
it doesn't. Holy
yes, it
shit,
does.
you're so Parker. You're
Wait,
you're so
listen,
blind.
listen. No, Cam, I
No,
want you to
let
listen.
me
'cause
speak, Parker. All you guys do is fucking railroad.
Cam, respectfully, I just explained this to you, and you didn't listen to what I just said.
Yes, I
The
did,
cuddle,
and
thank
I
you.
was going
What'd
to
I just say?
respond
Tell
to
me what
you,
I just said then.
railroad.
Yeah,
You
why
said
did
that
I
there
say it was
no
more
good-
likely?
Yep, I'm going to explain it right now. Dean, shut up. There is what you said.
Why am I catching strays?
Because you're railroading, dude.
What? Go ahead, bro.
All you do is jump in and ramble, bro. You don't ever let your opponent speak. So what you said, Parker, was that Donald Trump not submitting his DNA sample increases the likelihood of guilt, which it doesn't, because if he's guilty, that's fixed. He's either guilty or
No.
he's not
Why did I say that was true? I described
You said-
why,
but
and you
what
didn't
you're-
listen to the
you're
why.
What you're attempting to say is that it seems to increase the perception of his guilt, not his actual guilt. Because if he's
No,
guilty,
why
he's
did I
guilty.
say it did
Nothing's
that?
gonna change that.
Why? Why did I say it did that? That's what I
You
just
said that
explained, and you
because
didn't listen to that.
because he chose not to.
No, okay, so I'll give you the two routes, right?
Holy
if it
shit.
is the case that he is guilty, he has best reason to hide it. He's most
Yeah.
likely to hide it
Yeah.
because he
Everyone
doesn't want...
got that, Parker.
Can you stop talking? Because he
Everyone
doesn't...
got it, Parker.
Cam, I want you to let me finish if you want me to let you finish, okay?
I've already heard this. I don't need to hear it
then
again.
let me finish explaining it, because I didn't think you did. So, is that okay? Is that fair?
Yeah, if you let me speak proportionally to everybody else.
I will, Cam. But if you actually engage with what I have to say. The only reason I'm cutting you off is because of that. Okay? So again, as it relates, Cam, I'm being totally real with you. Don't be disingenuous. If it is the case that you're talking from an individual who is guilty, they have best reason to say that they don't want to give up their DNA because it would indicate their guilt. If they are not guilty, they have best reason, which would mean it's more likely for them to give up their DNA because it wouldn't demonstrate any guilt in them. So again, given the scenario that either he's guilty or not guilty, it would be the case that he is most likely to give up his DNA if he's not guilty.
I have
Okay?
another really good way to
That's all I'm saying.
Guilt or
Given
innocence
that
is
he didn't give
fixed.
up his DNA, that indicates it's more likely
It
that
makes
he
him
was not
look
guilty.
guilty. I agree with you.
I have
that it makes him look
another.
guilty.
More likely that he was guilty. my bad.
Dean, are you going to let me
Another
respond
way
or
to
no?
think about it.
Let Cam respond real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, I agree with you that it makes him look guilty. I agree with you that he should have given up his DNA. That doesn't mean that he is guilty and his guilt or innocence is fixed. Him choosing to or not choosing to give his DNA doesn't mean that he doesn't change his guilt or innocence. His guilt or innocence is unchangeable. He's either guilty or he's innocent, and him doing those things doesn't change. Stop making faces, Parker. Like,
I said specifically, the conclusion of what I said was that it increased the likelihood that he's guilty. I never said it
The
means he's
perception
guilty.
is
No,
guilt.
it's not perception. It increases the likelihood because, again, in this scenario, if it's either that he's guilty or not guilty, he is more likely to not give up his DNA in the time if he is guilty. That's what I just demonstrated to you. You didn't
the
listen to what I
likelihood of
just
his
said.
guilt is fixed, Parker.
No, it's not. right?
Yes,
in terms
it
of
is.
no, in terms of the evidence that we have, Cam, in terms
didn't do it.
well, listen, in terms of the evidence that we have, right? It is the case that the probability would increase given this particular subset of evidence.
The probability remains the same regardless. The perception of whether he did it changes. Parker,
No,
is
probability.
it,
Okay, so
Parker,
wait,
Parker,
so you mean
Parker,
our
let me
perception
ask
of
you
the
a question.
evidence?
Let me ask you.
just mean
Yes. Yes.
yeah.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay, but that's
Is it
all of these
possible-
cases are based on.
Is it
Every
an
single,
objective
every criminal
fact that
case,
he either did
every
it or
civil
he
case
didn't
is
do it?
based upon perception, and we're
Yes.
indicating what's most likely.
Parker.
That's for every claim of
Yes.
any scenario.
Yes, the perception of likelihood would change through the juror's eyes, but the whether he
Same
did
way
it
it would in a
is
in a
an
criminal
objective
trial.
fact. Yes.
Like
So-
what?
so-
I,
okay,
can I-
so
talking
Cam,
past each other.
Cam, yeah, we are actually talking past each other. I agree with you there. So it is based upon me and your perception more likely now
Yes.
that we know that he didn't give up his DNA. That's all I was saying.
Yeah. No, it definitely makes him guilty. I agree with you.
No, I never said it makes him guilty. I said it makes him more likely.
No, I'm saying it makes him look guilty, which is my perception. I agree with you there.
Yeah, so if you already agree the minimum was 51%, and this is something that was not submitted in the court, then we obviously agree it's significantly more, at least, than 51%.
I don't agree.
That was the minimum.
I don't agree significantly.
Okay, more than 51.
Maybe more than 51%.
No, more, because this wasn't submitted, and this is evidentiary to increase the
But
perception.
again, it's not adequate. It's not adequate to say that he is 100% proven to have done this, which is what Dean is
Well,
espousing.
I never said, no one said 100% proven.
That is
That's not how he's using the term
that is
proven.
what Dean said. Dean said
Cam,
proven,
that's not-
and when people
Cam,
hear
that's-
proven, they
No.
hear it's an objective fact.
No,
That's what
no.
they hear.
No, like, for
Yes.
example, no, when
Pat,
someone
when you hear
says-
the word proven, what do you think? Do you think that it's an objective fact that this thing happened, or do you
It
think
means-
that it's 51% likely this thing happened?
It means it's justified.
Everyone thinks-
it means
no.
it's justified.
You know what you're doing, Parker.
It
You
means
know
it's
what-
justified given a particular standard of evidence. That standard of
Parker.
evidence could be beyond
Yes.
a reasonable doubt. That
When
standard of evidence could be
everyone's
certainty. That
colloquial-
standard of evidence could be more likely than not. And we've clarified many times in my
Parker.
life. I've clarified many times in my life that it's more likely than not. We've already established
Dean,
that.
Dean just said it 5 times and he didn't clarify a single time. When people hear proved and they trust you guys are creators that pull a lot of live viewers. You guys have a lot of followers. You have a lot of people that ride for you guys. And when they hear proved, and maybe
don't
they
have to
don't
say it
stay
every time.
and maybe they don't stay long enough
Wait,
to
Dean,
hear you
Cam.
guys say more than likely, their thought is proven means objective fact.
So when you say it's not grape, and they hear that, when they typically understand that grape is just going to be forceful against someone's will penetration, you are then being misleading because you're defining the term grape differently than how the typical society is defining it. So
Yeah,
the
I just
point that you just
disagree
made
with you that that's what
debunks you on
people
yourself. Debunks yourself.
I
So
disagree with
I could say
this.
I
Yeah.
disagree in terms of the definition of proven.
I
I
disagree.
say that proven can apply
I
to the standard of
disagree.
evidence that exists, whether it be preponderance of the evidence or beyond a reasonable doubt or
I
any other standard you might
disagree
use.
that
Can I hop
colloquially,
in
when
here?
people think of grape,
One
they
second,
think that
Dean,
it's
please.
going to be fingering.
Okay,
I disagree that people would
so can you
colloquially
give me-
understand that as grape.
Yeah, can you give me any reason to believe that? Because again, most people I've interacted with on this live, I interact with people all the time on the opposing side, in my comment section, everywhere, all the time, real time. All the time, and that's how they define it. They define it
Sure,
in that
sure.
way.
And
I
I
ask
interact
people
with
on the
people all the
street,
time
and I
too, and
promise
they
you,
don't.
Cam, if you went up to people on the street and if you ask people forceful penetration of someone using, say, a dildo or using your fingers is grape, and they would say yes. Okay, you cannot tell me that if you went up to a random
Sure, I
person,
might-
they would say it's not
I
grape.
might concede like
So
a foreign
ridiculous.
object. I might concede like a foreign object could be considered grape.
That's not a male member. We already said it earlier.
The majority of people that I interact with are not going to understand like forceful fingering as grape. They're going to understand like
Can I
Do
hop in
you,
here?
Cam, do
Sure.
you want to bet on that? I would put a separate bet to all the lives. I want you
there's
to
no way
go.
to prove
I want you to go because we live in. I want you to go up to random
I don't
people
live
in
LA
Hollywood.
anymore. There's going to be no way to
Thank you so
prove
much.
that.
Go to the city near you, and I want you to ask people in public, right? 10 people, and out of the 10 people, see how many people say it's great.
Yeah, sure.
I'll let you pick the 10 people too.
Yeah, sure.
Can I
Maybe I'll come back to
hop
LA
That's the
in?
thing with
and do that.
subscriptions. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So a couple things I wanted to speak on here. So the first thing I wanted to speak on here was like how you're defining grape. So you guys are having this back and forth saying is it acceptable or unacceptable to define this as grape based upon how the majority uses the word. And while I think this could be relevant to how we the acceptability of us using it this way, I'm more so saying here that not only do I think it's acceptable to call it grape because this is how majority of people use the word, but it's also how grape should be defined. Like
That's
for
a better
instance, like another thing, Cam. Like I say, trans women are women, right? While we could also recognize that majority of society is trans transphobic and doesn't recognize them as such, because I hold to the claim that trans women should be recognized as women, okay? And then like a separate argument here, when you're referencing me fallaciously saying that Trump is a proven rapist without 100% certainty in that fact, criminal courts don't even uphold a 100% certainty in a fact. Can you admit that, Cam?
Yeah, sure, but they.
So what do you say? 1 second. What do you say? So now you're saying that even criminal courts don't uphold a 100% certainty in so far as criminal determinations.
Hyperbole.
So would you say that it would be unjust for me to say that that Trump is a rapist if he was proven within a criminal court?
It was hyperbole. I think that generally, when the majority of people hear proven of something, of a crime, of having done something, generally they're going to think of something close to beyond a reasonable doubt rather than 51% chance to have done it. I think that if it becomes obvious to them that proven rather than something close to beyond a reasonable doubt means 51%.
Wait.
So Cam,
I'm sorry. Let me address this quickly. This is just definitional, right? When you say 51%, that's so disingenuous because it's above 51%.
At least
it's more likely than not.
Sure.
So yeah, so in the same way, when you say 51%, people are assuming that it's just 51% and not more likely than not. So you every single time you say this, you have to understand that you don't add context to every single statement you make in every scenario, 100% context. And I'll add this and I'll bring up the information, but I don't have to say it every single time I say the word. That's what you're telling me I have to do right now. Which you don't do yourself.
Hey, could I bring up another point?
I'm saying is the minimum is 51%, which means that it's possible for it to be at least 51% or maybe more, right? Which is much different, anywhere from 51 to 100% than the beyond a reasonable doubt, which is going to be generally
Cam,
like 98 to 99.99.
Cam, like what I don't know if like you're just having like a comprehension issue here.
Okay, we can stop.
Like we can recognize. So this isn't an ad hom for the reason that I'm not using it to attack your argument. I'm just using it as a simple.
No, you're using it to discredit me. I don't know if you're.
So I'm actually not using that to discredit you. What I'm particularly using to. Hey, Cam, what did you just say?
You said you're sitting here just discrediting me based on my comprehension and cognitive abilities. You're tainting the well to your audience.
So the reason I say that you have comprehension issues insofar as the dialogue that we've been having is this point has been made clear about 4 times so far in the debate, and you just continue to retract and continue to be disingenuous and go back to the same
being disingenuous
you've been holding to the whole time.
Yep.
But just to clarify what I'm saying here, I think that me and Parker can agree with you and recognize that criminal courts uphold a higher standard of evidence than civil courts. However, it is the case that we will use the standard of evidence provided via civil court for a standard of proof the same way we'd use the standard of evidence from a criminal court to tell us what is true and what is false.
Not the same way.
Like the reason I would particularly do this is because the standard of evidence in which I would hold for fact is what is more likely than not to be the case. But I believe specifically within Trump's conviction, it's not merely a 51% chance that it is the case, but much higher than that. But I feel like if we were to delineate like the arbitrary level of probability that Trump that it is true that Trump raped E. Jean Carroll, we'd just be spinning around conjecture.
Do you concede that it's not beyond a reasonable doubt?
Wait, do I concede that it wasn't that this conviction wasn't upheld in a criminal court?
No. That's not what I asked. Do you concede that it wasn't proven beyond a reasonable doubt in civil court?
Yes, because civil court doesn't prove beyond a reasonable doubt.
Okay, so I think generally so I'm not here disingenuous, by the way. I actually really like Parker. I don't know you as well, Dean, but I think that you're both smart young people. I think that you're very intelligent, and it comes across to me when I hear proven rapist or proven sexual abuser. To me, that comes off as intentionally disingenuous. Maybe you're not doing it to be intentionally disingenuous. I'm not sure, right? I don't think that's in your guys' character. I've known Parker for a while, and I don't know that that's in his character. But to me, that's what it seems like, because for me, when I hear that, and then when it's made readily, I think what would happen when it's made readily obvious that the minimum burden of proof in a civil court is 51%, which I don't think a lot of people know.
I think you're being disingenuous. You hold standards of evidence for proof below that beyond of a reasonable doubt. You believe in God. You think that God's existence is proven.
I don't believe in God.
God's existence is not proven.
Dean, you're
beyond 100%.
such a little prick, dude. I don't actually.
Oh wow! Look, now you're insulting.
I don't think that Dean is actually honest. I think that maybe Parker is. I don't think.
Look at you. You're feeling.
You don't know.
You're crying. Let's get some baby bottles in that chat, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get some baby bottles in that chat for the emotional.
You are so
for this
disingenuous.
emotional man.
You don't know anything about.
Oh, are you whining? Are you crying?
You're just ad hominem.
I know that you went on Fox News and fell off.
Yeah,
that's what I know about you.
There it goes. They're the ad homs.
Wait, you just called me a dumbass.
Hold up.
I'm
can
not
I
a
just, like,
Christian.
Can I just bring us back to
After you started insulting me, I'm not a Christian. I don't believe in God.
Okay, good to hear you change your views on
Okay,
that.
I didn't change my views. I was never a Christian. I've been an atheist since I was 12.
Yeah, so
Okay. We have like mutual friends that have told me otherwise, but if I had a misunderstanding about that or they're referencing someone else, my apologies.
Yeah.
Okay, so as it relates to this, I think something that's relevant to bring up is that then I could say that it sounds like it seems like you're being intentionally disingenuous when you don't define it as grape.
No, I don't think that the majority of people would define it as that colloquially. We can disagree on that.
I don't think a majority of people define proven in that way.
I
think
literally
the
just
majority
gave an
would.
argument for this.
My intuition is that a majority of people would, and it doesn't matter because we're really not going to
understanding is that
either
a
way. It's
majority
going to
of
be up to the
people-
audience to like
I know.
who's
so,
right.
so it doesn't really make sense to call us disingenuous for using the terms this way.
Well, I don't know. Maybe
know
I'm wrong.
me and
Maybe I'm
Parker
wrong,
don't
but it
use the
seems
terms
to
this
me-
way just because that's how what we perceive to be true of the majority.
Maybe
it's
I'm
also
wrong.
the case that this
No,
is how
I
we think the
conceded
term
that-
should be used.
You can
Let's not forget about that.
I conceded that perhaps you guys weren't being disingenuous and that was just my perception, and that maybe I'm wrong and the majority of people do define things the way that you define them. But when I hear it and I know that the burden of proof in civil court and I have my perception of what grape is, to me it seems absurd. But maybe to most people it doesn't. Maybe I'm wrong and my perceptions are just wrong. Maybe it's a factor of where I grew up or the culture around me or something like that. It could be that. And I'd also like to note that I was literally talking. I was sitting here talking about how maybe I'm wrong and you guys aren't disingenuous. And I think that you're both very smart people. And then Dean went on a rant about my Fox News anxiety attack, how I'm a Christian and I'm an idiot because I believe in God and I'm not a Christian.
I never referenced the anxiety attack that you had on Fox News.
You're so immature.
Because you called me a dumbass.
You called me
you're
I
crying.
called you a dumbass because you said I'm an idiot for believing in God, and I don't.
Wait, when did I call you an idiot for believing in God? You contort reality to fit your narrative, dude. It's so embarrassing for you. Good thing we have 5,000 people watching and how to call you out on your lies. I don't even need to do it because the 5,000 people watching were listening. They could do it for me.
Right. Yeah. I'm certain they all saw it.
Okay. Yeah. So like as it relates to this, I still think that you would basically say that it's more likely than not that Trump sexually abused Eugene Carroll, and that if you typically accept civil courts based upon like the juries holding them civilly liable, you would have good reason to accept this in typical, unless you have good reason otherwise. Like you have some evidence to dispute or something. Given that you haven't really provided like any evidence to dispute in that case.
Yeah, I'm not disputing it. I'm not saying he did or didn't do it. I'm just saying that I don't think it's enough. I don't think that preponderance of evidence is enough to say that he's a proven rapist or whatever. That's all. That's literally all I'm saying.
So you would vote for someone that's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse?
I mean, it depends on the race. Yeah, I'll probably vote for him.
What?
What?
Yeah.
You say it depends on
the
their
race. No,
or
the race.
Yeah. It depends on not his race. Yeah.
Okay, I was like, what? Yeah. So like, so what would be the worst things, particular that you indicate within Biden, insofar as that you would overlook things like someone being held legally responsible for sexual abuse?
Yeah. I mean, I think that you guys were already talking about this. Like, Biden has also had like a lot of weird stuff going on himself. I think that they're both probably like not the greatest candidates, right? Especially Biden. I find Biden's like actual policy to be worse. And by the way, like I've been spending a lot of time on like Israel and stuff, so I've been spending a lot less time on specific electoral politics. I paid pretty good attention to the recent trial in New York, but I haven't been debating Trump versus Biden a whole lot, so I'm probably a little bit rusty on this topic. My main quarrel was with the proven rapist thing. But I'm happy to talk about some like surface level policy and stuff, or the trial or whatever.
Yeah, like can you?
I'm going to be pretty rusty. I'm not going to know like a super good specific policy. I used to know like a ton of his policies, especially like coronavirus response stuff, like 2 years ago, but it's been a really long time. I know more like Biden policies that I would disagree with, particularly the Inflation Reduction Act. And the reason that I would disagree with it is because both Penn Wharton and the Congressional Budget Office projected that it would do essentially nothing or even increase inflation. And in addition to that, there was no inflation reduction measures in the actual bill. It seemed to be just a climate change
Yeah,
bill.
that's just like a name. So
Yeah,
those are for supply chains long term, which supply chains long term, building those up, decrease inflationary pressure long term. Do you agree with that?
Again, I'm not like an expert, but it seems like the experts do disagree with that. Again, the Congressional Budget Office and Penn Wharton.
Can you send me the long term indications that there was no benefit on supply chain?
Yeah, I can send you a link to that for sure.
And also, would you accept like the Congressional Budget Office in saying that a majority of the increases in GDP by 2034 would have been influenced by immigration, 7 trillion to our economy, or 1 trillion in governmental revenues? So the level of immigration that we see right now, it seems to be beneficial based upon the Congressional Budget Office.
Yeah, did they specify legal or illegal immigration?
They're talking immigration in general, which includes undocumented immigration as well, which they said.
Yeah. So I'd be interested to see. Again, I'm not against legal immigration. I'd be interested to see the breakdown on, sort of how much of that influence came from legal immigrants and how much of it came from illegal immigrants, and what the sort of benefit to negative is on.
No, what it's saying is that like you would see more benefit from increasing immigration.
Yeah,
right?
I'm cool with increasing legal immigration.
Okay. Like, would you want it to go faster? Because right now it takes like 5 to 7 years.
Yeah. I think that the immigration system should be more efficient. I'd probably be in favor of instituting a more merit-based system, but I do think that it can be. I don't know, because I do think that it is super important to screen people, especially for national security reasons. So I don't know. Probably.
Yeah, and don't you think like screening people, making the system go faster would incentivize people to go through like the screening process and whatnot?
What do you mean?
It would take less time to get through the legal process. Like what I'm saying is that people go through other processes as it relates to undocumented immigration. They're more likely to engage in that because it is the case that it takes so long to get into the country through legal means.
Yeah, sure. I don't know if that would exactly solve the problem that
I'm not saying it would solve. I'm just saying it would help.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is I don't know if that would solve the problem on its face, though, because the issue isn't like, undocumented immigrants who are like good people and who are working hard and aren't like committing crimes and stuff like that are still like somewhat of an issue just because they're undocumented. But like the primary issue with that is we're going to want to prevent like criminals and people who have rap sheets in other countries or could be linked to terrorist organizations from coming in the country. And those people aren't probably going to go through the vetting process anyway, just because they know that they won't get it if they won't get in if they go through the vetting process. So I don't know if that would alleviate that issue. But it could help with people who like genuinely just want to come here who are.
So we should prevent criminals from entering into the country, but we shouldn't prevent them from going into the Oval Office.
I'm particularly referring to like violent criminals or people who are linked to like national security threats, like terrorist organizations.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I do have like another question. Do you think that Trump won the election in 2020?
No.
So how do you feel about him undermining our democratic political process and trying to undermine a peaceful transition of power by trying to get Mike Pence to not certify the election results?
Yeah, so that's going to be the reason why I like basically stopped talking about electoral politics for a while, and I was totally turned off to Trump for a super long time. But I think, like you guys said, you're essentially voting for the lesser of two evils, and I've, contrary to you guys, view Trump as that lesser of two evils.
Okay, so even through undermining the democratic political process, being more likely than not a sexual abuser, saying that he would date like a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, calling his daughter voluptuous, saying it's okay for him to walk into changing rooms of teen girls and
I think Biden is also
owns the place.
Like
yeah,
that,
can
like
you give us some of the
showering.
comparable? Could you give us some of like the comparable evils that are true of Biden? It sounds like you were starting to talk about Ashley Biden's diary there. The diary in of itself is confirmed, however, the contents of it are specifically unverified.
Oh, so the diary's real, but the words inside of it are fake? I don't. What are you?
No,
the words
we
inside
just
of it
don't know which
unverified.
parts of it are particularly like gonna be hers and which could have been added, as it is the case that one, we haven't had, I haven't seen someone indicate like a handwriting specialist that would indicate that. And then secondly, as it relates to this, she came out and said that there were false accusations lobbed that at her and people she loves that defame her in them. So like we have pretty decent reason to like say that we don't really know But like,
Yeah,
I
so
mean,
you guys are
obviously,
willing to live that benefit of the doubt to Biden, but you absolutely refuse to.
we don't have more likely than not reason to believe this even.
Yeah, if
But
it's
you don't
proven in a
have
civil-
more
So
likely than not.
you're like wait
You
you're,
have more
wait
likely-
actually I think it's
You
hypocritical.
have more reason to believe that the contents of Ashley Biden's
if the
diary
contents
are
of the
true,
contents
they're
of the
not.
diary
Wait,
were
I wanna
proven
hear
in
what
a
Cam
civil
said
court to be
first.
actually
It's just
Biden's, then
unverified,
believe
just
it.
as Trump's sperm sample is unverified. So it's like
No,
you're
but
willing to
again-
give that
again,
benefit of the
no, no,
doubt to
what's-
Biden, but not to
what's
Trump.
what's the argument for it being more likely than not that these particular words are hers?
Because she confirmed that the diary was her diary.
That
Right.
doesn't mean it's more likely than not her words.
The diary is her diary.
No, I'm talking in the specific context of what
Yeah,
she said.
you're
What she-
arguing.
she
You're
specifically
arguing.
claimed
It's possible
she
that those words were added, but you have no evidence that they were added.
No, we have possible reason to believe it, right? As it relates to
Sure.
the
And you also
people
have
that it was sold
incentives.
to. In
You
the
also
same
have
way that in the
incentive-
same way, listen, in the same way that you would say that it is the case that like there would be possible reason if it were sold to like a left wing organization, right? Like a diary from Ivanka. Like it was stolen, right? And sold to people that
You
are
also-
on the opposite political party.
You could
from
argue
her
the same
father.
thing. You
And
could
then,
argue
like,
the same
Ivanka
thing
came
for
out and
Eugene
said that there's
Carroll.
been false allegations lobbed at
You could argue the same thing for Eugene Carroll. You could just argue, well, Eugene Carroll is like generally liberal. Donald Trump has a lot of money. She could want to sue him for those reasons. Like
Then
for the
why
same
she wait?
that you
I'll-
could
I have
argue
reason
that
to
people
dispute this.
forged Ashley
Cam.
Biden's diary. You could
Cam,
argue
I've thought
that
about this.
Eugene Carroll also lied. Sure. Go
Okay,
ahead.
so the reason why I dispute this is because she waited until she was older, rich, and she wouldn't be able to benefit from the money very much.
You don't. What's her net worth?
If she's a millionaire. I can pull it up right now if you'd like. You
Then
select
also-
out of the app. I can't hear you, Cam.
And also, there's a difference in like the standard of evidence here. If it was ruled in a civil court that the contents of the diary were indeed written by Ashley Biden, well, then we would like assume this claim of Biden to be proven. I just like want to add that part on because I feel like that's really important here.
So Parker, so Eugene Carroll is worth $7 million, and with the defamation and the sexual abuse winnings, she almost doubled her net worth. You think that doesn't benefit her just because she's a millionaire?
She would have more than
dollars
doubled
in
if she got that many. So if
You
she's
think- yeah,
already a millionaire,
yeah, you think that $5
wait, if she
million
wanted
in her
it,
pocket doesn't help her?
listen. She's already a millionaire, so that's a lot of money. And two, she's way older. So why did she wait until she was way older to bring this case into light?
You could argue the same. You could.
He was
argue
already
the
rich.
inverse. You could argue the inverse for why would she wait that long if she did get sexually abused. You could argue.
Because victims do that all the time.
Yeah,
That's
3 out of 4
typical.
victims of
lots
rape
of victims
never
also
reported in the context of their entire lifetime.
lots of
And
people-
then it's very typical for victims.
It's not
And there have-
typical to falsely accuse.
Yes, wait.
No, it's not.
Actually, there's been several people who have accused Trump of sexual abuse and then admitted later on that they didn't do it. I think the same is true for Biden.
So is it typical for a person that accuses to not be telling the truth? Is that what you're saying?
No, I think it's more often than not they're probably telling the truth.
Okay, so then it is the case that it is typical that they're telling the truth. So then you don't have good reason based upon that situation to say that she would be lying.
But what you're doing is you're inserting doubt. And what I'm saying is you can insert the same doubts for the inverse of what you're saying.
Okay, so and again, that doesn't actually uphold. I showed you how you can dispute that.
Sorry, say again.
I told you how you could dispute that.
Yeah, I don't think
More
that
likely than not that she's not lying.
I don't think that you're disputing is
That is disputing. You already agreed with me.
No,
you
no.
agreed with me. It's more likely than not.
Parker, if you let me finish, you'll understand what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that I'm not saying you're not disputing it. That would be ridiculous. What I'm saying is that I don't think that your dispute is strong enough, right? Your disputes were particularly that she wouldn't have waited this long if it had happened until she's older and has money, right? And that this money wouldn't benefit her as much because she's already a millionaire. She's worth $7 million and she made $5 million from the lawsuit and sued for much, much more, right? So in addition to that, she almost doubled her net worth. On top of that, now there's political reasons, right? If she doesn't like Trump and she leans more liberal, now there's a good political reason to sue him, ruin his political career. I'm not saying that's why she did it, and I'm not saying that that's like proof that that Trump didn't sexually abuse her. But what I'm saying is that you can insert doubt in that case the same exact way that you're inserting doubt in the Ashley
the
Biden
reason
diary.
that me and Parker would particularly
That
contest
also
this.
inserts less doubt than you would positive, and also we can dispute those reasons for doubt. Those doubts with reason.
a big reason that me and Parker would also contest this is like I understand what you're saying here. Like we can insert like similar doubts insofar as the motivations, but another really big point for consideration is me personally. If like it was found in a civil court that the contents of the diary were Ashley Biden's, well then I'd say that it was proven that Biden had showered with his daughter, the same way that I say it's proven that Trump had raped Eugene Carroll. So that's particularly why the critique doesn't stand.
I don't think that that's justification for the critique not standing. I think it still stands perfectly.
Well, like what I'm saying here is like maybe like this whole debacle could occur given that it wasn't proven in a civil court that Trump had raped Eugene Carroll. Maybe if it was the case that Eugene Carroll was accusing Trump of raping her, and it was the case that you know, like it was like the contents of the diary, insofar as Ashley Biden goes, were unconfirmed, that a further conversation could be had. But what I'm saying is the specific symmetry breaker, given reality, is that it was upheld in a civil court of law that Trump had raped Eugene Carroll, and it hasn't been upheld in any court of law that the contents of the diary are Ashley Biden's. But considering that if it were to be upheld in a court of law that the contents of the diary were Ashley Biden's, I would hold the same perspective that I hold in the context of Eugene Carroll.
Yeah. So Ashley Biden
ultimately fails.
Sue Joe. Ashley Biden isn't going to sue Joe. There's a whole other layer of like complications there. She's related to him. He's her father. Like, of course, there's going to be issues. Like, just as you guys said, like victims don't go forward and like accuse people for a long time. The same could be true for Ashley Biden. And also there's another layer of like familial issues there. So I don't know. And
again, we don't have reason. We do with Trump.
Again,
so we have better reason with Trump to believe these things are applicable.
Civil courts don't uphold things. Legal, legislative courts uphold things. Civil courts just find liability. That's all they do. They don't uphold anything.
They uphold liability.
Wait, do you at least agree with me that these abhorrent sexual claims are more likely to be true with Trump than they are Biden?
I don't necessarily agree with that.
Okay, so what makes you dispute that?
I don't think that there's really good evidence on either side. I think they've both said things, but I don't.
So the evidence isn't more clear on Trump's side, right? Even though there's been a civil case, even though we have these things of him saying it, right? Literally public. We have the videos of him saying these things about his daughter. Right,
no, I don't. Wait, I was just talking about Eugene Carroll. I wasn't talking about the things about his daughter. I said that I think they both said creepy things. Yeah.
So I mean, but I'm not. I mean, this is a bit worse with Trump. Like, he calls his daughter voluptuous. He said he has sex in common with his daughter. He said he would date his own daughter if she wasn't his daughter. He said that he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He's gone in front of Howard Stern and said yeah to him calling her a piece of ass. He's bragged about walking into changing rooms of girls and like teen girls and Miss Teen USA.
Right. To be honest, I think that a lot of these things are like unfortunate facts of society, realizing things that are fucked up, and old men not like adapting to society and realizing that these things are fucked up. Right. Like, or even just like the verbiage of how you say things, like saying like your daughter is a great person to date or whatever, I think is like a weird ass, creepy old man's way of saying like, I have like a really good daughter and like I made
her voluptuous, which means sexually attractive.
Bro, the reach is fucking crazy.
It's not a reach. I'm not trying to explain it away. I already said that I think it's weird. Like,
do you agree it's sexualizing a 10-year-old to say that you'd be dating her in 10 years?
I don't know. I don't know if I would agree that it's sexualizing.
Oh, okay. So if someone went up to your 10-year-old daughter as a 40-year-old man and said that they would want to be dating her in 10 years, you would say that they aren't sexualizing your daughter?
Yeah, perhaps, yeah. I would definitely probably not want that person around my child.
And Cam, and if it's not specifically the sexualization of the child, well, what relevant attribute of that 10-year-old girl was Trump referencing when he said that?
Yeah, we don't know. Yeah, we don't know.
Was it was it her personality?
Wait, why would you not want him around your daughter?
Yeah, I would just think that it's general. Like if somebody on the street said that, I agree that it would just be like a weird thing, and I probably wouldn't feel comfortable with it for sure.
That's what Trump did. It was just like when she was going up.
And I already conceded that, Parker. So you guys like to really like.
No, I must have not caught you there because Dean was speaking.
I already agreed 10 times. I think it's weird.
Okay. So then
I think both of them have made like really weird comments like that.
Can you name a comparable comment with Biden?
Yeah, sure. I mean, everybody's seen the videos of him like sniffing and kissing children. I think that's weird.
I have a video of Trump kissing children. So
again,
is the only comparable thing?
Again, Parker. So first of all, you don't let me finish. And next, also, I've already agreed that Trump has done weird shit. I've already agreed.
No, I'm not. I know you're not disputing. I know you're not disputing that.
Yeah, well, I have
Cam,
videos
you're misunderstanding my critique here.
That's not what we're
I'm asking you, what is something that's comparable with Joe Biden?
Yeah,
and now you're scrambling.
You don't let me finish. I'm not scrambling.
Go ahead.
I can't think of like a particular comment off the top of my head.
So
Again,
exactly what I mean. You're scrambling.
Again, I'm not scrambling because I'm willing to admit that. I don't care. I already told you going into this debate.
No, you tried to
I
talk about
haven't-
something else before you did that.
Yeah, you're railroading again. I already told you when we went into this debate that I haven't been debating Trump v. Biden a lot, and I came up here particularly to talk about the civil verdict. I already admitted that I'm going to be rusty on this. I'm not scrambling because I don't care. Right, I already told you this. And I already conceded to you that they've both done weird shit. That Trump has said weird stuff and made weird comments.
I know, but you're making the argument that it's comparable when you don't have any reason to believe that. And I've given you plenty of things, and I can show you the videos of Donald Trump
sure I
saying
do.
these sexually abhorrent things.
Parker, I'll text you links after of Biden saying weird shit.
There was
For
one
sure.
thing. There was
I
one
can't
thing
think of
that-
like particulars right now, but like I think
there's
anyone
one thing that
denying
you-
that he said weird shit is would be super crazy. Go
There's
ahead.
one thing that you said that like I particularly disagreed with that I maybe wanted to bring up if that's all right. You said like the comment that Trump had made towards the 10-year-old girl was not sexualizing her.
I didn't say that
and-
it wasn't. I said that it doesn't seem like it is necessary to like the comment that it is sexualizing. It could have been. I don't know. I'm not in his head.
So I think that you did say that it wasn't the sexualization of the 10-year-old.
I didn't.
But I
I
actually
said
contest that. I think it is necessarily the sexualization of a 10-year-old. Yeah. And so the reason that I'd say that is, well, like what relevant attribute or property of the 10-year-old would Trump be like evaluating when he would say that he dated her in 10 years?
They could have-
like for instance, just 1 second. Like we have like standards and preferences when we're determining who we want to be with, who we don't want to be with, who we want to date, who we don't want to date. So what's the attribute about her? We know it couldn't have been anything about her personality. Why would Trump want to date the personality? of a 10-year-old? Or
should
how would he know what her personality would be in 10 years? What is left? Physicalities. So he
I agreed with you already.
How
I
do we
agree.
evaluate who we want to date? Physically speaking, we evaluate that off of attractiveness. So Trump would have been evaluating the attractiveness of the 10-year-old girl and then determining that he wanted to date this attractive 10-year-old girl in his own words in 10 years. So yes, it is necessarily the sexualization of the 10-year-old.
Yeah, so first of all, I did say that I didn't think it was necessarily, but I did agree that it definitely could have been sexualizing.
Then contest my argument.
Again, Dean, I already agreed that they've both said creepy ass shit, and it's weird, right?
Well, I'm saying it. I just gave an argument.
So are
for
you
the
going to
idea
let
that it
me
was
finish, Dean? You asked me to contest your argument, and then you
I
don't
just
shut
gave
the
you
fuck up. So what are you
I
going to do?
I just gave you an argument.
Are you going to be quiet and let other people talk like an adult, or are you going to sit there and ramble?
I just gave you an argument
Figure
that
it out, Dean.
demonstrated that it was
Figure it out.
necessarily the
I've noticed
sexualization
this
of
is
a
what you do
10-year-old.
with
Can you
everyone you debate, every opponent you have, you just cannot keep your mouth shut. All you do is fucking railroad, dude.
Okay,
You
I
are
just
so disingenuous.
I gave you an argument that demonstrated that it was the necessary.
Yeah, and you don't let
sexualization
me
of a
respond to the
10-year-old.
argument.
Well, you
That's
weren't
the
responding
issue.
to the argument. That's why I'm interrupting. I just wanted to get us back on track here. So can
Because
you
you
respond to my
kept
argument?
talking, Dean, because you kept talking.
No,
You
I shut
never
up and let you
shut up.
ramble, and then you just got off topic.
No, I didn't get off topic. You started interrupting me. Holy shit. Okay, anyway. Where the hell were we? Yeah, so, I mean, it could have been, it could have been some, like, base level sexualization. He could have thought, like, maybe it's a kid that's going to grow up to be pretty or whatever. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird as fuck. I agree with you. I already agreed with that, so I don't know why you guys are, like, trying so hard to get me to concede things that I already agreed to.
Well, the reason that I'm particularly pushing this point pretty far is because I think it's common in politics for us to have these extreme biases where we're completely willing to ignore and discount faults within the candidate that we're voting for. But I think that gets really
And have I done
harmful.
that? Have I
One
done
sec,
that?
Cam, please allow
I've
me to
agreed
finish.
with
Cam,
every-
you just got really mad at me for interrupting you, so please just allow me to finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Thanks, man. And I think that it gets really harmful when we start referencing like allegations of SA, civil liability claims made insofar as rape goes, or discounting my claim that it was a necessary sexualization of a 10-year-old, because these are very harmful claims. And when we normalize them, all this does is it tells other men in our society that it's acceptable, right? Because when we're pointing at this guy that we say we want in the White House, and we say that, oh, he wasn't necessarily sexualizing the 10-year-old, or oh, he's not necessarily a proven rapist, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Well, all that we're saying here is, well, oh, all these other guys, yeah, go out. I want you to mimic, right, who the hell is sitting in the Oval Office. You're not going to be looked down upon negatively because now we're normalizing these types of things. And this only puts women, this puts victims at risk more so. And this is particularly why I find it to be an imperative for me to bring up these particular points. It's not because I don't like you. It's not because necessarily that I disagree with like your political views insofar as policy goes. It's because I don't like when we willingly discount and normalize these incredibly harmful forms of rhetoric.
Yeah, I don't think that based on a 51% preponderance of evidence verdict, anyone is normalizing sexual assault. I don't think anyone's looking at Trump. I think people are looking at Trump and thinking he didn't do it, not thinking, oh, well, Trump did it, so I can do it now. Nobody is thinking that, Dean.
I think that when you said that it's not grape, it's sexual assault, and you're holding on to this vernacular just for the reason because you don't like it when we call.
Well, I literally
this is absolutely taking this action and then discounting the true harm that it conveys. Like, I'm going to go ahead and set it straight up. There's no relevant distinction between the harm that a male member could cause or the harm that fingers could cause to a victim. But when we say, oh, this isn't grape, we're going to use another word that doesn't have the stigma as being as harmful as grape. Sexual abuse to refer to it. Well, this is why I particularly think we should use the word grape. But I was also referencing your claims as so far as being sympathetic to the idea that it isn't necessarily the case that Trump was sexualized in a 10-year-old, etc. The language is difficult, and we shouldn't be using this language because it discounts the harm caused by these actions and it normalizes them to a further extent.
Dean, I totally think that your argument about it should be considered grape, people should consider it grape, is way stronger than your argument that the majority of people already do. On top of that, I never said that it was sexual assault to like delegitimize it or anything like that. When you were laying out your crazy scenarios, you're chained up in a dungeon for 4 days and you're being fingered on end for 4 hours straight or have a broomstick shoved in you or whatever. I literally said that I think those things are actually worse than grape. I think that would be like sexual torture, like significantly worse than grape. I never used that word to delegitimize them or say that they're not as bad. I actually specifically outlined in my argument that I think they're worse. I just think colloquially, when the majority of people think of that word, they're not thinking of like inserting a finger. They're thinking of like legitimate intercourse. I already conceded in the spirit of honesty and not being disingenuous. I already conceded that I might be wrong on that the majority of people might disagree with me. It's certainly possible.
How do you use the term? Do you use the term in the same way we are?
What, grape?
Yeah.
No, I mean, I would generally, when I think of grape, my colloquial understanding of that word is going to like involve like legitimate intercourse.
What do you mean by legitimate intercourse?
Like, again, like male member inside a female member. Like that's colloquially how
That is a weird way to define intercourse.
Wait. Can GAY men be
Yeah, I was
grape?
about to say, can GAY people engage in intercourse?
I don't.
Can GAY men engage in intercourse or be graped?
I think. Well, okay. So I guess maybe that
that's
is
a
too
different-
narrow of a definition.
That's insane.
No. So I guess maybe it is too narrow of a definition. But like a male member entering the cavity of another person. I guess like whether it's anus or vagina.
Okay, so I think that's a weird definition of the term grape because like again you could say like other people might be using it, but like in your terms you wouldn't consider it grape, right? For an individual, right, to use fingers, right?
Can a
in that
woman be graped
context.
by another woman?
I think that a woman can probably be like sexually abused by another woman.
So
Not
a woman.
graped?
So a woman can't grape another woman.
Maybe if it's like direct vaginal contact, perhaps. I don't. I'd have to think about it more. I don't know.
Okay, I think that's heavily unintuitive.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Okay. So wait, there's no grape in prisons with only females?
Again, I told you that I'd have to think about it more. I said perhaps.
Oh
yeah,
damn! Yeah. So there's no grape in women's prisons, essentially, like conventionally.
Yeah. So again, I said that I'd have to think about it. Probably not, but maybe if there's direct vaginal contact.
That's fucking crazy.
That's just a weird way to view it. I mean, if you want to view it that way, sure, I guess, but I don't think it changes the contents of what we're referencing for us to define the term grape differently than you.
Sure.
So-
Well, we can disagree on that. I think your argument about the definition of grape should be different than what the majority of people are colloquially perceiving it as. If my argument is the case, I think it's significantly stronger than the previous argument you guys were making, and I might even be inclined to agree with that argument.
Yeah, I don't think that like saying that like we should use the words based upon how majority of them uses is that good of an argument. Like the reasons that I like brought up prior. I
Sure.
think
Glenn,
that,
thank you for the $15.34. Thank you so much, Glenn. I really appreciate that. Can we get some W's for Glenn in the comment section? Thank you so much.
Dean, my whole argument wasn't based on like did Trump. It wasn't about his guilt or innocence or anything. It's just that I think that it's sort of, to a degree, misinforming people's perceptions of the events that happened. He was found civilly liable in a civil court based on preponderance of evidence, at least 51% likely that he did this thing. They categorically rejected the claim of rape and found him liable for a lesser form of sexual abuse.
Yeah, but I think what we're saying here
How
is
is
that
great
civil.
defined?
I think-
Wait,
which I
wait,
think
wait,
that
push that
civil
mustache.
courts-
Wait, hold on, let me add this. Wait, if you want to add all context, no,
I'll
Cam,
shut up in a
Cam.
minute. Just let me get this out. Which I think when people hear what you have been saying, and then they hear what I just said, I think totally upends their perception of what they might have understood when they heard what you said. Go ahead.
Okay, so if you want to add all context, you have to describe to them what grape is defined as under the law, and then you'd also have to describe that there was a jury involved.
Yeah.
That's
Sure,
the
I'd
thing
be.
with adults.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's.
We
that's
should
what
also
happens.
describe that the judge called it
I think the jury's
in the
implied.
court notes.
And I did mention the jury, but I think it's implied anyway.
And then also, I
what
do
you
think
say?
that
Wait,
civil.
couldn't you say it's implied if you say that they were held legally responsible for sexual abuse in a civil court?
Yeah, because unless it's a bench trial, which it almost never is, it's going to be implied that there's a jury present.
Appreciate the sunglasses. Well, it would also be implied if it was a civil court that it was preponderance of the evidence. Am I right?
Yeah, of course it would be.
So then when we say
No, what I was
proven,
saying is I
and
don't
because
think
he was,
most people
and
know
it was
that.
because he was held legally responsible. Wait, so someone wouldn't know that. Well, someone might not know what the law is particularly defined as it relates to the context of sexual abuse versus grape, as it's
Yeah, I'm
defined
totally fine.
legally at that time.
I'm totally fine with making that definition in my argument present to the people who are listening. I don't have any issue with that.
Also, if we're speaking
Every single
legally,
time you say it.
if we're speaking legally here, I think that this actually introduces more complications for your perspective. So civil courts all the time will like hold people like legally responsible for financial fraud and then force them to pay out money as the court would reference them as proven fraudsters. So would you say that like the
Sorry, say
civil
again?
courts force people to pay out money, forces these unproven fraudsters to pay out money?
Yeah, again, I already specified in the beginning of the argument, and I will have to go in a second, but I already specified in the beginning of the argument that I disagree with a lot of how the civil system works. I don't agree with the burden of proof in civil courts. I don't think that it's high enough to force people to pay money to other people. I think
So should we give all that money back? In your ideal society, and so Cam, in your ideal society, would you say that this should be rectified by giving all the money back that has ever been legally
No.
mandated to be given?
No, of course not.
Okay, so
I don't
you'd
think
say
that's
that they have
possible.
been proven to be like
No,
financial fraud.
no, I don't think
Okay, so
that
you
means
see
they've
that
been
these people who haven't been proven of these crimes should be legally mandated to give their money away. This sounds like
No, I
very
didn't
like
say that.
unconstitutional.
I didn't say that. I didn't
It's
say
the
that. I think
implication
that
of your view.
Yeah, no, it's not the implication. I never said that they should be forced to rectify it by giving all of their money back. I think that it would be an unfortunate loss and that the system should be rectified, but I think that it would be incredibly impractical, if not impossible, to force everyone who's ever gotten a civil liability check to give their money back.
Yeah, practicalities aside, would you say that there would exist a moral
Matt, thank you for the
obligation?
$5 from the DNC.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Yeah, well, practicalities aside, would you say that there would exist a moral obligation? Like, for instance, it's incredibly impossible and impractical for me to like go back in a time machine and unalive Hitler before he committed the Holocaust, but I'd still say that'd be a good thing for me to do. So,
Yeah, of course.
albeit impractical for like all of these like civil litigations to have like their money given back to the defendant, would you say that this should be something that would be morally good to do?
Yeah, of course I would think that it would be morally good to do.
So it would be morally.
You're talking about
so
give
just to-
everybody their money
yeah,
back, right?
Yeah. So just to clarify, so it would be morally good to give the white racist people that were upheld to be like were legally forced to pay out millions of dollars due to civil claims made in civil courts during the 19th and 60s back. They should be given. It would be morally good to give them all the money back. Take the money from like the families of these African American victims of civil litigations, insofar as like civil rights go in the 1960s and 70s. And it would be good to give all the racist white people their money back.
You just take like the most. Okay, so let me respond fully to this. You just take like the most, and I get it. You're doing like a reductio ad absurdum. I understand, but the issue is that I can still think that some of the people in those civil cases were guilty of doing a bad thing. I just don't think that the burden of proof was high enough, even in those cases, right? Like I think the burden of proof should have been blanketly high enough or higher for everyone to make sure that we're not making mistakes in our legal system. But that doesn't mean that some of the people who have been forced to give up money were sort of wrongfully forced to do that, right? I can still think that those people who made civil rights violations in the 1950s and 60s were wrong for doing those things and that they did those things. It probably seems abundantly obvious that they did, All I'm saying is that I think the burden of proof should be higher. It doesn't mean that anybody's
actually, Cam, we could literally agree on this point, but this shows that you were being a little bit disingenuous earlier when me and Parker were upholding the position that it's not the case that there's a 51% chance that Trump had raped E. Jean Carroll, but much higher due to the preponderance of evidence actually suggested from the prosecutioners in the trial. Like we're saying, because he didn't provide his DNA, because of the consistency in the testimony of the therapist's notes as well as the testimony of the other people there, because of all these facts, right? I'm not saying that he's proven to be a rapist merely because of the litigation made by the civil court, but also because of the literal evidence that was suggested in the trial.
So that's your
and this was
opinion.
the point that Parker and I were suggesting earlier, that you were actually rejecting.
Yeah, so that's your opinion that because of those pieces of evidence, he is a sexual abuser. But when you're saying proven, what people correlate that to is like proven beyond a reasonable doubt, I think in general. I could be wrong, but I think in general, when people hear the term proven, especially as it relates to criminal offenses, they're going to think proven beyond a reasonable doubt. On top of that, yes, it probably is more than 51%. The problem is that with that standard of proof, you're never going to know the exact percentage that the jury thinks is of guilt, right? Whatever. So the problem is that it could be a wide range of anywhere from 51% to 100% likelihood of guilt that the jury decides on. It could be anywhere in that range, which is a problem. I think that the minimum likelihood of guilt should be brought up significantly.
So you're holding to the position that you have the opinion that it wasn't proven to a certain degree in which could instantiate the keyword proven like rapists. Well, see, that's like the opinion that I'd be contesting. I think that if this matter were to be brought to a criminal court of law, that he would be held criminally liable for rape.
Sure, that's cool. Well, he wouldn't be held criminally liable.
No, not a liability claim. Like speaking in legal terms, I would be criminally convicted of rape. So.
Yes. I mean, that's sure. That's your opinion. I mean, I have. Again, I'm not going to say that I think he would or would not be convicted because, again, I'm probably not as familiar with the intricacies of that case as you guys are.
Given the consistency of my opinion here, why would you? The only way that you could contest my usage of the word proven rapist would be by contesting my opinion. And it doesn't seem like you can contest my
contesting that you're saying proven when the majority of people hear proven related to a criminal offense. They're generally going to think proven beyond a reasonable doubt, which isn't the case. So that's my issue with your claim. My issue with your claim isn't that I'm saying Trump is innocent. My issue with your claim is that you're saying he was legally proven.
Okay, well, now you're contradicting what you had said. Well, now you're contradicting what you just said because you said while the civil litigation can uphold a minimum of 51%, there's still particular cases that you'd be able to point out through history and say that these individuals were proven beyond a reasonable doubt.
No, I didn't say that
they merely met the threshold of the 51%.
No,
and this is exactly what I say about Trump.
That is not
it's not merely the fact. It's
lying.
not merely the case that I just called Trump a proven rapist because of the civil conviction, but it's also a conjunct of the specific evidence upheld in the court.
Dean, you're lying again.
What did I particularly lie about?
I didn't say that there are cases throughout history where people were proven beyond a reasonable doubt. That's not what I said, because in civil court, you don't get proven beyond a reasonable doubt. What I said is there are particular cases in history where I would probably subjectively believe that those people are still guilty and still should have been forced to pay out money or whatever to make up for or rectify things that they did, right? There are cases where I think that that's the case, and probably, honestly, most cases throughout history, probably at least 50% of them, right? But that doesn't change the fact that I still think the burden of proof should be higher, which I'm actually extremely surprised that you guys don't agree with.
Well, I mean, I think that proof, right? My standard of evidence for proof would be just what's most likely to be the case, and I could point out like other
good enough for you.
Many like other scenarios where I'd use this. Like I'd say it's like proven that consciousness would like arise given like 20 to 24 weeks gestational, because that's when it's most likely to occur given our scientific involvement, right? I would say that like
Yeah, that's a philosophical argument, not finding somebody liable for something.
That's not a philosophical argument, no.
You're making an argument about abortion based on like scientific evidence, and you're arguing abortion.
Wait, I'm saying that it's proven that consciousness occurs,
which is fine because you're making an argument that doesn't force people to forfeit their assets, which is totally different. When you're forcing people to forfeit their assets, and you're only proving them at a minimum of 51% likelihood of doing something, I don't think that's adequate to make them forfeit their assets or rights.
Okay, so then you'd say that the tens of millions of American citizens who are forced out to pay billions of dollars.
Why can't you guys
can I ask you a question?
It's so intuitive.
No, we're just talking about what you believe.
It's actually insane.
Hold
Yeah.
on, we're just talking about what you believe. Like, if it was more likely than not that your child was sexually abused by someone, would you believe it?
If it was more likely than not,
Yeah, 51%.
51% civil court. Well, if my child was sexually abused and I found out about it, I would take them to criminal court.
No, again, let's say you found out about it past the statute of limitations. You can't take it to criminal court. You could only take it to civil court and hold them out.
Well, I think that creates kind of a conflict of interest, because in this situation, I'm going to be dealing with like familial ties, and most parents are generally going to like believe their child no matter what. So probably,
No, but that doesn't mean you have good reason to. We're talking about what you have good reason to, right?
yeah. Would I have good reason to? I mean, I don't think that you would have good reason to. No.
Oh, okay.
Again-
But you would still believe it?
Again, well, yeah. I mean, probably if it's my child, like if it's my sister or something, I'd probably be inclined to like believe my sister just because she's my sister. But in general, if you're only being proven at a minimum of 51%, and of course you'd also subjectively have to see all the evidence yourself and make a determination in your own head. But generally, if the only evidence you have is that they were proven at least 51% likely to have done this thing in a civil court, you're essentially looking at, well, they might have done it and they might not have done it. It could go either way, right? That's the problem.
No, what you're saying is that you have better reason to believe that they did do it comparative to not doing it.
Sorry, I was
What I'm saying is you have better reason to believe it rather than not to believe it.
I think it depends on the like subjective evidence in the court too. And the other issue you're dealing with in situations like
Yeah,
this,
but you don't
as well,
even know any of the evidence. So again,
right?
if you-
Exactly, because you didn't provide any. Right. So again,
Well, I can provide it, but I'm just saying that you don't know. You never brought up any of the reasons to dispute it.
The other issue too is that like Joe Biden and Donald Trump both kind of face unfair justice in all situations if they're ever in a court, because essentially everyone has an opinion about these two people. Like I think that's another issue that's kind of actually unsolvable.
But this was unanimous.
Biases exist in all juries. People have biases against people with tattoos.
Yeah, but I think-
in a lot of juries, there's implicit racial biases. There's also attractive biases. The goal of like jury selection isn't to look for people who don't have biases. The goal of jury selection is to look for people who could set their biases aside.
I'm
and
aware.
operate on
I
the facts
studied
presented
criminal
in the
justice
case.
for 4 years, Dean. I'm aware.
Well, if you studied criminal justice for 4 years, then you'd also be aware of the fact that just referencing the potential bias of the jury is not sufficient in saying that it's an unjust conviction.
Yeah, I didn't say that, right? I just said that we're dealing with particular issues, I think, especially when it comes to celebrities and politicians, especially ones that are as well known as Joe Biden and Donald Trump. You deal with a lot of biases. Everyone knows them. Like in a situation with O.J. Simpson, there might be people who don't know who O.J. Simpson is. But like with Donald Trump and Joe Biden, everyone knows who they were because they were former presidents of the United States or current presidents of the United States. So you're dealing with incredible biases, which I think is another issue. You guys also brought up OJ earlier. I mean, do you guys think that OJ did it?
Given the civil liability, I would say it's more likely than not. Yeah.
Sure, but he was proven.
Ryan, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much.
Beyond a reasonable doubt, he was acquitted.
Yeah, no, that just means it wasn't proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. But that doesn't mean that he didn't.
Which is a higher standard of proof than the civil case.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he did it. He didn't.
Yeah,
do it,
exactly.
I meant to say that doesn't mean he didn't do it. You believe he did it?
I think he did it too. Do you think that Kyle Rittenhouse should have been held legally responsible for his actions?
So if it's based upon a standard of more likely than not, right? I would like to see that case, but like that was based upon a criminal court. So we didn't have reason based upon a criminal court. We didn't have reason. Listen, we didn't have reason based upon a criminal court to say that he should have been held legally responsible.
So you guys,
I would
are
love
cool.
to see how it would be tried in a civil court.
So you guys are cool with like actually lower standards of proof.
I'm cool with
you guys actually defer to lower standards of proof.
I think that more likely than not, as it relates to civil liability, is enough of a reason to believe it's true in this scenario.
But no, you're not understanding. Do you prefer lower standards of proof, 51% preponderance of evidence, as opposed to beyond a reasonable doubt? Which do you prefer?
No.
Oh, you're not understanding my point.
Okay.
Obviously, I would prefer the case of the beyond
so why
a
do you?
reasonable
So
doubt.
in the
What you're not
OJ
understanding is
situation-
what
so
you're
in
not
the OJ
what you're not
situation, why do you
understanding
defer to the civil
is that
case?
listen, be quiet for a second. What you're not understanding is it relates to the probability of evidence. So that's in terms of it being true. If you are not found guilty in a criminal court, that doesn't mean you are innocent.
Yeah, of
right?
course it doesn't.
So again, that just means that the probability of it being true is anywhere between preponderance of the evidence and beyond a reasonable doubt. So there is a reasonable doubt, but it's beyond preponderance of the evidence. So I do think that that's good enough reason. That would actually pose a question of whether or not you think that's good enough reason, because you were questioning whether or not preponderance of evidence is good enough of a reason. And if you don't have good enough reason as it relates to the context of the beyond a reasonable doubt, why would you accept that?
Yeah, I'm going to be leaving soon, but I've already explained this pretty thoroughly. I don't think that preponderance of evidence is a strong.
I know, but why do you accept the OJ case? You said he was guilty.
I don't accept the OJ case. I think he did it.
Oh, okay.
Holy shit! I just explained that. All I
You
was
said you do
illustrating-
then. If you
all I
think
was-
he did it, you think he is guilty.
No, I think that juries are wrong sometimes, but I think that you need a high burden of proof
What
in
is this
order
guy saying?
No, you're saying
you
you
want me
think
to
he
finish?
Oh,
did
do you
it.
accept OJ's guilt?
No, I think he
We're
did do it. I
referencing
think
the
he
jury of
murdered
the
his
civil
wife.
case. We're referencing the jury of the civil case.
Okay,
No,
so
no,
he does
I'm
accept
referencing-
it, but the probability is anywhere between beyond a reasonable doubt and preponderance of
shit.
the evidence.
Parker, if
He
you
said
just let
preponderance
me-
of evidence is not enough, and he
If
said
you
that
let
beyond
me
reasonable doubt
explain-
is. So if it's
Parker, I don't know if you're doing this on purpose, but you're again railroading. Like you make
sorry,
a
go
claim
ahead.
about my position, and you don't let me respond to your
Go
claim
for
about
it,
my
go for it,
position.
go for it.
So again, my position is that I think the burden of proof for civil trials or civil lawsuits should be higher if we're going to seize people's assets for forfeiture,
Yeah, I know.
or take their rights away, like you guys said earlier, possessing a firearm or whatever. Okay, so I think that the burden of proof in that situation should be higher. However, I think that there is a margin of error when it comes to criminal proceedings on both sides, right? I think what is it? About 4% of people who are convicted for like death penalty crimes are exonerated every single year. I think there's a huge margin of error there on that side where people get sentenced to prison and they didn't do it. And I think there's also a big margin of error where people are found guilty of things that they didn't do. So I'm saying it. What I'm illustrating essentially is I think the burden of proof should be higher, so we're not making mistakes. But I do think that mistakes will still happen.
So again, that's not a response to what I'm saying because I was asking you why.
No,
do
you didn't. You
accept-
didn't say you. All you did was
you just
illustrate
complained about me cutting you off. Please
all you
listen.
did was portray my position incorrectly, and I just corrected.
No, I
Yes,
didn't.
you did.
So the probability of this, right, is anywhere between at the maximum beyond a reasonable doubt, right, and preponderance of the evidence, which means that if your standard is everything above beyond a reasonable doubt, that means that it doesn't meet within the context of what it's between. Like think about it this way.
I have no idea what you're trying to say, Parker.
Yeah, I'll try to explain. 51% to say 75% is beyond a reasonable doubt, right? Anywhere between that is what the OJ case would have fallen in between, okay? Whereas you only accept things above beyond a reasonable doubt, so 75 and up. So if it was anywhere between 51 and 75 is your minimum standard of evidence, you wouldn't have the good enough probabilistic evidence to accept it if you're relating to the OJ case because the probability was anywhere between 51 and 75. Does that make sense? Yeah, I can't hear you because you're swiped out of the app.
Try to explain it a little bit better. I'm not tracking.
So beyond a reasonable doubt, let's just make up a particular probability for you to be able to understand what I'm saying here. Let's say the probability
I don't think
of
beyond a reasonable
likelihood.
doubt is going to be 75%. I think it's going to be higher than 75%.
I understand that, right? We'll say it's higher. I was just giving an arbitrary number just to demonstrate this conceptually. I don't know why you're being so dense. Okay, so let's say it's 95%. Okay, so anywhere between 51 and 95% likelihood would be the likelihood of OJ being guilty because he wasn't accepted for beyond a reasonable doubt, but he was accepted for civil liability. So, but you only accept things 95 and up. So if it's anywhere from between 51 and 95, that's not a high enough probability for it to be true for you to accept it if you only accept 95 and up. That's what you're not understanding here.
No,
you accept the OJ case even though it's below your probability.
I don't
standard.
accept the OJ case. I disagree with
Can I ask a question?
I agree.
Wait.
Yeah.
What?
Hold
You
on.
were saying
We're
you
talking- I think
did
no.
it.
Parker. I think we're talking about two different things. Yeah, I think we did it. I don't accept the criminal trial. So I disagree with the criminal trial. But again, I'll illustrate this. Like the civil case has nothing to do with the reason why I think that he did it. I think that he did it because of the evidence presented in the criminal trial. I just think that the jury ruled incorrectly due to their own personal biases. Okay. I think that the burden, I understood your point perfectly. I think that the burden of proof should be much higher for civil proceedings. But I think that there is still a margin of error, even if you're feeling
real
beyond a
quick,
reasonable doubt. That's all I said.
Do you think that Brown v. Board of Education should be overturned?
I never said that.
So, I mean, this is probably the most monumental civil case that we've ever seen.
Dean, if you listen
know
to
about
a
it?
of what I said, you would already know my position on this. You're,
Well, I mean, if it is-
you're either not listening or you're intentionally being disingenuous by
So,
misrepresenting.
if it is true that you think, given the current standard of evidence for civil
Yep.
courts, that this should be changed. However, at the same time, you also uphold the claims.
Again, you're presenting a false
Do you mind
dichotomy.
do you mind if I finish, Cam?
You're presenting a false dichotomy. So I prefer to actually, if you didn't, go ahead. Let me.
I'm not even presenting a dichotomy.
You are presenting a dichotomy. You're presenting
No,
the
the
dichotomy.
reason I'm not presenting a dichotomy is
You're
because
presenting
I'm
the
not asking you
dichotomy
a question.
that because I think that
Maybe if you let me finish, you would understand that I'm not.
I
presenting a
understand exactly what you're saying. The dichotomy
So
is
how could you understand what I'm saying if you won't allow me to finish?
because you've already made this argument 3 times.
So
Dean.
I'm not even making an argument. I'm relating my perspective to yours. If you just allow me to finish.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, like we've been able to point out like multiple civil courts of laws in which you would agree with the ruling of, right? So what I think that this tells us is that multiple things could be true. Like for instance, you agree with the claim made by the civil court in the context of O.J. Simpson, while also thinking that the standard of evidence should be higher for civil courts. You agree with the claim made of Brown v. Board of Education, while also upholding that the standard of evidence should be raised for civil courts. So what's the issue with me saying I agree with the liability claim made by the civil court, particularly within Trump's grape case, while also thinking that the standard of evidence should be raised with civil courts?
Because that's not what you're
actually agree with you.
He was proven.
Yeah,
I'm glad that we can agree on this, Dean.
the particular standard of proof in which I'm mentioning would be above that of 51%.
But the majority-
As I believe
no.
the evidence, one second, as I believe that the evidence presented within the grape case was higher than that of 51%, the same way you believe the standard of evidence presented in the OJ case and Brown versus Board of Education was above 51%.
Do you guys see this? Dean will present an argument, make a gap for me to respond, and then cut me off. So again,
I was talking the whole way through. You were just getting a bit trigger happy.
I'm glad that we can agree. I'm glad that we can agree that the standard of proof for civil cases should be increased. I think that creates a lot of space for it to be weaponized against people. Potentially even, I know you guys, well, actually, I don't know for sure if you guys talk about a lot of race issues, but it seems like it could be used to be weaponized against minorities. So I'm glad that we can agree that the burden of proof should be increased.
Yeah, but what I'm also saying is that the ideal burden of proof, which I believe it should be increased to, was sufficiently met.
Yeah, but that's not what you're saying. You're not saying...
That
you're
is
not
what I'm saying, yeah.
No, you're not. So let me respond. You're not saying, I, Dean, typically tend to agree with the standard of proof that was provided in this civil case. What you're saying is that Trump is a proven rapist. And when the majority of people hear proven rapist, as it relates to a criminal offense, the term proven is generally going to correlate in people's head as proven beyond a reasonable doubt, not proven 51% likely to have done something.
Wait, I don't know.
We just mean when we say proven that you have good enough reason to believe it. And again, I want to.
Nobody's thinking that. Nobody's thinking that in their
yes, we are. Cam,
nobody's thinking that in their head.
So let me clarify.
Not a single person.
You accept that OJ did it, and the reason why I keep bringing this up, I want to clarify this point because I don't think that we clarified or went over it completely. And Dean, I promise I'll let you get there, but this is really relevant to the conversation. Do you think that it did in the OJ case meet beyond a reasonable doubt?
Did it meet? I don't know the particular ins and outs of the OJ case, like right off the top of my head. I'm not talking about the civil case. I'm talking about like the criminal trial. I think that the jury made a misstep and found him not guilty in that case. Sure.
Yeah, I understand. But so you think it was beyond a reasonable doubt?
That what was beyond a reasonable doubt?
Him being guilty.
Yeah, in my head, I think that it would probably be beyond a reasonable doubt. If I was in that jury, I would have, really pushed for him being guilty. But unfortunately,
there is no reasonable doubt in that case.
Does make mistakes.
So there's no reasonable doubt in that case, is what you're saying?
In what case?
OJ, the OJ case.
What do you mean? I'm saying there's no reasonable doubt.
Yeah, because
in my opinion, I don't see any reasonable doubt. Yeah, it seems like he did it.
Yeah. So again, because what I was saying is that you weren't accepting that, even though it was determined by a jury to be below beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay, so which means that it would be below 95% if we were to say that the arbitrary standard for beyond reasonable doubt would be 95%.
Yeah, it's not 100% accurate.
It would be below 95, which you said below 95 isn't good enough reason for you to accept it because you only accept beyond reasonable doubt.
I didn't say that. Okay, you're super conflating my argument. What I am saying is that the burden of proof should be higher in civil cases so that we can be more accurate when we are.
This doesn't purport an issue for our
Dean,
world.
shut up. Nobody's talking to you. Let me finish.
I'm talking to you,
All
Cam.
you do is railroad. Holy shit.
All you
Let
do
me
is
finish.
repeat the same point 10
Oh
times.
my God, because you guys aren't understanding. Like, Dean,
No,
you
you're repeating the
particularly
same point, you're not
are
answering
not
my
getting it through your head.
You're not
Because,
answering Parker's question, and
yeah.
you're repeating the same point that doesn't address our worldview.
I've already
I
heard
understand
that
I make you mad
Well,
because I'm
this is
smarter
done.
than you, and I'm
I'm
absolutely
done.
dunking on you.
Yeah,
Go ahead and
right.
run away, buddy.
I mean, look at the chat. I don't think nobody thinks that you're dunking on me. So I'm gonna dip
oh
out. My
yeah,
girlfriend's
yeah. Appeal to the 95% of people in the chat that don't use critical thought. Yeah, real strong argument
Yeah.
there.
Oh,
buddy.
your own people are stupid.
Oh no,
whoa.
I'm particularly
Those
referring
aren't
to the
his
Trump
people.
supporters.
Those aren't his
Oh,
people.
Parker's people are stupid. Oh.
No,
Let's
those
see
aren't
it.
his people because they're disagreeing with him. My people are agreeing with Dean. Cam, why are you being like an idiot? He literally didn't respond to my point there. Like, I think it's so fucking disingenuous for him to come up here and act like Dean was railroading the whole time when every single time I asked him a question, he just repeated the same fucking statement. He didn't answer my question.
Yeah, I ultimately
And he's
think
like, why are you guys cutting us off? Because you're not answering the question. You keep repeating the same question. Answer every time. That's not even answering a question I'm asking. Obviously, I already understand you want a standard of evidence that is higher than preponderance of the evidence. Holy shit, I heard it like 40,000 times. But that wasn't the question I was asking. By
right,
any
like
means.
I ultimately think that Cam brought up the good point that the standard of evidence for civil courts should be higher, but this doesn't refute
Chat, we didn't kick him. He left.
that the standard of evidence met in Trump's grape case was beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt.
Yeah, he literally left. So, all right, we're gonna go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Type MAGA in the comment section right now if you are MAGA and you want to be brought up. Type MAGA in the comment section right now if you want to be brought up and you are MAGA. Yo, Anna, thank you so much. I appreciate the hand art. Thank you.
Also, I'm probably going to hang out for like maybe one or two more before I do hop off here for the day.
For sure, for sure.
Also, if anyone watching does want to support either myself or Parker, we both have our Venmos, Cash Apps, PayPal all in the bio. We get 100% of proceeds over this platforms, y'all.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Is that mine or what?
Yeah, are you voting Trump? Okay, I'm just gonna go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024.
Also, for the people in chat saying that I kicked Cam, I don't even have moderation powers.
You do on your main account, but you're not even on it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? It's just add as a guest.
Me, I'm 23.
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
I'm kind of on the fence still, but
Okay.
I don't know. It really depends on more of the I thought the debate was kind of stupid, to be honest.
Yeah,
Matthias, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love, Matthias. Sorry, Parker.
Yeah, I think you should. I think you should listen in. But I am gonna look for people who are specifically like voting for Trump. I do appreciate you coming up.
Oh, well, I think I am going to vote for Trump. I mean, I'm
okay.
still on the fence, but I think I will.
Okay, so why so?
Well, various reasons, but one of the most important being obviously the economy.
Okay, so what about the economy did Trump make better?
Well, there's lots of, if you look at statistics, there's a lot. Well, obviously I can't pull them up right now on a live, but so for anyone in the chat that's going to ask me for proof, I can't really give it to you currently, obviously. But, you know, gas prices being one, the oil crisis being two.
We're producing more oil in the United
let's
States
see
now
here.
than any country that's ever existed or at any point in history, including Trump's administration. And
How are
then
we
gas
producing
prices
more
were
oil?
lower under Obama in 2016.
Well, I'm not denying that. I'm not saying that I'm a full-on Republican. I'm saying I'm going to vote for the person that makes the most sense.
Yeah, but like
Okay.
what I would essentially argue here is that you have to identify what Biden would have done that would have caused the increase in gas prices.
Yeah. Like, I don't think him just sitting in the Oval Office is enough. It would have taken legislation.
Okay, so what caused the gas prices to rise then if it wasn't Biden?
Yeah. So what caused the gas prices to rise would be OPEC cutting their production of oil, along with particularly, I just got a harassment and bullying flag. What the hell? Along with particularly the Russia-Ukraine situation, leading to us getting less Russian oil. But Trump made the deal with OPEC to cut production of oil, which then led to an increase in
Trump
prices.
did. Oh, that's an interesting point.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that was through 2022, and then after 2022 was expanded after even further. That same deal.
And if the U.S. is making so much oil, then how come we don't have any? How come the gas prices are still high? Because, like you just said,
A reduction in global oil supply available to the United States.
Yeah,
So-
like Trump.
I'm sorry, you cut out a little
No,
bit. What'd you
go
say?
ahead, Parker.
So
my apologies.
although there was an increase in oil from the United States in terms of domestic production, there was a reduction in distribution from countries around the world, which reduced the available supply of oil to us as individuals here in the United States.
Yeah, like the reduction outside
Because
of
we
the
import-
US, the reduction of the oil supply outside of the US was much greater than the increase of the oil supply inside of the US.
That's why prices went up globally.
That-
There was
you see
inflation
how
in
that-
Asia,
that-
in
that
South
contradicts
America, in
its own
Africa.
argument.
What's that?
No, that contradicts its own argument. That doesn't logically
this
that doesn't make
contradict?
sense.
What's the
What?
contradiction?
You're saying that we have a high supply of oil in the U.S., but because of other countries, we somehow have less oil, or less,
okay,
distribution.
Yeah, so there's domestic supply and then there's imports. Imports is going to be the oil that we're getting from other countries around the world. So our imports decreased, right? Whereas our domestic supply increased. But the domestic supply increase was outweighed by the amount of decrease in imports from other countries. So we had a reduction in oil supply available to us, even though we increased production domestically here in the United States.
So, but we should still have oil then. Like that doesn't make sense.
We do have
Okay.
oil, right? But there's a reduction in the
Well, how come
overall
the gas
supply
prices-
because
gas prices are still-
there
doesn't
was a
matter.
reduction.
That
there was
doesn't
a
matter.
reduction in the yes, there does. It's supply and demand. If there's a decrease in supply, given the same demand, there's an increase in price.
Oh, I think what she's not understanding here is that oil is a global market.
Yeah, it's not just
I
the
know
United
that
States.
oil is a global market. I'm not an idiot.
Well,
I'm
I mean,
saying
if it
if
is the
the
case that you
United
understand
States
that oil is a
is
global
producing more
market,
oil-
then you'd understand that all things considered, when we see a decrease in the supply of oil to this global market, we see an increase of the price of oil in this global market. And while the U.S.
what you're
did
not
increase the
understanding that
supply
I'm
due to the
saying-
decrease of the production in other countries, ultimately speaking, the supply was decreased. Like imagine this. Imagine you make apples and so does your sister. And last year, you guys both made 5 apples, okay? So you have 10 apples to sell. But this year, you made 6 apples, but she only made 2 apples. Now, all of a sudden, you have less apples to sell than you had last year at 8, okay? Even though you made more. And think about your sister as the rest of the world's oil production, and think about you as the US's oil production. You're making more oil this year, you made an extra apple, but the rest of the world is making less oil. Your sister made 2 apples in comparison to 5, so ultimately, there's less apples in the supply, just like to this year, there's less oil in the supply.
Well, it wasn't just this year.
In reference to the last 4 years, this would be true, my fault.
I see your point, and I think that's a very valid point. I guess it depends on how much the increase was in the U.S. I mean, if it was only a small amount, then that's not even a valid point to bring up if we're the top leading country in oil, and that's like, why even bring up the point if we're not making enough to cover ourselves?
Because we don't do that at any point, right? We actually produce more oil now than we did under Trump's administration. So it's not a problem with particularly like something that Biden is doing. Does it make sense?
And how can, okay, so if I decided to vote for Biden in the election, how is he going to make gas prices, grocery prices go down? Because obviously this is a valid issue in today's world.
Yeah, so you don't
I mean, you
necessarily
can't
want
deny
to
that.
cause deflation, but that's not going to be something that is dealt with by the president. That's something that's dealt with by the Federal Reserve.
And
So they can
Oh,
try to do
interesting.
things to like alleviate the middle class, things like an infrastructure bill, like building up jobs as it relates to manufacturing. But the entity that deals with price stability is the Federal Reserve, not the president.
the president has more power than you might think, though.
Girl, I study economics. I have a major in economics. I have a degree, and this is
That's awesome.
This is
I'm
how
so
the
proud
Federal
of you. I
Reserve
have a
works
degree in law.
in relation to this is how the Federal Reserve works in relation to like price stability. That's one of their mandates. They have a dual mandate: price stability and maximum employment. So
I'm sorry, you cut out a little bit. Say that last
so
part again.
they have price stability and and maximum employment. Those are the 2 mandates they have. So in efforts to cause price stability, they'll like influence the increase in interest rates, which will decrease demand in the economy. So that's the entity that deals with it. What are the three branches of government?
You're asking me?
Yeah.
You have a degree in law.
Legislative. Of course I do. Well, currently, I shouldn't say that. I'm
Legislative.
in law school. Presidential. That's one of them,
What
isn't
else?
it?
What else?
Presidential?
And what else?
Why aren't you putting another finger up? That's one of them.
Yeah, put 2 fingers up, Parker.
Sorry. Yeah. So yeah. What was the other one? Oh, you're swiping out? She's probably looking it up.
No, I'm not. It's cutting out for me.
What is it?
Hang
What's the
on.
third branch?
I think my Wi-Fi's doing.
What's the third branch, Allison?
Hello?
What's the third branch, Allison?
Hello?
Allison,
Yeah, we
don't
hear
have
you.
any bars.
Yeah, we can tell if you're lagging or not.
I do
It
not
tells
hear-
us.
It tells us if
No,
you're
I
lagging.
cannot. Okay, I can't hear anything anyone's saying. I see your lips
Echo,
moving.
echo, 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 echo,
Echo.
You guys just
Yeah,
yelling
I
into
can
the
hear
mic and I
myself.
don't hear anything.
Well,
I can hear myself
ourselves.
through your mic.
So I don't think it's lagging. Do you want to tell
Hello?
us what are the three branches of government?
Test. You can hear it.
I can't hear anything. What's going on?
You can
Allison,
literally hear it through her mic.
you can hear me.
Allison. See what I mean?
Hello?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, there you are. There you are.
Yeah. So what are the three branches of government?
Legislative.
What else?
Legislative. Presidential.
Okay.
That's one of them. You're not. What are you
What's
talking
the
about?
third one? What's the
Put a
third one,
finger up. What's
Allison?
the
I
third
can't
one?
remember.
It's okay.
It's okay. What? What's okay?
You're in law school,
can't
so it's executive and judicial.
No, presidential is one of them.
No, it's executive. Executive is going to be president, and then all the different administrations that relate to like the president in terms of the executive.
Well, that's
branch.
one of them. That's what.
Can I-
That's
No, it's
under-
not. It's not.
Yes, it is.
It's executive. The word is executive.
Can
It
I
doesn't
ask
matter. It's
Allison
still
a
the same
question?
thing.
It does. It does.
Yes, I would
No,
love
it's
if
not.
you asked me a question.
We do have specific words for the branches of government.
Well, that's
Allison.
okay, but
the
not everyone-
reason that the specific words are important is because that's how the Constitution defines them. Okay, but anyways,
Wait, law school? Really?
yeah,
Yeah,
law
I mean,
school
that's-
upholds like almost objective.
I can't
semantics.
even like. Have you done it all online?
Well, I go to UCLA, but I live in Minnesota.
You live in Minnesota and you go to UCLA.
Yeah, I
You
do
go
it
to
online.
UCLA law school, and
Yeah.
you don't know the three branches of government. I
Well,
can't do it.
I just got in. I can show you my
Oh,
acceptance
okay, so
letter if you
you're
want.
not in law school yet.
I start in like 2 weeks, so I'm enrolled. So yes, I am.
Okay.
Alexa, thank you for the
So
6,066
accepted
bits on
into UCLA law school doesn't know the three branches of government.
When did I say I didn't?
Didn't you say you had a law degree though?
Well, I'm in law school. That I can say that
Oh my gosh.
Well, I have a philosophy degree. Does that help?
Oh god.
Oh wait, really? With an emphasis in what?
In what kind of philosophy? All of it?
Oh, like really? Like what particular branch of philosophy?
What are the
is your
three
favorite?
laws of logic?
The three law. Well, it depends on what kind of logic you're talking about.
Yeah,
Oh, she might actually have one. She might actually have one. Whoa!
My
holy
favorite
shit.
branch of philosophy is propositional logic.
I'm asking you, what are the three laws of logic in classical logic?
Oh no, she has a degree.
In classical logic,
Yeah.
well, it depends on what it. That's a heavy question.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is because
The
it goes
three
into
laws of logic in classical logic. This is not a. This
Well,
is a
it's,
very
no, in
basic question.
classical logic is different. Do you have a degree in philosophy?
I do.
No,
Well, I'm
and
working
I don't
on it.
need one.
I'm
You
working
do?
on it. Hey, so you're referencing propositional logic here. So
Yeah, I love propositional logic.
So propositional logic in like Western society and education operates on classical logic.
You said Western society?
Yeah. Like we see some like.
Allison, what's a
predicates on
conditional
Aristotelian
statement?
Logic.
A conditional statement. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
A conditional statement. Oh, like the initial statement, I believe?
Conditional.
Yes. Oh, it depends on something, right?
What's an inference rule? Wait, she said that she likes propositional logic. What is an inference rule?
It's if A then B, by the way.
What's an inference rule?
Wait, you said if A then D? No, that's
If A then B, yeah.
Bro.
Oh yeah, you're so right.
Wait, Allison, what is an inference rule?
I've never heard of that.
You said you like propositional logic. Inference rules are how we use propositional logic.
Okay, describe that to me.
She just said it, okay? She just said it to say it, okay?
Yeah, I think you're lying.
Well, I do have a degree in philosophy. Do you want me to show you?
Allison, I don't know how you got that degree if you don't know what the 3 classical laws of logic are, if you don't know what an inference rule is. I don't know how. I really like.
I don't know what. I've never heard of an inference rule.
Allison, did you cheat on everything?
No, I did not.
I really doubt that.
I mean, I don't think so.
Well, I mean, I'm not particularly asking you these
I
questions.
wonder what Danny would think of this.
Well, I'm not like particularly asking you these questions to say that, oh, you cheated on anything or, oh, you're undereducated. No, the reason I'm particularly asking you these questions is because I think you're lying. You're saying that like
facts.
you got a degree in you're saying that you got a degree in philosophy and your favorite like subject of philosophy was propositional logic. So I myself am a philosophy student, and last semester I took an intro course to propositional logic. Inference rules are the things that you learn week 1. Propositional logic is essentially so do you know what? Well, okay, I have a question. What's FLO?
FLO?
Yes.
I've never heard of that either.
Dude.
Okay.
Can you explain us one thing from that you learned in philosophy?
Yeah. Well, I learned that the arrow in rule, arrow out rule, ampersand in, ampersand out. Let's see. The or rule is the hardest, which is actually when you write it, it looks like a V. It's very difficult to learn, but it's fun. It's like, do you guys know what I'm talking about?
Yes, you're referencing conditionals for propositional logic. So when we formalize these into, so what do we call it? In propositional logic, when we're trying to like prove a conclusion and when we're using these conditionals and premises, what do we call that?
When we go back to what, sorry?
What's a formal proof?
A formal proof? Well, do you want me to show you what it looks like?
Just explain to me what it is.
What a
proof looks
Allison,
like?
how many continents are there, Allison?
How many continents?
Yeah.
Continents?
Yeah.
Oh God. I think 12.
Dude. Oh my God, can you name them?
Can I name the continents?
Yeah, can you name the continents?
No, I cannot. I didn't study geography.
I mean, this is, oh gosh. At what temperature in Fahrenheit does water like freeze?
32.
Okay, that's valid.
Like once again, I'm not even like up here to like try to like ask you questions about general knowledge. I'm personally offended by the fact that you lied about having a philosophy degree, saying that you really like propositional logic.
I do have a philosophy degree. I'm not
pissed
lying.
about that. You pissed me off. I'm a philosopher.
I think Dean. I think she has it. I just think people probably don't learn as much as what you think.
No. If she has a degree in philosophy and her favorite study
Someone
was
said give up Allison,
propositional
but they
logic,
spelled my name wrong.
she absolutely was lying when she said that she has a degree in philosophy, with her favorite area being propositional logic. If she doesn't know what inference rules are, if she doesn't know what formal proofs are, if she doesn't know what informal proofs are, if she doesn't know what FLO is, because what I just described to you is propositional logic.
Alexa, thank you for the $12 for every continent. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Alexa.
Where is my book? I need to find my propositional logic book, because I guarantee you.
No, we don't need to talk about this. Let's talk about Trump.
No, you guys want to talk about it. You brought it up, so don't give away your argument. Here, I'm finding it.
All right, everyone, tap that screen. Let's run it up to 1 million likes. Share the live as well, everyone. Let's try to get it out to as many people as we possibly can. Follow me here if you haven't already, everyone. We're going to be here for like the next month or so because I have an account warning on my main account. So if I get another ban, I get permanently banned. So we're gonna be here
Why
going
did you
live
get?
for a
Why
bit.
did you get an account warning?
O'Neill, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much because I get false reported all the time because of just, debating. People disagree with me, don't like me.
Oh, that's you know what I feel that. Hang on, it's here somewhere. I know it's here. Please bear with me. I have to dig through some drawers of my old books.
You don't need to do this. I just want to talk about.
No, because I want to
Trump.
prove to you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much. Jamie, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, Parker.
Wait, what was your LSAT score?
My LSAT score?
Yeah.
150.
UCLA requires 170, so I wonder how you got into UCLA.
170 is the highest you can get.
Perfect mix. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. That's what this person said to me. I'm not even sure about it. Lydia, thank you for the $1.
I don't think that that's true, but I went through a transfer program, so I don't know if it's different.
Also, you're wrong about the highest possible score on the LSAT. It's actually 180.
No, I think it is 170. 180, you said?
Yeah.
Oh, well, maybe you're right then. Where is
Taylor,
my book?
thank you for the
Oh my
$5
God.
on PayPal. I appreciate you so much for the love. Massive W, Taylor.
I'm
Thank
actually
you.
getting irritated about this because I've never heard of that.
What is
Well,
the
I forgot
chemical
what you said.
formula for water?
H2O. Oh my God, I'm not stupid.
Okay, I just wanted to know. Okay, all right.
Jesus, are you trying to make me act like I'm like in second grade?
I asked you how many continents there were, and you said 12. So yeah,
Okay, sorry. How many continents are there? 6? Is it 6?
7.
7. Oh, I did know that. Where is my book?
Okay, Allison. Would you vote for someone who's been held?
I really want
Allison,
to.
just let me ask you a question. Yeah, just let me ask you a question. Would you
You've
vote
asked
for
me like
someone who's
12
been held?
questions.
Would you vote for someone who's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse?
It depends on if it was proven.
Like if they were held legally responsible by a jury unanimously.
I can't say for certain unless they were proven to, like, there's actual facts, DNA that proves it. You know what I mean?
So there was DNA. He just he decided not to give up his DNA. So you wouldn't believe someone in your family who got graped if they didn't have like DNA proof? Hello?
My phone was at 10%. It was warning me. I said, well, I was when I was 17, and people don't choose to believe me, but that's their own issue, you know?
I'm sorry to hear that. I think people should believe you.
Well, you know, that's the way the world works.
But that doesn't mean it shouldn't work differently. It absolutely should work differently. Do you agree?
Of course it should. I was raped by 4. Sorry, I shouldn't say the word like that. Sorry. I was R'd by 4 people at the same time. So obviously I feel as though, you know, that should be something that's taken to action. But there's not much I can do about
I'm
it
really
now.
sorry to hear that, Allison.
It is totally okay. I went to a lot of therapy.
So do you think that we should believe people?
Well, of course, with proof. And I had DNA proof, you know?
So other people who, again, have DNA proof, but they can't go through a criminal court because it's been so long since the event. Do you think they should be able to try it in criminal court? And do you think that we should believe them in civil court if they can't try in criminal court? Because there was a unanimous jury determination. There were people corroborating these particular stories.
Hold on, I'm sorry. Someone just said in the comments something, and I wanted to read it because, wow. Someone said, hang on, I gotta find it because that was really hurtful.
Hey, I'm going to be honest, Allison. I would disregard the hurtful comments if I was you. And anyone who is making hurtful comments in the chat, mods, please block them.
Well, they said, sorry to say, but did you ask?
I've had moments where I've been pretty vulnerable on my stream about some things that have happened in my past, and I, got very bad comments too. So it is seriously just best to ignore them. But I actually think that this could be a really productive conversation we're having right now. What you're bringing up is like one of the most terrible experiences that can happen to a human that has happened to you. And where like Parker is going with his line of questioning right now is to relate this to E. Jean Carroll, who's a woman that claimed those same experiences and claimed DNA proof against Trump in 1996, brought it to a civil court, and was able to convince a jury of 9 people that it had occurred. And I think the overwhelming point here is, if we even just take one step back, is, well, if we vote Donald Trump into the White House, if we put him in the Oval Office with his track record, with him raping E. Jean Carroll in 1996, we will see a normalization of these things beyond all extent, and we already do see it. You could reference the men that constantly come up on the live and excuse his actions, call E. Jean Carroll a liar, and accept him into their social circles and even want to vote him into the Oval Office. And then additionally, we'd be putting a man into the Oval Office that couldn't effectively legislate for women, that couldn't effectively legislate for young girls. Because of his track record of not just being disrespectful, but being violent to women in some of the most despicable ways known to mankind, how could we expect him to effectively legislate? And I think the consideration of those 2 points alone should be a massive one for everybody, especially a big one for you regarding the fact that you just told us on the live that you've been through very similar terrible, terrible experiences. And I really want to sound like genuinely compassionate when I say this too. Typically, I come off a bit demeaning, but I'm really trying to be real and
Well, I
compassionate.
don't think you're being demeaning. I think you're stating facts. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is really good reason not to vote for Trump, because it will just normalize the idea that this behavior is acceptable, and it will put a man in office who we can't expect to take into the considerations, thoughts, feelings, and desires of half of our population while he's signing bills into law, while he's passing executive orders, and while he's influencing all of our leadership. This is a massive reason why we cannot vote for Trump.
I'm inclined to agree with you. Although because I've gone through a lot of therapy to, get over what happened to me, this is gonna sound so bullshitty. Sorry, I'm tearing up because it's a lot.
If you don't want to have this conversation, let us know right now. I understand how uncomfortable it is. We could end the conversation whenever you want to. We don't want to force any conversation that you don't want to have that will bring up bad memories at all. So just let us know. No hard feelings. We'll move on to the next guest. No one will berate, belittle, or make fun of you for it.
Just give me a sec, because I have something I want to say. 1 second. I'm sorry. I really want the people that did it to me to go to prison for the rest of their lives, but I've gone through a lot of therapy to not to say to not blame them, but obviously, sorry, my cat's meowing. It's called what's it called? Oh, it's like you put your hands on these bars and it kind of vibrates when you go through memories. I forget what it's called. It's an acronym or something.
I know what you're referencing. It's a form of shock therapy. I've heard about that.
Yeah.
And yes, I know exactly what you're referencing.
So I've been going through that since, I was 17 almost. And it's not to say that I haven't moved on, because obviously via this conversation it still affects me, but it's more of I can't let that hold me back from living the rest of my life, the life goes on. And I can't live in the past. So I'm inclined to believe that I don't want to vote for someone who's essayed someone, because it's horrible and it's awful and it's part of the worst thing I've ever gone through. But both parties pretty much scare me a lot.
Yeah.
Oh my god, why are people sending me things? I don't want that. Please don't. Seriously. Seriously, I don't need that.
Yeah, and this is a huge reason why we think that this is a unique circumstance. He's been held legally responsible for this. He's been undermining our American democracy for the past few years with no sufficient evidence to indicate that the election was won. He's restricting women's access to abortion.
Oh, and I
Right.
totally disagree with that. Like,
Yeah.
wholeheartedly pro-choice.
So
100%.
these are all like really good reasons. I mean, do you believe in climate change?
I do.
Trump doesn't believe in climate change and is withholding our ability to respond to that. Biden's given the largest investment in renewable energy of any president ever, right? So I think that there's better reason, given those few things, to vote for Joe Biden comparative to Donald Trump.
And just
Is
remember,
Is
when we're
Joe Biden-
referencing.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Allison.
No, go ahead.
I was going to ask, is Joe Biden doing anything to help? Like, what are his, sorry, I'm flustered. To help with climate change, because that's something you brought up.
Yeah,
What
so
is he doing?
he already passed the largest investment in renewable energy in the modern history, expanding access to. I appreciate. Thank you so much, Jorge. I appreciate the galaxy. Expanding access to like EV infrastructure, whether it be different types of charging, expanding access to the grid to plenty of places around America, and in the infrastructure for that, building that up because we require a lot more like investments in our energy grid in order to be able to handle certain types of renewable energies, investments in solar and wind, which are becoming increasingly cheaper, like basically on trend to pass natural gas in terms of how cheap it is.
Natural gas into what? Sorry?
Oh, it's supposed to pass natural gas in terms of how cheap it is per kilowatt. Like it's on trend to do that. So this is helping with that. So that it will be adopted more in the economy.
Right. And when are we going to start seeing, change, I guess?
Change? We already are. These
Currently?
investments are happening right now. Yeah, it's not going to happen overnight, but these things are
Well, that's
happening
what I'm
right
saying.
now.
I'm saying, like, obviously you should see some sort of growth in the climate, but I haven't seen much because obviously we're still going through some rough times with our environment, clearly.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I don't think that we're going as far as we would need, but comparative to Trump, we're moving in the right direction. We rejoined the Paris Climate Accords. We've made the largest investments. Those things are definitely bringing us in the right trend. Is that everything I would want? No, but it absolutely is changing. It might not be like around you that it's changing the most, but I can tell you from my experience and from plenty of places around the United States that there is lots of differences. I mean, I see electric vehicles all the time. I see plenty of people using solar panels. I see vast renewable energy usage.
I have solar panels on my house covering my roof.
Yeah, like the way
that's the type of change that we're talking about.
The way that we
it doesn't
reference
do a lot, to be honest. They're pretty crappy solar panels, but it does something, you know.
the way that we reference Biden isn't like the end all be all cure to the world's problems. The way that we reference Biden is the temporary solution to make sure that the world is not caused any more problems if Trump were to be elected, and I think that's really important to point out. Like, I'm voting for Biden to mitigate what would happen if Trump were elected, not because I think that he's substantially good.
And I think that we should get someone into office that isn't Trump or Biden.
I agree,
where
but
2028 comes. But until
we
then,
have to do that in the primaries. We have to get involved earlier. And the thing is, a lot of people didn't get involved earlier.
Right, because people don't vote. That's the problem.
Yeah.
But people think that their vote doesn't count when it does.
That's why these conversations are so important. It gets people to humanize these problems, to understand what's happening to a greater extent. You hear things that you don't hear on the media otherwise here. Right? These are real conversations with what people really think.
Someone said in the chat to look up Project 2025. I have read a little bit of it, not a ton.
Hugo, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, Hugo. Let's get some W Hugos in that chat for the $20 on Venmo. That's incredibly kind of you, man. W Hugo, but sorry for cutting you off, Allison. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. I was gonna ask. I don't mean to change conversation, but I saw that, and now I can get it out of my head.
$5, Matt. Thank you.
The Project 2025. I read a little bit of it, and some of it I think is absolutely insane.
Yeah.
Like I don't know if I can swear, but
I'd heavily recommend going online and looking at a breakdown. And I think we're at a point where we do have sufficient reason to believe that this has involvement with Trump. I mean, his super PAC has funded like Google ads about Project 2025, calling it Trump's Project 2025. One of his main advisors, John McAfee, was one of the founders of it. One of his press secretary was, had starred in their recruitment videos. And that's another really good reason to consider not voting for Trump. And the primary concern that I was detailing earlier, right, isn't just that Trump is a sexual abuser, but also the idea, how do you expect this guy with his track record to account for the needs, wants, and desires of half of our population because he's a sexual abuser? And then Project 2025 is a synonymous extension of that, right? Because Project 2025 accounts for the treatment of marginalized groups of societies and how poor it will be. Project 2025 accounts for the infringement of rights and civil liberties and freedoms of all people. Project 2025 will disavow and essentially eliminate a lot of the civil, adaptations insofar as becoming a more cohesive and moral society that we've been able to make in the last 100 years.
Yeah, I mean, think that it literally states that people of the LGBT can be fired for simply that reason, or be kicked out of businesses for simply that reason, which, as a pan woman myself, is a big reason why I wouldn't vote for Trump.
Yeah,
obviously, Allison, I need more information about things.
Allison, I'm actually really happy that you joined on this live today. I think that we've been able to share a lot of really valuable.
Most of the time.
Well, I think that we've gotten to a point now where we've actually had some of the best discussion that I've had with a person on here in a while, and Parker's nodding his head. I bet he agrees. But I think overwhelmingly, my point here is, I feel like we've been able to share a lot of information with you about Trump, about who he is, about what he's done, about what he will do, that can hopefully sway your vote. I think that maybe one of the biggest considerations is also to kind of touch on your original concerns about the fact that you were better under Trump than you were under Biden, right? So just to briefly touch on that with 2 sentences, we can't detail exactly how Trump caused the economy to be better. We can't detail exactly how Biden caused it to be worse, for the reason that I don't believe Trump caused it to be better, and for the reason that I don't believe Biden caused it to be worse. Referencing gas prices, they were the lowest the day Trump walked into office, and the highest prior to COVID when he walked out. He inherited Obama's economy. He didn't sign any legislation into law that kept or made gas prices low. When we're referencing the higher pricings of good under Biden's, this is because of global inflation. It's something that we saw all across the world as a result of the pandemic. But if we want to reference Biden's response to it, the U.S. had one of the quickest rebounds from the global inflation in comparison to any of the other countries worldwide. And it's those factors that need to be taken into consideration, because when you inevitably go to the ballot box in November and you're like, hey, I want to cast my vote for Trump because when he was president last time I was doing so well, now you can keep in mind that the only reason it was because of that was because of other variables, not necessarily him. So if I reelect him, it's not that he'll cause it to be good again, and it's just a shot in the dark. And maybe that plus everything else that we've discussed, could be really valuable information for you insofar as who you'll be voting for.
I can't say that I will vote for Biden. I am actually more of an independent voter, typically. I didn't vote for Biden, or I didn't vote for Trump in the 2016 election, and I didn't vote for Biden or Trump in the 2020 election. I voted independent. Actually, last election, I did a write-in vote.
Yeah, if it was up to me, Allison, I'd be voting for Jill Stein. But the thing is all independent candidates have a 0% chance at winning in the Electoral College. So we can't vote for who we want to vote for. We just have to vote for who will keep, who will be the lesser of the evils.
Yeah, and that's a phrase that I was hoping was going to get brought up, because I feel like that's one of the worst things we can do is vote for lesser of two evils, because they're still evil either way. So no matter what, if you're voting for an evil person, you're voting for an evil person. It doesn't matter. So it's because it's hard, because you can't vote for who you want to vote for. But either way, I'm probably going to vote independent, because as I do lean. I like to say that economically I lean Republican, but socially, with social issues, I lean very Democratic.
Sure. All right. Well, is there anything else you'd like to go over or talk about before we go into the next person?
Me?
Yeah.
Nothing comes to mind. But I feel like I follow one of you. Not the host, but maybe Dean. Maybe? You look like someone who I've debated with before, and I can't remember if you're him. Do you know? Can you check if you follow me by chance? Because I think we follow each other. Oh no, wait, it's not you. Never mind, different person.
Yeah, it's not me.
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much. It was good talking to you.
Yeah, good talking to you guys.
All right. Let's go on to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. I think this person thinks we're paid.
Oh, this guy thinks we're communists. I really dunked on him.
Communists,
yesterday.
yes.
I dunked on him yesterday. I want
him to join up so bad. I wanted to talk to him.
Oh, I dunked on him yesterday about it.
Well, he's not joining in, so we're going to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Let's get this next person up. If you want to support me or Dean, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone.
Kevin,
Hey guys.
We both spoken to Kevin before.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Here. I got different opinions.
I'm sorry. We are just looking for some new people to get. If you've already been up before, we do want to make sure to get to the next.
RYMD, thank you so much for the cowboy hat. By the way, if anyone wants to support either myself or Parker, we both have our Venmos, PayPal's, Cash Apps in the bio. And
okay, let's try the next. If you find someone.
my second phone is really slow, because it's like
I think of that mustache. Thank you.
It's like a $50 shit droid, and it doesn't really like load TikTok at all.
All right. Yeah.
Because my life was the best under Trump. Not even close. Country was safer, better.
Okay.
Immigration
So how do you know that was caused by him?
What do you mean? How was it caused by him?
Yeah. How do you know that it was caused by him? Like,
Because
what
he
policy
had
did he
tighter-
pass that benefit your life?
Because he had tighter restrictions on people coming into the country. He didn't just let them in and then.
That would impact you negatively speaking in terms of the economy. The congressional budget.
I'm not talking about the economy.
Committee.
Yeah, I'm talking about the safety of the people in the country.
Hey,
okay. Well, undocumented immigrants commit crimes at 4 times lower rates in terms of violent crime than natural-born U.S. citizens, along with particularly, if you want to relate to like documented immigrants, they also commit crimes at lower rates.
You're using overall statistics based on the population size, not the actual amount of crime based on people that are coming here. Of course,
No, I was giving you the proportional rate difference.
Yeah. Hey, also Zachary, when you say your life was better under Trump when you're like a 14-year-old, like what do you even mean by that?
I was not 14. I was like 17.
Were
But
you, like
anyways,
making more money?
No, I'm making more money now because I'm in California and Gavin Newsom is an ignorant dumbass that.
What do you mean when you
raises-
say your life was better then?
Because everything was cheaper.
But
Gas was cheaper.
But your mom put food on the
groceries
table.
were cheaper. No, I was paying for it.
Okay. So I mean,
Yeah.
the groceries were cheaper. That's fair. But Biden didn't cause inflation. That's a big issue. It's global. We saw it everywhere.
It was a combination of Biden, COVID, and what's it called? Corporate greed. It's not all corporate greed. It's mostly Biden's signaling policies that have.
What policy caused
contributed
inflation?
to- Well, it wasn't direct policies, but it's based on what he's signifying to the market. That's how it's. That's how they're affecting
What did he do
to
that caused inflation? Tell me.
his agenda that he's trying to. What do you mean? Like
What agenda?
Be specific. You're being very like arbitrary, and I feel like it's because you don't know.
Well, yeah, I don't have the specific policy that it is. Like, can you name one that Biden has done?
Yeah, the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, the Inflation Reduction Act.
I will give him the CHIPS Act, but the
Act.
Inflation Reduction Act has done absolutely nothing. It has just brought it back down to
that's just that for
numbers
name. It's for supply chains long term to decrease the inflationary pressures long term.
Yeah,
I'm just looking on from the outside. I'm just looking on from the outside, man, and I just see that it's just terrible.
But if we look on from the outside, we'd be able to attribute Trump as having one of the worst economies ever. He's one of the only two presidents that has left office with a negative net decrease in jobs. One of the only two in the entire history. One second. He's also okay, but see what I mean. So
okay, but you said okay, but COVID is the reason the economy got destroyed.
Zachary, you are attributing bad things that happened under Trump's presidency to COVID, but then you're attributing the bad things that happened under Biden's presidency to Biden. Why don't we attribute the rapid inflation that we saw under Biden's presidency to COVID, just like we would attribute
Matt,
the
thank you for the dollar from the
14.8%
communists. Thank you.
unemployment rate that we saw under Trump to COVID? Because at the end of the day, both of these things were caused by COVID. People lost their jobs because of COVID, and inflation skyrocketed because of COVID. This wasn't local to at home here in America, but it was global.
I mean, yeah, that's a fair point. I mean, for the first couple of years, first year maybe, then I mean, there's no effect of it going on now anymore. Like there's nothing to fall back on for that. But I mean, maybe for like the first year or so. But Trump was in the main block of that. Like he had to deal with everything when it was getting shut down. It was started to open back up a little bit when Biden was coming into office, and now it's totally open again. So he has nothing to fall back on with that.
So the U.S. has actually had one of the quickest global rebounds from inflation, just to let you know. So it's like if we want to say that like the current state of the nation can fall back on the president, well, then it is the case that Biden actually did an exceptionally well job.
Doing what? Bouncing back from inflation? I mean, I don't see how that's really happening though.
We've had one of the quickest rebounds.
Ryan, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. So yeah, inflation has decreased, right? Which means that the rate of increase in pricing has gone down, right?
I mean, you can say that with all the numbers that you want, but like, I go to the grocery store.
That's what the inflation rates say from the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
The same Bureau of Labor Statistics that you'd be referencing to say that Biden caused rapid inflation in the first place.
Yeah.
Okay, then can you tell me why everything is still so expensive then without mentioning corporate greed as being the number one contributing factor?
Yeah, we never said that corporate greed was the number one. It is a huge impactor, but never said it was the number one. I talk specifically about global oil pricing, right? And that's due to global oil supply. We actually have a greater amount of domestic oil production, more in the United States than ever at any point in American history or of any country to ever exist. But we're
so
getting
you're basically saying
less
that
oil
Biden,
from Russia and less oil from OPEC because they cut production.
Yeah, you're realizing Biden ran on not fracking, and then now he's touting that.
How did he influence fracking?
What do you mean? You just told me that he's drilling now more than ever when he said he was running on.
Yeah, drilling and fracking are two separate things.
Okay, well, he still said he wasn't going to drill at the rate he is, anyways, and he's doing that.
That he is. So what's
I mean, I'm all for it. I'm just saying he lied once again, but.
Wait, I can talk about how Trump didn't make Mexico pay for the wall, or how he specifically didn't drain the swamp, or how he
failed to pass an infrastructure bill with a better split in Congress than Biden.
Politicians in the past have not landed their promises like 99% of the time. Trump's at least gotten at least 50-60% of what he ran on.
What? Name what he got that he said he was going to get.
Yeah, he didn't really do anything. He had like
except
one
for the tax cuts.
Monumental bill.
I mean, what do you mean? He ran on building the wall. He started building it right as
How much of the wall was built? How much of the wall was built?
Yeah.
You realize that there's stuff put in place.
Answer the question, how much of the wall was built?
Dog, I don't know. It wasn't finished. I know that, but
less than a fourth. Less than a fourth. So if less than a fourth was built, right? If he has a literal another 4 years in office and does the same amount, they're not even going to be halfway done.
He also said that he'd make Mexico.
I mean, it's a good start, though.
That
do you not want
the start is crazy.
Zachary, he only has 4 more years that he could maintain presidency. So it is the case that he campaigned on building a wall and making Mexico pay for it. He built less than a fourth and then stuck the bill on the American taxpayer.
I would
He also
still
promised the
rather.
infrastructure bill, which he couldn't get passed in all 4 of his years, with a better split than Biden, who got it passed in his first year. He's a chronic liar. There's over 30,000 lies told during his presidency.
You realize
He
it's
told one
hard
of the
to
biggest
get.
lies in American history by denying the results of the 2020 election.
It's also harder to get stuff passed when everybody's attacking you and not.
No,
trying
he
to
had
go
a better
bipartisan
split in
and make fun of
Congress.
everything.
He literally had a better split in Congress than Biden did.
I do not think that's true, but
That is true. You could look it up. When he was trying to pass the infrastructure bill, he had more Republicans.
Then why couldn't he
in
pass it then?
Congress.
Why couldn't he pass it then?
Because he's a man of false promises.
That's not why.
Then what's the reason?
I just told you the reason. He doesn't just say something and then just not try to do it. Of course he's going to run off of that and do it. Like, what?
He said he would build the wall, built 20%. He said the 2020 election was stolen and he was going to prove it, then failed in 60 courts.
I mean, I'd rather have him start building the wall than Biden doing nothing and letting in tons of illegals.
I have a question. Do you think violent offenders should be able to own guns?
No, I don't.
No? So do you think sexual abuse is a violent offense?
Yes.
So, okay. So Trump shouldn't be able to own access to a gun, but he should be able to run for president and get an access to the nuclear codes?
You do realize that he needs confirmation to send them, right? He can't just send them off and he can't just press the button and then it's done. Like you need.
Do you want to
backup
answer the
confirmation
question?
from there.
He is the commander-in-chief and would have access to the nuclear codes. And he could absolutely get them to...
I would totally allow him to have access to that, sure. As long as there's backups in place, which there would be. He's not just going to be the sole proprietor.
So you do think
owner
violent
of the-
offenders should be able to get access to the nuclear codes and be commander-in-chief, but not to be able to get access to a gun?
Yeah, when everything's a sham, then yes, of course.
Oh, boy.
That's so crazy.
Hey,
bro.
Parker, I'm going to head off here. I'm going to go
All right,
get
bro,
some dinner.
Have fun.
It was nice coasting with you, man. Thanks for letting me out.
Appreciate you, man.
Yeah, see you, brother. Bye, chat.
All right. Yeah.
Come
So
2024, baby.
you think the election was stolen, correct? Why'd he leave? Dean's gonna stay on this account. Can you imagine? Can you imagine Dean stays on the account? Why'd that guy leave though? We're gonna go on to the next person. If you're MAGA, send it MAGA in the guest box, and I'll invite you up. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 32.
Are you gonna vote Trump?
Yes,
Why so?
because I don't like this woke culture that the liberals are pushing.
Can you define woke?
No. Can you?
Wait, you said you don't like this woke culture, but you can't define woke?
No, I don't look up the definition.
Wait, but
of
you
woke.
just used the term. I'm just asking you how you're using the term.
But what do you define it as?
I'm asking you how you're using the term. I didn't use the term. You did. I'm asking you what you mean. What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean?
I'm asking you what you mean because you didn't know a definition of the term woke when you
Well, I
said,
wanna-
"Oh, we need to get rid of this wokeness."
I want to hear your definition.
I don't have one
Oh, you don't?
No.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
because I didn't use
You
the
asking
term.
me? You knew. Come on. What do you mean?
I didn't use the term. I don't know how you're using the term. I don't typically use the term woke.
But you don't know the definition of it.
I don't use the term.
I don't think there's one definition of woke.
I'm asking you how you're using the term. I'm not asking the one definition. I'm asking you how you're using the term. Just because you used it.
Yeah, I mean, it could be used across like a broad set of categories of woke. If you wanted to.
You have no clue what it means. It's embarrassing. Yeah, Lisa, I appreciate the subscription. Do you not think that's embarrassing?
Hello?
Even slightly? Do you not think that's embarrassing even slightly?
What?
The fact that you literally use the term woke and you can't even define it?
Well, I'm asking you for your definition of woke.
Okay. Well, we'll say ignorant.
Ignorant is the definition of woke.
Yeah, that's how I'm using the term right now.
So I don't like all these people pushing their pronouns out there, celebrating their preference, whether it's men or women, whatever if they're gay, if they're bi, if they're trans, whatever it is. Why can't we all just be one person? Why do we have
What
to
the
have
fuck are you talking about?
Why do we have to have like pride?
What are you, Squidward, living in like that one town? We're not all the same people. We have our differences. Mondo, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you.
But it
What
just
are you talking about?
It just creates divide.
What? Having differences in the way that we act or in terms of sexuality is not an issue. What's the issue?
So should we be able to have a white pride month?
What's the point of that? Appreciate the ICU. Thank you so much. You don't need broader acceptance of white people in our society. There already is. We don't need a straight pride month because straight people have been accepted.
Well, why do these people have to feel any different and make a whole?
What do you mean feel any different?
Anything about them? Like why can't
because they've been discriminated against, and we're arguing against that discrimination. And we're arguing for acceptance.
Yeah, and
so that people aren't stigmatized for their sexuality as it relates to being straight or being gay.
They're going to be discriminated against if you continue to cause divide.
What are you talking about? How are we causing divide by saying you should accept gay people?
Because you don't have to accept them. You should just accept anyone as a person. It doesn't matter.
That's exactly what we mean. You accept them as a person when you accept them for being
Right,
gay.
So when you have all these holidays and pride months and stuff like that, it creates divide.
No, it doesn't. It's meant to create acceptance. How does it create divide? Tell me. How does it divide us? How does saying we should accept gay people divide us?
Because you're putting them into a category.
What? Straight people are in a category. Veterans are in a category. What are you talking about?
Because it just puts...
A category isn't a bad thing, and categories don't necessarily mean we're dividing people. Like when you call someone a veteran, you're dividing someone. When you call someone by their name, you're dividing them. So why do you want to divide people?
No, because that's different. Being a veteran is like a belief, right?
Well, you believe that you're using this definition. You believe they're a veteran based upon the definition you provided.
There are people who don't believe a man should be with a man. I'm not one of those people. I don't care. But there are people like that, and there's going to continue to be people.
Yeah, and you could wait. Do you think there should be acceptance of interracial marriage?
What's that?
Do you think there should be acceptance of interracial marriage?
Yeah, there should be no issue.
But there are some racist people that believe that there shouldn't be. Does that mean anything?
Well, are they out there creating these interracial pride months?
So actually, yes, we do have things targeted towards communities that have been like discriminated against. Like for example, like Black History Month. Do you disagree with that?
That's totally different.
Do you disagree with Black History Month?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
Why?
Because it just creates divide. And I have black friends.
How does that create divide to acknowledge the history of a group of people in this country that have been discriminated against and historically left out of the history books?
So I had this same conversation. I have like black friends, and we were talking about this the other day. And they said that all these different like holidays and months and all that create divide, and it just makes them feel different. It divides them from just being known as a human. And that's all they want to be known as, is just like a human. They don't want to be categorized.
So we shouldn't. So you think it's? Do you think it's wrong to learn about Irish history?
It's not wrong. It's not wrong to learn about anything. Like if you want to go out and learn about.
Does Veterans Day bother with you, or Veterans Month?
No.
Why not?
I'm not pushing that on.
But it's dividing people. It's dividing people between veterans and non-veterans.
People, Parker.
That's dividing people, though. Why are you okay with it dividing people?
Create Irish History Month. Everyone needs to learn Irish history. Some people.
Well, again, because they haven't just been discriminated against to the same degree. You understand there's a difference in whether or not we need to apply these things based upon stigmatization, based upon recognition in terms of history. You literally just think that like having a different category of people means that we're dividing. Wait, so are you against political parties?
Yes.
Brand, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. So we should get rid of Democrat and Republican Party.
Yes.
Okay. So why are you voting for Republicans then?
Because I typically have conservative views.
What conservative views?
What?
Violation? Oh, he got a hate speech and hateful behaviors. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for. Oh my gosh, I look so white right now. We're only looking for some debates. Everyone, type MAGA in the chat if you want to be brought up. If you are MAGA, we're gonna start getting some people up here real quick. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes, everyone. Share the live as well, y'all. Everyone, type MAGA in the chat if you do want to be brought up. If you are MAGA, you got to have enough followers to come on the live.
All right.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 21.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
All right. Well, I'd like to get into some of what the other guy talked about, but in a more intellectual way. So when someone on the conservative side of politics say that they are against wokeism, and I'm sure you understand that they typically have a trouble with defining the word woke, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well,
you cut out. I can't hear you.
okay, I'm sorry. It's essentially an intersectional postmodernist term that describes in the United States political system the desire to upheave social hierarchies and replace them with something beneficial. It's similar to socialism in that regard, and I don't believe.
Wait, you believe in that too, then?
Well, elaborate.
Like you would be woke to a society in which didn't have women's right to vote.
I can agree. Where I draw the line.
So you're just arguing people who are advocating for systemic change? Yeah, I'm woke then.
Not necessarily.
You're woke too because you want systemic change, right?
I don't believe that the inbuilt hierarchies within society are negative, and I believe that you cannot get rid of them without creating some level of oppression. For example, diversity, equity, and inclusion policies implemented by the government or corporations. I believe that in order to achieve the equity and the upheaval of the inbuilt hierarchy within society, that you have to implement some form of oppression, which I believe is counterintuitive to the principles of the nation.
So what you're arguing is that like us bringing about Pride Month would be like oppression?
Well, not necessarily. I just believe that. Well, for example, let me narrow down the focus because right now it's very broad and it's very it's just very broad. So, for example, diversity, equity, and inclusion (DEI) programs. It's essentially a goals and spreadsheet sort of problem nowadays. I think that.
So is this the only way that you define? So you're just saying that wokeism is people who believe in DEI?
Not necessarily. Well, like I said, it's a movement, or I wouldn't say. Well, at the end of the day, people who are woke or believe in what I don't like the term. I just don't. I just want to better explain it.
Okay, if you don't want to use the term, then it's fine. We can just talk about something that's relative to you.
I think
there's no point for you to defend a usage of a term that you don't even care to use.
I'm not defending the usage of the term. I'm just explaining it to the people who might be curious as to what conservatives typically like. Conservatives who use that word, they typically don't know what it means, but they have an understanding of what they are arguing against. I think that the upheaval of
they didn't really seem to do that.
I can agree with you. So no, I do not enjoy particularly DEI programs. I don't enjoy government policy that.
Okay, so what are the reasons why you're voting for Trump?
Okay, why am I voting for Trump? I believe that the Democratic Party is a party that currently kowtows to a small group of more radical individuals within their portion of Congress, and I don't believe that Joe Biden is a man of strong enough conviction of will to uphold his more center-left policies.
Can you just give me an example of what you're referencing?
Okay, well, individuals such as Angelina Ocasio-Cortez and
Angelina? Alexandria?
Yes, sorry. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I don't really like. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't have the name down greatly. I believe people like her, people that push these more radical social ideas, I believe that they have a larger voice within the Democratic Party than.
Sadly, we don't. Okay? I'm just going to be totally honest. We don't. I come from this perspective. If we did, Bernie Sanders would be the the candidate right now.
I understand. So, okay, well, let me flip the script a little bit. I intend to vote for Donald Trump because I favor social conservatism in a way in which I do not believe the Democrats will provide. I want to understand why exactly I should vote for Joe Biden. Like, why should I vote for Joe Biden?
I got you. So he's not a proven sexual abuser. He's not a proven fraudster. He has not been denying the election for the past few years with no sufficient evidence to indicate that he won. He didn't call for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. He didn't create a birther movement specifically about Obama, the first black president, saying that he was born in Kenya without any good reason, right? Which is, he literally have a birth certificate from him being born in the United States. There are plenty of things. Those are just a few.
These are all fine points. I think they're very local. I understand that there are going to be moral failings of every candidate. Joe Biden is a man who I don't believe is of clear moral standing either. Whether or not we can get into the more finer, like, okay, for example, his views on race. I'm sure, I know you're aware of his views in his early political career, where he referred to black people as super predators when he was introducing
No, that wasn't him. That was Hillary.
Well, okay. I might not have that correct, but I've seen some of his pushing of that crime bill, which targeted.
And actually, to be genuine, I believe there are racist behaviors from both Trump and Biden. The difference I see between them specifically is that Biden is apologetic and tries to do better and does do better, whereas Donald Trump does not apologize. He's unapologetic and doesn't try to do better and doesn't care, yet still engages in it.
Okay, understandable. I know it's a limited time format that we have here. I want to talk about immigration, right? I think that immigration for the United States is a positive force. Now, carrying capacity, I'm not sure that the rate that has been allowed over the Biden presidency is good for the nation. I know that we will need immigrants to uphold our economy, and it's good for the economy. I think that if you have too many immigrants, then we can start to see failings in certain areas. So
I would say that the short-term costs are heavily outweighed by the long-term benefits. The Congressional Budget Office said that by 2034, the main increase in our GDP of $7 trillion will be caused due to immigration, and we'll have $1 trillion more in federal revenues, which helps with the insolvency of Social Security, of Medicare, and our debt problem.
That's a fair point.
So, I just don't see a good economic argument against immigration.
To bring
a lot of
another
people just hype on the short-term costs, which are significantly outweighed.
All right. Economically, perhaps you're correct. Now, I want to look at the human cost of for example, people coming from South America that have to cross the Darien Gap in order to travel through Central America and then to our southern border. I think it's a very perilous journey, and I think they're being encouraged at their own peril. Many people die through the Darien Gap. Many people are raped. I don't know if that's a word that's allowed.
How are Democrats incentivizing them to do that?
Okay, well, for example, many Democrats support something called the IOM, which is the International Organization of Migrants, or migrants or something like that. It's supported by several Democratic congressmen. I can't rattle them off the top of your head. It's been a while since I actually looked into this article that I read this in, but it's just something that I vaguely remember.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways,
Hello? Did he cut out, chat? Hello? Okay, I think he just disappeared. If you want to support me, everyone, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. You already know the deal. That is the best place to support me. As well, everyone, if you're MAGA, type in the chat right now and I'll bring you up. I don't know what happened to this guy. He just completely left. It seems. Completely went away. So we're just going to go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Type MAGA in the comment section right now if you want to be brought up, y'all. Type MAGA in the comment section right now if you want to be brought up. Half of the people that say MAGA in the comment section can't be brought up, so I'm just going to look people in the guest box. All right, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
35.
All right. Yeah, are you voting Trump? Bren, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you so much. All right, we're gonna go to the next person. This person isn't working. All right. What's up?
So I have a quick question. So you keep bringing
You're
up,
MAGA, right?
yeah, you
Okay.
keep bringing up the Trump's rapist past and stuff. But are you aware that the lady that accused him, that Eugene Carroll, are you aware that she also accused another prominent businessman of something super similar?
Can you give me a source of that one? And two, is it not able to happen?
It's less. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. It's less Moonves, Moonves.
No, what's the source that she specifically did that?
You can just go on there and Google it. Like,
No, you should provide me the source.
okay, hold on.
For sure. In the meantime, everyone tap that screen. Let's run it up to 1 million likes. Share the live as well, everyone. All right, y'all. All right, do give it a second, y'all. Go ahead.
There's one, if you go to the, it's a Hollywood, like if you just Google it and go to there's one Hollywood Reporter. It tells
What's
you.
the title?
Hold on, I got to get back off the app again.
For sure. All right, give it a second, y'all. Love you. Bring up Amber. I will.
His writer,
Is Amber in the guest box?
It's his writer, Eugene Carroll, accuses Les Moonves, or however you pronounce his last name, and Trump. And it's something similar, like saying.
Okay, so writer.
Yes.
Eugene Carroll. Sorry. Writer Eugene Carroll. What?
Accuses Les Moonves, or however you pronounce his. I don't even know how you pronounce his last name.
Less what?
I don't know how you pronounce his last name. Moonves or something.
How do you pronounce? What's the letters?
Moonves. But it's all. I mean, anytime if you Google, if all you gotta do is Google that name, and they all come up. Like there's
Appreciate the confetti.
sources.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
There's multiple sources about that. Yeah, I don't know how you pronounce it. Movies. But I mean, so two prominent businessmen raped the same lady.
Here, I haven't seen this yet. I'm pulling it up. To give it a second.
I mean, that was just the first one I came to.
Amber, did you know about this?
Yeah, he was former CEO of CBS.
ABC executive.
CBS.
Dozens of women who accused him of the same thing, and he actually paid some settlements to some women that accused him. I mean, several anchors accused him, like I think Julie Chen. There were a lot of women in the in his workplace who accused him of, and what she said was that he cornered her in an elevator and started putting his hands on her, and she escaped before anything terrible.
Two similar stories.
How is that similar?
One in the dressing room and one in an elevator.
Does it shock you that somebody over the course of like 50 or 60 years in entertainment would experience this from...
No, but the same person.
Do this to other people?
No, but the same person.
Yeah.
To the same person, two of them.
Yes.
And then she went on CBS, or not CBS, CNN or something, and she was talking about all the money how she was gonna spend all the money she got. Like, that doesn't seem like the scorned victim.
She was gonna spend the money? Do you know exactly what she said about how she was gonna spend that money? Because I watched it.
She said she was gonna buy she could buy somebody a condo or something.
So, yeah, no. The first thing she said was that she was gonna start buying premium food for her dogs. That was the first thing she said. And then Rachel Maddow made like a joke to her about that. And she said, yeah, I can even buy you a mansion, Rachel. And it was a joke. And then she said, but in all seriousness, I'm going to split the winnings with the other 26 victims of Donald Trump. And that's what she's going to do. But you know what, Parker? This is really disturbing that people think that it's this wild thing to believe that beautiful, successful woman in Manhattan who works in entertainment with all these rich, powerful white men who are constantly being found to have done horrible things and accused of doing horrible things, that this would happen to her more than once in her lifetime. It happened to me more than once.
like
in my lifetime.
what makes
Are you
them
kidding?
think? Yeah, what makes them think that this can't happen? That's exactly what I brought
It happens
up
all the
earlier.
time. I mean, I can tell you, Parker, you know my personal story, right? Of the really horrible things that happened to me, but that's not the only thing that's ever happened to me. When I went to a job interview once, I thought I was going to a job interview. The guy sitting across from me said, well, I'll give you $50 right now if you give me a BJ. And then I tried to leave and he blocked the door. So, I mean, I don't really know very many women who haven't gone through multiple experiences like that. You know, like granted, I'm an old fat lady now, but at the time I was pretty attractive. And I don't even think that matters, but I had such multiple situations like that in my life. So somebody who's rich and successful and runs in those circles with those types of men who are constantly, like, look at like all the accusations that came out about Matt Lauer, like decades after those things happened, and he was fired. Look at Harvey Weinstein. Look at Bill Cosby. Like, this is very common. It doesn't shock me at all that she had multiple experiences. I would expect her to. In the society that we live in, I would expect her to.
Yeah, so Katie, what's your response to that? Katie, hello? Katie, you there? I think she cut out. In the meantime, everyone, do tap that screen. Let's run it up to 1 million likes. Share the live as well, everyone.
The other thing do you know how this entire thing with Eugene even got started? Was that she came out and wrote an article about all of the experiences that she has had in her life with terrible men. And she listed all of them. There was an incident in college when she was young where somebody tried to force themselves on her. There were nasty comments made by other rich and powerful people. There was Les Moonves, and there was Donald Trump. That was the purpose of the article, was to talk about all of the experiences she had. It went from there to a book, and then she met Roberta Kaplan through George Conway. George Conway introduced E. Jean Carroll to Roberta Kaplan, and Roberta Kaplan said she had a defamation suit because of what Trump was saying about her article. That's how this whole thing started. So,
Katie, are you there? Are you listening to any of this, Katie? Sounds like she's not even engaging.
Yeah. What is it like?
Katie, you're muted.
What is it? 3 out of 5 women experience SA at some point in their lifetimes? You think it only happens to us once?
Katie, you're muted, by the way. I sent you an invite to unmute. I never muted you, by the way.
I know. Hold on 1 second. Hold on.
Okay. All right. Here, maybe we can add some other person. If you're MAGA, type it in the comment section right now. If you want to come up, if you're MAGA and you want to debate, type it in the comment section right now, y'all. All right. So you give it a second, y'all. We're gonna get some people up here. By the way, everyone, follow me here if you have not already. This is the account I'm going to be on for like the next month because I have like an account warning on my main. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
34.
And are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Well, I mean, he ran 4 years and did a pretty damn good job.
Okay, can you name one policy that he passed that you think is beneficial to the middle class more than it was beneficial to rich people?
I want to ask you, how old are you?
22.
Makes sense. Where do you live?
Los Angeles.
That makes sense as well. For a 22-year-old kid who has no kids or anything, like, yeah, you probably think, oh, Trump's such a bad guy. And I don't agree with a lot of shit he's done.
Instead of just generalizing me based upon those characteristics, do you want to have a conversation about what I believe?
I do, yeah.
Okay, so then, like, what are the reasons why you want to vote for Trump? Because I just asked you for a policy that Donald Trump influenced get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people. And it seems like you have no response.
The policies don't matter. The policies aren't going to do shit right now. I want to know why you keep saying like Trump raped somebody and all this when these are all accusations.
They say grape. He was held civilly liable by a jury unanimously.
But he wasn't charged with it.
He was held civilly liable. The only reason it wasn't in a criminal court was because it was past the statute of limitations. Maggie, thank you for $6.66. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
No, that lady was a prostitute.
What? No.
Yeah.
No,
Sorry,
you have no
what?
clue what you're talking about. E. Jean Carroll is not a prostitute. Neither is Stormy Daniels, who is probably who you're thinking of.
Or that's who I'm thinking of.
Carroll is a journalist. She was.
I'm thinking the porn star or whatever.
Yeah, that's Stormy Daniels. That's not Eugene
she's
Carroll.
not a prostitute either.
He was held liable for
Why
assaulting.
didn't she say something before?
Oh my God.
There's a lot of reasons why.
Why?
Victims wait all the time. It's actually typical for victims to wait decades.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think it's
if not even come out.
It's kind of funny that you would blame somebody with that much money and now try to sue them. Like,
why'd she wait until she was older? Why didn't she do it when she was
I have
younger?
no idea. I have no idea.
But like, if that's
know.
inconsistent with her trying to make money.
She's
I have
Eugene
no
Carroll
clue.
before all of this.
It doesn't make any sense to me.
Before all of this, Eugene Carroll had a net worth of $8 million. So she definitely didn't do it for the money. She's a very she's not a big spender. She doesn't care about material things.
Then why wouldn't she have said something?
Because number one, when she left the building where it happened, she called one of her best friends. And then the next day, another one of her best friends. And they both told her, don't report it. Don't say anything. Can you imagine trying to go up against somebody as powerful as Donald Trump with his legal team after you? It'll destroy your career. It'll destroy your life. And that's actually exactly what happened when she did come forward. In addition to that, she was feeling very guilty and blaming herself, which is very typical of people.
I wonder
who are
why.
victimized.
I wonder why.
Yeah, that's actually very typical for victims who are assaulted to turn it around onto themselves and have survivor's guilt, feeling like it's their own fault and blaming themselves. That's a very common response.
And Corey, are you arguing for victim blaming?
Yeah,
I'm not arguing for victim blaming. If she got raped or whatever, that's fucked up. But why would she wait this long? It doesn't make any sense.
Magic rhythm. It's typical for victims to wait or to not even come out with their story. And she gave you plenty of reasons.
In addition, the biggest reason was because she did not want her parents to know. And this would have been in the media because it's Donald Trump and she was Eugene Carroll, the Ask Eugene columnist in Elle magazine for 35 years. People knew who she was. People knew who he was. It would have been a highly publicized case. And she did not want her parents to know about it. So
then I just want to ask the question then. What did he do to her?
You don't even know any of the details of the case?
No, I don't.
Yeah, he disputes it.
And yet you think that she's lying. Cool. Okay.
Well, I was talking about Stormy Daniels. So now, if we want to talk about this, we can talk about this now. But I was talking about the other girl.
He didn't assault Stormy Daniels. That was consensual.
Okay, well, that's what I was referencing. So what did he do to this other girl?
He shoved her into a dressing room, knocked her head up against the wall, pinned her down with his forearm, and inserted his fingers forcefully into her.
I mean, to me, that's hearsay.
You asked me what he did, and I'm telling you.
And we don't know. No one was there. Nobody was there.
You know what hearsay means?
Yeah. You heard somebody say it.
So she said it. She's the one it happened to. That's not hearsay.
That is hearsay.
No, it's not. Hearsay is like if somebody overheard a conversation of Eugene Carroll.
Do you know what lying is?
Can I finish a sentence? Hearsay would be if someone overheard Eugene Carroll's telephone conversation after she left the building, telling her friend what just happened, and that friend went and told someone else. That would be hearsay. The first person account is not hearsay.
I have a question, Amber. Were there witnesses that saw him there at that day that saw Donald Trump in the store that day?
No.
Oh, okay.
It was directly across from Trump Tower, so he was there a lot. Nobody remembers seeing him on that particular day.
Okay, so could or couldn't, I mean, so.
Would you remember seeing someone on whatever, April 13th, 1996 and know that it was that exact day? Probably
I mean,
not.
if I saw somebody somewhere, yeah, like.
They saw him all the time. They couldn't
I mean,
pinpoint for sure
if I saw
that he was
somebody at
there
a
that
mall,
time.
I would remember, like, hey, I saw them at the mall that day. Like, yeah.
If you saw them every day,
I mean,
you'd remember exactly what
especially
day.
if it was somebody like as high profile.
Right,
If
but you're
it's
not
something that's
listening.
typical, even if they're high profile, it would still be considered normal.
He was there multiple times a week with those same employees seeing him multiple times a week. They could not pinpoint remembering exactly what day he was there. I wouldn't either if I was an employee and saw him multiple times a
Okay, so
week.
then couldn't that be a little sketch, just a little?
No, I don't
Yeah.
remember exactly what day I spotted celebrities when I saw them. There's no way I would be able to tell you that.
It's very, very skeptical.
What?
I mean, you can say that all you want, but you don't even. First of all, Corey, you didn't know a single thing about this case. You didn't even know who the accuser
That's all I gotta
was.
hear. That's all I gotta hear. She has no idea. She didn't wait. She waited 40
No,
years to
that's
say
not-
something. It's
40
weird.
years, holy crap. 23 years, first
Whatever
of all.
it is. If it was 40 days afterwards, it'd be weird.
What?
Let's be real. Yes,
Yeah,
it'd be
well,
weird.
That just means
It's weird.
that you don't understand anything about
No, it
sexual
doesn't. It doesn't mean I get robbed
does.
and I wait 23 years to call a cop.
Sexual
It's like, that's
assault
the
is
most
very
ridiculous thing
different
I've
from
ever
Being
heard.
robbed is different from being sexually assaulted. Like what?
It's for her getting pushed in an elevator and
Wasn't
her
an elevator.
saying that
Elevator,
happened.
An elevator.
Dude, you don't even know what's going on.
Do you not? Did you not
He's, like,
read
half
about the
coherent.
Terrence? Do you not read? And just like Katie said, that it's weird that she's tried to talk to say other guys have done this as well.
Not weird at all.
Bro,
is
that's not weird.
That is
weird.
weird.
It's not weird to have literally multiple people. Like that's the society that we
Very
live in. The fact
weird.
that you can't acknowledge that is actually
I'm sorry that you don't understand how disgusting men are in Hollywood and entertainment.
Bearded,
Oh,
appreciate the
I
description,
trust.
Nikki.
I understand how disgusting men are.
So then why does it shock you?
That
Why is
that
it so
would
hard to
that keeps constantly happening to her.
Constantly? Twice as constantly?
I mean,
She's 80 years old.
That's a lot.
No, it's not. It's happened to me multiple times. More than twice.
That
you
they
not
pushed
believe
you in an
Amber?
elevator and stuck their fingers inside you. That's happened more than twice.
I have been raped. I've also been sexually harassed.
Well, so have I.
So more than once, yeah.
Yeah.
So why are you so surprised then? If it's happened to you multiple times, why are you shocked?
No one's pushed me in an elevator and stuck their fingers inside
It
me.
wasn't an elevator.
Twice.
For fuck's sake, it wasn't an elevator.
Or a
first of all.
dressing room.
So that specific scenario didn't happen to you doesn't mean it can't happen somewhere else. What the hell is this argument?
It's just you guys are like saying this that like you're saying this is a for sure
was
thing that
asking-
happened,
I
and
was
it's
asking
and we
questions
don't know
with
for sure if this happened.
No, what I'm saying is we have best
how is
reason to
asking
believe
a
this.
question? How is asking a question or asking questions?
Petey,
just asking
you've been
questions?
arguing me in this comments with me in this comment section for like a couple weeks, saying really
Thank you,
disgusting
Katie.
things. So don't try to come
I
up
just
here
wanna
and say
know-
that you're
No,
just
no, I
asking
just wanna
innocent
know-
questions.
No, I just want to know how people asking questions and asking
No,
questions
he's
about
not
some red
asking
flags.
questions. He's saying that it's weird and impossible to believe.
I'm not
That's
saying
not
it's
asking
impossible,
questions.
but it's skeptical.
Yes. How is being skeptical of something victim blaming?
It's
We're
not.
not saying she deserved it.
When you have
Nobody's saying she deserved
would
that.
you would accept it in other circumstances? The only reason you're not accepting it is because Daddy Trump did it.
No.
No,
That's
I
quite-
didn't even.
No, it's quite literally like
I didn't
I have a
even-
question. I have a question. If a babysitter prospect right was held civilly liable for sexual abuse, would you let them take care of your kids?
But I would have to know everything about what happened. Like I would have to know
Wait,
inside
no.
and out everything that
So,
happened.
so no. Just knowing that they were held civilly liable, would you let them take care of your kids?
It would have to be without a reasonable doubt. Like I'm not just gonna be like, oh yeah.
So you wouldn't. So you would let them take care of your kids?
I'm not just gonna assume. I don't know. I'm not just gonna assume.
No. Would you let them
somebody
take
did
care of your
something
kids? Yes or no?
and not ask some questions.
Would you let them take care of your kids?
But when you say these words, legally liable, what do you mean?
Held civilly liable.
Civilly liable. What do you
It
mean?
means that the
civilly
jury
liable.
of 9 people held that indicated that it was more likely than not that he sexually abused Eugene Carroll.
So what did he get charged with?
Civilly liable means legally responsible, and he was charged with sexual abuse.
I don't think that's true. I don't think
Are
he
you
got
fucking
charged
kidding me? Do you wanna
with
see the
sexual.
verdict? Do you want
I
to see
don't
the
think he
verdict
got
sheet?
charged with sexual abuse.
He did.
He
You wanna
was.
see
He was
the
held
verdict
legally
form?
responsible for sexual abuse.
You want to see the verdict form? I can pull it up.
I just think it's kind of fishy that 23 years later she would say this right when he becomes.
That's typical. How many times do I have to tell you it's typical? How
But
is it fishy if it's typical?
It's all right. That's fine. I
Wait, so
understand what
would you
you're
say
saying.
that about the
But
victims of
it's
the Catholic
right-
Church? I have a
right
question.
when he
Would you say it about the child victims of the Catholic Church?
No, because those are children who have no idea what there's no gain for them to say anything. There's no
Millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars, but they're still telling the truth.
Here, let me expand.
There's no gain for a kid to say anything.
These children came forward about their assaults 30, 40, 50, 60 years later and did receive millions and millions of dollars from the Catholic Church for this, but they were telling the truth. And just because it's been 20, 30, 40 years doesn't mean that they're not telling the truth. And here's the verdict form from the case. Mr. Trump sexually abused Miss Carroll. Yes.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I just think people lie, and you never know. I don't know why she would bring it up 23 years.
I already told you.
Right whenever he's running for office.
He brought it up in the charges were brought in 2019. He was already president by then.
Yeah, but she knew, like, all right, he's gonna go again, and
but that wouldn't have impacted his 2020 election prospects.
You didn't know that.
It could have made a big difference.
How'd she know that he was going to run in 2024? How'd she know that he was going to lose?
She didn't know he's gonna. No one knew
exactly.
He was gonna lose.
So
nobody
if
knew he's gonna lose. I literally,
Exactly.
I've never voted once in my life, and I wasn't gonna vote in 2020 because I was like, "There's no reason to vote. Nobody's voting for Biden." Like, this is like Trump did a really good job. I wasn't a Trump supporter at all in 2016. Not at all. I didn't
Thank
care.
you for the $1. I appreciate it, Jared.
Thanks for I'm sorry, hold on a second. I'm talking to somebody else.
So
I didn't vote for Trump at all in 2016. I was like, yeah, I don't know about this guy. It's kind of crazy. He did a good job.
So how come you can't say that now when he's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse? He's a 34 count felon. He said that he would date a 10-year-old girl.
He did a good job running the country.
What is happening? Is that... What just happened?
What the fuck? What the fuck just happened? Do y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
I can hear you. You just sound
Sorry.
kind of far away.
Did anyone hear that? What just...
It was like a really loud whooshing sound.
Yeah, I'm sorry, everyone. I don't know what just happened.
I was literally just sitting here, and it just, I thought that was Katie, and I was like, what the hell is going on?
The sound is back to normal. Thank you so much for the gifts, everybody. So
I'm so sorry, chat.
Here's the other thing about this case and about Donald Trump in general. This is a pattern of behavior. She's not the only one who has accused him over the decades. He was one of the people who testified against him. Her name was Maria Beato, and she was 15 years old when she was competing in the Miss Teen USA pageant. and he walked into the dressing room without telling anyone he was coming in when those girls were undressed. You think that's okay? And he doesn't deny this. He bragged about it on Howard Stern.
No, that's not okay.
So there's that, which he admits to doing. So there's that. There's also the Access Hollywood tape where he all but confesses that it's okay to grab women by the pee because they quote unquote let you do it. And then it's shocking that he actually does that.
So this is the thing is like whoever you are that's doing this live thing, you literally said the lesser of two evils earlier. The thing is, we have to think about what's going to be better for our country as a whole. If we want to sit here and talk about all
Trump
the weird
the lesser
shit,
of two evils?
if we want to sit here and talk about all the weird shit that Biden does constantly, and like all the weird shit, like his daughter or whoever that is, stepdaughter said something about him.
Not his stepdaughter, it's his daughter.
Yeah, coming in the bathroom with him all the time, or that's weird. That's really weird.
The contents of the diary have not been verified. She came out and said that there were false accusations lobbed at people she cares about and her that defame her and people she cares about.
Well, either way, it's weird that you would say that and then take it back. Like,
Her diary was stolen and it was sold to a right wing group.
Oh, it's probably Trump's son, huh? It's sold to Trump's son.
Thank you for the shiny air balloon. Thank you so much. How come you don't ever talk about
Project Veritas?
Yeah, Project Veritas is literally like a right wing group. So if this were the other way around, if this were with Ivanka, and she and like the diary was stolen by like a left wing group that really despises Donald Trump, you wouldn't be accepting this.
I just want to know,
say it's unverified.
What are we gonna do for our country? Like, besides the fact that both these guys are fucking weirdos, what's better for the country? A Biden who's probably gonna die in 3 years, and who knows who's gonna be behind him? Who? Gavin Newsom, your governor, who look at your state right now. There's shit all over the sidewalks.
The state of California is the sixth largest economy in the world and funds most of the rest of this country.
Go to California and look at it.
I have.
There's shit.
I literally live in Los Angeles.
There's more homeless people.
Jorge, thank you for the $6.66 as well.
There's ever
thank you for
been
the dollar.
there. Like, this is ridiculous.
Not very often. What's up?
Like, you can't literally say California has got it figured out because it's
California is better than most of the country.
Economy of the world.
California is better than most of the country.
Yeah, right. I think the only people that would ever say that is people that live in California.
No, I mean, if you look at
nobody else would say that.
Maybe because they would be able the ones to see it, you know?
The shit on the sidewalks and all the homeless people.
That's literally not the case. But
because we look at data. They have high
There's no data. There's all the data is showing that.
Wait, can you stop and listen? Can you listen real quick? Can you listen real quick?
They have high educational attainment. They have
do they?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. I'd love to see that one.
Okay, I'll bring you.
I'm pretty sure it's like 40% of the people who live in California are like under their read grading levels or whatever.
That's a lot higher than the rest of the country, first of all.
Can you give me a source, by the way?
No. I'm not gonna get on Google.
That's called the trust me, bro.
I'm not gonna get on Google and look it up.
Well, because you don't actually care about facts. You just care about your feelings. Your feelings preside over the facts.
No, you can go to California and look. I
live in California. I live in Los Angeles.
Just walk around.
Yes, I do walk around.
Do you see how shitty it is there?
It is not shitty here. It is. I'd
Why is everybody breaking into everything?
Corey, where do you live? That's not happening everywhere in Los Angeles.
Well, I live in another Democrat fucking place, Chicago.
Where do you live? Okay,
and it's just like it's turning into California.
California is completely fine.
No,
California.
it's not.
Yo, do you like California? Is California a nice place?
Really? That's why I'm pretty sure California is like the largest state of everybody leaving there.
Really? Well, maybe because it's one of the largest states in general. Use your brain.
No, it's within the last 4 years.
Can you give me a source that's proportional to the population?
You look it up. It looks like you're sitting right in front of a
I'm playing 2K, bro.
Look it up.
I'm playing 2K.
There's
I'm not
more
looking at
people
your
leaving
source.
California than there's ever been.
Yeah.
There's a reason why.
Again, because there's more people living there. Now, can you give me a source that it's proportionally higher?
There's more people leaving Chicago than there's ever been.
Can you give me a source that it's proportionally higher now?
I didn't look up a bunch of sources to get on here and talk to you about this
Carla,
shit.
thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. You mean facts?
You're
just not informed?
These are facts.
Yeah, I agree. You're just not
more
informed.
people are leaving California than ever before. That's a fact. Look it up so when you get on your little live stream tomorrow, you can argue with other people about it, and that won't be a point you bring up.
No,
more
how
people
about
are leaving California.
how about you give me the source so that next time you bring it up
where everybody's
in a
going?
conversation?
You know where everybody's going? Texas. You know why? Because it's a red strait.
Dude, these are just talking points. If you don't have
This
a
is the
source for
truth. It's the truth.
it's called a talking point. If you
That's
don't
what
have
you
a
do.
source,
This is the truth. People are going to Texas
you don't have
and
a single
Florida.
source. What's your source?
I don't need to get a source. This is common
Trust me, bro.
sense.
Trust me, bro. Common sense is not a source.
This is all right. You want me to find something on?
Yeah, I can't hear you when you swipe out of the app, but yeah, I want you to find something.
Yeah, so okay, I'm a teacher. We all know that we have our education system ranks not the greatest across the world. We all know that. We have issues. We have a low literacy rate across this country. California's educational attainment, they rank 22nd across the nation. The bottom 9 states in education are red states, Alabama being at the bottom. So California is doing a lot better than most of the states. And if you want to talk about,
we can't compare California to Alabama.
Why
Like seriously, come on, because there's 30,000 people that live in Alabama.
There's
like 300,000.
This guy's
people.
so intelligent. Like,
There's
he said
300,000
30,000 people live in Alabama. This guy's so
Corey,
delusional.
we're
compared
talking
to
about-
California.
Corey, we're talking about per capita rates here. We're not talking about the number of people who reach a certain educational level. We're
Bro
talking
thinks
about per
more people
capita.
were on this live than live in Alabama.
Like what? I know Alabama.
Being sarcastic, you dumbass.
You're calling. Wait, how many continents are there, Corey?
There's 12.
Oh
Yeah,
my
I was
god.
listening to that shit earlier, and I was like, "Yeah, that's why you wanted to keep her for so long, because you knew, all right, I can prove my point."
Is that why I'm keeping you for so long, Corey? Corey, if you say I only keep people because they're dumb, why am I keeping you on the live?
What you did,
Corey. If I only keep people who are dumb on the live, well then why am I keeping you on the live?
Because I'm dumb too.
You said it, not me. You called yourself dumb, dude.
Well,
That's crazy.
I'm currently in a state with some of the highest educational attainment rates in the country. Then overall, the number 1 most highly rated public schools, and it's a blue state.
So the top 3 states with the most people leaving: New York, California, Illinois.
Wait, and Corey, are you agreeing that every Trump supporter on this live has been dumb because I only keep dumb people on the live?
No.
Okay, so
I'm making a joke.
Okay.
I don't know what your point is, Corey. I really don't.
That California is a shit state.
It's not.
Yes,
based on
it
what?
is.
Wait, based on what macro indicator?
Everything, the debt, everything you guys are in right now.
We
It's
had a
crazy.
surplus. We literally had we had a huge surplus last year.
Really?
Yes.
All right. Well, send. Give me the stats on it. Send it to me. Oh, now you can jump off. I don't believe that. I've known a lot of people that lived in California. They're all moving. Everybody I know that lives in Illinois, they're all moving.
Cool.
Yeah, it's not good. Yeah, like what is Gavin Newsom doing for you guys?
Yeah. So we had a $100 billion surplus as recently as 2022. And any deficit we've received after that has been significantly lower.
Yeah, well, I don't see it coming. I don't see that.
Appreciate the Panther Paws. Thank you. The source is from calmatters.org. There's also another one from the Hoover Institution.
Dude, California is failing.
Okay. Yeah. Can you just give me an argument? Why is Donald Trump better than Joe Biden?
Because look at what's happened the last 4 years. Like, that's all you got to do. Look what happened.
What happened?
Well, 5 years ago, I could have went to the grocery store for $100 and got a whole week's worth of food.
How was that caused by Donald Trump?
No, it was caused by Joe Biden.
How is inflation caused by Joe Biden?
I don't know, and it doesn't. I don't have to come up with a reason why.
You do. Else you can't indicate responsibility. Okay.
Then how you explain? Then how he got everything so expensive? Without saying COVID and Donald Trump, without saying all that, because COVID.
Yeah, I'll do it. There was a reduction in
Go
global oil supply available to the United States. OPEC cut their production, right, along with the Russia-Ukraine situation, led to us getting less Russian oil. Both those things reduce global oil supply available to the United States, therefore increasing prices. That's nothing to do with the president.
You're just like reading talking points, and
I'm playing 2K. I'm literally playing 2K.
But yeah,
I'm playing my career right now.
You've done this for like the last week straight. Like, yeah,
I've been doing this for a few months at least.
If I could sit here or whenever you've been started doing it, if I could sit here,
that's like saying you're playing chess.
Policies that Trump has like put out there, it would make more sense. But I just walk
research.
outside
You're
and I
misinformed.
realize
I agree.
what's going on.
I agree, Corey. You're misinformed. Maybe you should inform yourself some more.
No, I don't need to. You just walk outside and realize.
You do. I do walk outside.
And you walk through LA and you think, oh, this is as beautiful as it was 10 years ago. Well, you wouldn't know because you've been 12.
I have lived here for 10 years almost.
So when you were 12, you have no idea what the fuck's going on.
I did know what was going on when I was 12. Speak for yourself.
No, you not whenever it comes
Tyler,
to
thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate my current player position as point guard.
Paying for food.
I made a sharpshooter.
Like, you don't know.
I do.
You really don't.
Corey, when I was 12 years old, I had a higher IQ than you do now. Okay? What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm sure you did.
Yeah, when I played Call of Duty and Clash of Clans all day, I was working on better fucking brain structures.
What does that mean?
I had better brain structures than you that were working together, to produce cognitive ability when I was 12 years old than what you currently have right now.
Do you think so?
Yes, absolutely.
It's showing really good right now, and you said you're going to vote for Biden.
Yeah, that's
all that matters.
Corey, how old are you?
I'm 34.
Well, I'm 47.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that a 47-year-old woman thinks like this.
What? I'm not surprised. No. I'm not surprised a weird old conservative man thinks like this.
Thinks like what? A 47-year-old woman with 2 master's degrees? Yeah, I don't know what you mean. What does that mean? Things like what?
It means that
he's just mad when women are educated. Degrees. He feels inferior when women are educated.
No, I don't.
Can you explain what you mean, though? I would like to know what you mean when you say I'm not surprised. A 47-year-old woman.
47-year-old woman that lives in California is going to be.
I don't live in California. I live in Pennsylvania.
Oh, well, I thought you said you live in California. But nope, yeah, you're going to be.
I said I did.
Liberal. Most older women are liberal.
That's not true at all.
The largest voting bloc. Liberal.
So, but do you know how many women voted for Donald Trump? That is not true at all, and they were in my age bracket and older.
Yeah, they didn't have 2 master's degrees. They were smart.
Well, educated women are significantly more liberal.
That's true because
that is very true. Yeah, it should say something about the education system.
Corey,
it does. It says
Corey,
the
I have
more
a question.
You know, the more liberal you become. Yes.
Corey, I have a question. What is the highest level of education a woman should get?
as much as they want to get.
Oh, okay. So do you think women should be educated?
Yeah.
Okay, so when women are educated, why don't you accept that? Right, when you're like you totally dismiss the fact that they were liberal, given that they were more educated.
No, I said the more educated they get, the more liberal they get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why do you
Doesn't that
think
tell
that
you? Oh my god! And you're saying it's worse to be liberal? Okay.
Yes, it's worse to be liberal.
Oh my! Oh no! He literally said if you're more
So
educated, you're more
this is
likely to be
what- this is
liberal.
what
But I
we're gonna
don't want to
say.
be liberal.
Yeah, this is what we're trying to say here. What I'm trying to say here. So you're liberal, right?
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Really liberal, and I could say I'm very liberal about certain issues. Like that's fine. Certain issues.
What does
you gotta
liberal
be
mean?
about. You accepting? I don't fucking know. I don't know the goddamn definition. But you can be liberal about certain things and conservative about other things.
So
when
you're
it comes
fine
to
with people being
people's, when it
liberal as
comes
long
to
as they're
people's,
Corey, so
Bro
you're
can't
fine
even
with
define
people-
liberal.
So you're fine with people being liberal about issues as long as you agree with them. But if
no,
there are
it's,
issues you
if
don't
it
agree
makes
with, then it's
sense,
bad to be
if
liberal.
it makes sense,
If it makes sense to
for
you,
everybody. So I mean, we can sit here and talk about a liberal idea or a conservative idea, and I'll tell you if it's actually a good idea
according to you.
For the whole scheme of everything.
Name an issue where everybody agrees that it's good.
Well, then you wouldn't call it an issue. If everybody agreed it was
A
good.
policy. Sir, that's not what issue means in this context. Issue means, oh my God.
And then what's it mean?
This is why people need education. An
But
issue
it's not.
is something.
No, it's not. What does that mean then? An issue. If it's an issue, that means there's two people disagreeing about something.
No, it means a topic.
Then why didn't you just say a topic?
Because it's a synonym for issue.
Well, there's
in some
a bunch of
context.
synonyms you could use
my
that
God.
don't really mean what you're trying to say.
Okay, Corey. Name a topic where everybody agrees that it's good.
That I would say
That all
open
liberals
border-
and all conservatives agree. Go ahead.
that there should be no open borders.
No, we definitely don't agree on that.
So you think we should have the border open?
I'm not saying I believe that, but there are
definitely
plenty of
people that believe that.
on the left that believe we shouldn't have borders at all. So no,
And on the
it's
right
not
as well.
something-
And
that
on the
is
right.
not something we all agree on.
It's actually a libertarian view on the right to not have any borders because it's restricting the free flow of labor. It's a regulation.
Well, I think there should be a border wall, and we should have borders.
Should we have a northern border?
Yeah, we should.
A northern border wall, I meant. Appreciate the little crown. So
Yes,
should we have a wall
yes.
we should have a wall between the U.S. and Canada.
Yeah.
Why?
Because why not?
Okay, should we put a wall between the states?
No, this is a country.
Why? But we're allies with Canada.
We're allies with Mexico.
Exactly.
Exactly. There should still be a border there.
So there can be a border, but we don't need there's border between states, right?
There's
Are there borders?
No, there's
between
no
states?
borders between states.
Yes, there are. That is the dumbest thing you've ever said. Saying
There's no border
borders
walls.
between-
There's no border walls between states.
Yeah, I never said there was a border wall, but there's borders, right?
Yes,
You can have
because we're all in a country.
So
we
you
can
just
all go
acknowledge
together.
you can have borders without a border wall. Good job. Good job.
No,
Good boy. Good boy.
If we're gonna go to another country, there should be a border wall.
Okay. Why?
Because you want all these people just sneaking in.
What's the issue with someone coming across the border and then us identifying later on that they're not supposed to be into the country? They can do that through tourism.
Dude.
Wait, do you think there should be walls in Europe? Between Germany and France, do you think there should be a wall between Germany and France? Do you think
It
there
is
should be
mind-blowing.
Should there be a wall between Germany and France?
I've never been over there, so I don't know what it's like over there. But I know they don't probably have.
Wait, but there's two countries. There's two countries. You said,
I would know.
you said there should be
there's
walls in
probably not-
between countries.
There's probably not 30,000 people a day coming from Germany to France and just moving in.
There was not 30,000 people a day coming from the southern border. That's a lie.
You don't think so?
Yeah, you want to bet?
I mean, yeah, let's bet.
How much?
Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna sit here and bet, dude. I don't know. I like to exaggerate to use these points, but there are.
I like to exaggerate and lie to use these points. Good job. You just made yourself look stupid.
There's like 1.3 million people that's came through in the last like year or some shit. That's insane.
That's not insane. That's literally what percent of our population is that? It's like 0.3%.
0.5?
It's
Yeah.
like 0.3%. So stop sitting here and fucking whining about our population increasing by 0.3%, even if that were true. Like, what the hell are you talking about?
Dude, you have no idea what you're talking about.
Corey, you're literally delusional. You just cried and whined about our population increasing by 0.3%. Like, what? We want
can't
population
just be
growth.
letting
Corey, I'm sorry to break it to you. Population growth
come through the border.
So make it faster for people to go through the legal process so that we can make sure that they have papers, or for everyone undocumented in the country, give them a pathway to citizenship.
If I could do that, I would, but I don't do that.
Okay, so Trump should advocate for a pathway to citizenship. Oh.
Yeah, he should.
Oh, it's almost like Biden is advocating for stuff like that as it relates to DACA recipients, but Trump isn't.
No, I think Biden let all the laws just go into whatever. I don't even know what he did, but all these people are coming through now, and it's crazy.
What policy did he pass that caused there to be?
I have
open
no
border?
idea, dude. I already told you I don't look up policies. All I got to do is go outside and look around. All I got to do is get my
Do you
power
live near
bill.
do you live near the border?
No, I told you I live in Illinois.
Okay, so you don't live near the border, yet you know what's going on at the border by just walking outside, and looking at the corn.
I have a lot of friends that live in Texas, and yeah, they're like, this is crazy.
Good job. Great. You have conservatives that live in Texas that give you a particular perspective. Nice, dude. Incredible.
Yeah, they are all like, what the hell is going on? This is insane.
Do you think there's a border crisis right now?
Yes.
Yeah, we have the same daily crossings right now as we did under Trump's administration.
No,
So
we
there's
didn't.
Yes,
Cite your
yes.
sources.
You want to bet?
No, we didn't. Cite your sources.
Yeah, so I can send you an article from Politico right now that goes over numbers from the Department of Homeland Security. Right?
Yeah.
And there's other.
No.
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 What do you mean no?
No, you can't.
Huh?
You can't send me that article.
Do you want me to show you right now?
Yes.
Okay. It's literally right here. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much, Shallow. Thank you. And it says daily crossings have fallen below 2,400. That's the lowest level since January 17th, 2021, right before the president took office.
So what was it before that then?
Before, like it declined by 40%
Yeah, I don't believe it.
due to the executive policy.
I do not believe it at all.
Okay. Well, so you just deny reality. Good job.
I don't
Corey,
I
Corey,
deny
you're an
reality.
intellectual human.
I think
like if
I think
aliens came down and
you-
like they saw your worldview, like I would be so ecstatic that they saw you and they generalized us all because of you. Like, you'd make humanity look really great.
I would like to say what you like to do in this thing is try to talk shit and make everybody look really stupid without
No, they make themselves look stupid.
without you
Corey,
actually
I don't have to make you
having
look
some
stupid.
type of conversation about
Corey,
this shit.
Corey, I did make you look stupid, but you did it yourself.
No, you
mostly.
didn't. No, you didn't.
Yes, you do. You quite literally reduced your view was reduced to I don't care about reality. I just want to believe in my imagination.
Can I say something? Didn't he, when he entered this live, start right out with the insulting you because of your age and how you don't know anything and you don't know anything about reality? Isn't that how this conversation started? And then I haven't said anything disrespectful to you, but you decided to say, "Oh, I'm not surprised a 47-year-old woman would believe the things you believe." So,
I'm
like,
not. I'm
don't
not
act like-
surprised.
Don't act like we're up here insulting you and you're not. You're just a little innocent baby over there.
I just am mind blown that there's this many people, which
Because
is
you're
really
un-
not that many people.
Because you're uneducated, Corey.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yes, you're uneducated and uninformed. That's why it's shocking to you.
Yeah, no, that probably is why it's so shocking.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta have 2 master's degrees.
You don't have to.
I think you do.
But education makes people more
No,
informed.
Corey, it just takes a little bit more than goldfish IQ and some critical thought, you know?
It makes people more informed and more a greater ability to discern fact from fiction when you're educated, because that's what education does. Teaches you how to critical think, teaches you how to develop media literacy, teaches you how to discern information, teaches you how to distinguish fact from fiction, how to research. That's what education does. That's why people who have education are more informed.
Oh. Well, I'm very happy for you that you have 2 masters and you feel good about it.
Corey, how much have you had to drink tonight?
I've had a couple beers.
Okay. How many?
4.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if that influences this.
No, I already thought like that. I already thought about all this shit.
Imagine if we
even
operated.
worse.
Imagine if we operated our systems of medicine or architecture or any field that requires education, with people just being like, "Well, I just walk outside and this is what I see, and therefore I'm going to develop this treatment and medication. I don't need education for that." Would you go to a doctor like that?
I wouldn't trust if Biden walked out and said he had all this shit. Oh, I've been doing all these studies. He can't even talk.
Oh my God, that's not what I asked you.
Yeah, well, then let me finish. I would say, I'd rather just walk outside and see what the fuck's going on. Like this guy.
Yeah, that's a problem.
I just can't even comprehend how anybody thinks that this is a good idea. It's you guys hate Trump so much,
yes,
that you would rather everything get fucked up.
We don't hate him.
Chat. Can we get a 1 in the chat if you hate Trump? Can we get a 1 in the chat if you hate Trump? Just spam 1.
We don't hate him for no reason. There's a million.
I don't love him, but like we can't vote for Joe Biden because of this.
I disagree. I think it would be more. I think it would be better to vote for somebody they pulled fresh out of the morgue than to put a rapist in the Oval Office. That's what I think.
A lot of people in the comment section that hate Trump. Holy shit.
Well, yeah, dude, you're running a liberal page right now that wants to listen to this shit.
Yeah, you understand that you came to watch the liberal page too? So there's
you popped
conservatives
up.
here
I
as well.
started listening. I was like, all right, I gotta say something about this shit because this is ridiculous.
That's actually a huge portion of the amount of people that come here because you interact with the content a lot, so it sends it out to people just like you.
No shit.
Okay. Well,
No data.
according to you, it's just a liberal page.
And anytime we make
No, you're running a liberal page. That's why everybody's gonna say, I want Biden.
Cool. No facts, no data, no.
Or maybe just because that's what the best arguments indicate.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I would say so.
Well, I'll let you guys move on. I mean, there's no change in my mind. There's no change in your guys' mind.
So you admit to having confirmation bias? There is the ability to change my mind, and there is the ability to change Amber's mind, but you haven't given any good argument to do so.
There's no ability to change my mind that Biden
That's
is the
called
worst
confirmation
thing.
bias.
No, it's called realizing what's going on. There's
it's called
there's
confirmation
nothing
bias.
you can do or say that I'm going to say.
Yeah, that's
Biden's
called confirmation bias.
Biden's probably good for the country.
Again, we're not even saying he's good. We're just saying he's better than Donald Trump.
But he's not.
He is.
No, he's not.
He absolutely is, right? And
No, he's not.
again, so what did Trump do that was better?
This is what I'm saying. I'm not going to sit here and like let's talk about what Biden does. How about
tell
all
me,
the
what did-
times?
You don't even know anything
let's talk
Trump
about
did, do you? You
how-
don't know anything Trump did, or do you?
Let's talk about how Biden can't even form a sentence.
Okay. Go for it.
Don't say, oh, he's got a stutter. He doesn't have a stutter. You ever heard somebody
He
stutter?
does have a stutter.
No, he
That's
doesn't.
objectively
No, he doesn't.
true. He has a
No.
lifelong stutter. You're lying.
No, he does
Okay?
not. You don't
I'm not
call that a
saying. I'm
stutter.
not saying everything that relates to Joe Biden.
I stutter sometimes.
is-
I don't have a lifelong stutter.
He has a speech impediment.
What does that mean? He can't talk. He can't formulate a sentence.
Oh my gosh!
That's
it
a
means he
speech
has a
impediment?
stutter. Yes.
No, it's
stutter is
not a
speech
stutter,
impediment.
dude. That's
Yes,
not
it
a
is.
stutter.
He does have a stutter. I'm not saying. I appreciate the roses. Thank you so much. I'm not saying all of the issues related to Joe Biden are related to his stutter. I don't even think it's an issue that his stutter. Right.
He's
What I'm
got
saying.
dementia.
What I'm saying is he does have a stutter though. He does not have dementia. Can you give me any of the qualifications necessary to identify that an individual has
So
dementia?
maybe he's got a stutter and dementia.
And I believe he's in cognitive decline. So is Trump. But like that does not mean he has dementia. So can you tell me what are the qualifications necessary to identify that an individual has dementia?
Well, he has no idea where he's
Amber,
at.
where'd you go?
He has no idea where he's at.
Alyssa, thank you so much for the $3.40. He does know where he's at. That's bullshit.
He doesn't know how to walk off the stage.
That's a lie. Wait, where's Trump's wife? She apparently just never wants to be around him because she doesn't like him.
No, that's not my problem.
Wait, so I mean, you're saying Joe Biden's wife is supportive and there, and that's a bad thing?
I didn't even bring up Joe Biden's wife. I said Joe Biden doesn't know how to walk off the stage.
Yeah, because you're referencing the debate where he and Jill were like walking off together. Again, I'd rather take
I'm
old man Biden.
I'm referencing where he goes to turn around and has no idea where the fuck he's at.
Roses, thank you so much. Again, wait, which one?
I don't know. I don't keep track of this shit like you guys. I don't mark it down like, oh, just in case I got to talk to somebody about this, I better have my facts straight. I don't have to do that.
You mean basically critically think, dude?
What I'm saying is I am critically thinking. I see it and I know. I'm like, dude, this guy is losing his
You're
mind.
not, man. You're not, man. If you were critically
guy has
thinking, you'd
lost his
understand the
mind.
position here.
Do you think he knows what's going on?
Do I think Biden? Yes, I do think he knows what's going on.
You think he knows what's going on?
Uh-huh.
That is the craziest thing I've ever heard.
Rose, thank you so much. No, it's not. It's not. He's not like incapable of knowing what's around him. He clearly can. Yeah, in some circumstances, his memory is not the greatest, and like he might forget things. But like, dude, that doesn't mean he's incoherent in all circumstances. That doesn't mean he's like has no clue what's going on.
Like
I think people are over exaggerating and they're taking it way too far than like what is
90%
actually
of the
reasonable
time-
to believe.
90% of the time, he has no idea what's going on.
That's a complete lie, dude. You know
But
that's
it's
a lie.
not.
You're
Or
over.
more
You're
than
heavily.
90%
Did you
of the
listen to me?
time.
Did you listen to me at all? I said people are heavily over exaggerating about these qualities. Appreciate the hearts. Thank you. You just did it. You literally
No.
just. You're
90% of the videos you see of him, he's not making any sense.
No, that's not true at all. He makes
It's
sense.
very
He makes
true.
sense in a lot of videos. That's complete lies. You can look up Biden's speeches, and he's gonna make sense in a lot of them.
When he's reading a teleprompter.
Wait, you understand that Trump reads a teleprompter and doesn't make sense sometimes? I agree. Logan, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Love
I
Biden.
don't.
Let's just
I don't.
talk about Biden.
I just acknowledge reality. I'm not living in
No,
fucking La La
let's
Land.
talk about Biden then.
Okay.
So he is mumbling constantly, has no idea what the fuck he's talking about.
You just keep
Can't even
saying the
walk
same
up
dumb
the
shit. Thank you for the fireworks. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. He does mumble. I'm not going to dispute that. Again, but that doesn't mean he has no clue what's going on at all.
It kind of does.
It doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
So what was he talking about when they said he beat Medicare?
When? In the
In
debate?
the debate. Yeah, what's that mean?
What do you mean he beat? I don't know. I don't know what that would mean.
No, nobody knows what the fuck he's talking about.
No, you have to give me more context to the quote. When Trump says that Biden is a bad
let's talk about-
Palestinian.
let's talk about Biden. Let's not talk about
when
Trump.
Trump calls Biden a bad Palestinian, does that make any sense to you? Appreciate
A
the money,
bad
Ben. Thank you so much.
Palestinian?
Yeah.
Trump called Biden a bad Palestinian.
Yeah. Unironically.
I guess it would make sense if he was talking about
Make
Israel
sense?
and Palestine.
What the fuck are you talking? How
If
the
he
hell
was
does
talking
that make
about Israel and Palestine, that would make
Please,
sense.
How does that make sense? Thank you for the VR goggles. Thank you. How does that make sense?
If he was saying like Biden supports the Palestinians and now he's
Why would he say
turned
he
over, I
is
don't know.
Palestinian? He said he is Palestinian. He's a very bad Palestinian, a weak one. That's what he said.
Dude, I have no idea. I have no idea.
Incoherent
why he would say
gibberish.
that.
Do you know what's a black job? Thank you for the future encounters. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. What's a black job?
A black job?
Yeah, what is that?
This first time I ever heard of that.
Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's what Trump said. Am I working a white job right now?
Playing 2K and TikTok video?
Yeah, am I working a white job right now? Social media content creation. Appreciate the hand art. Is this a white job? Think of this one.
No, honestly.
Okay. So what the hell is a black job? What is it? What the fuck does that mean?
You tell me.
I don't know either, dude. That's exactly what I'm saying.
So why?
Now, battery or shark?
Why would you bring that up?
Battery or shark?
So why?
Hand art. Thank you so much.
Why would you
know
bring
that Trump
that up?
mistook E. Jean Carroll for his ex-wife, a person he was proven to have sexually abused with his ex-wife, while saying that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type? Incoherent gibberish.
So I want to say,
appreciate the corky. Thank you so much.
I've tried to say, let's talk about.
He mistook Nikki Haley with Nancy Pelosi.
All the same shit you keep saying about Trump.
Yeah. So what you do is you're like, oh, this is incoherent nonsense with Biden, but then when the same things are true with Trump, you don't even care.
No, thank you so much. Because Trump is probably making a point.
But you don't assume Biden
is not making. Dude, he can't even talk right.
He can. He absolutely can.
No, he can't.
Yeah. Have you watched? Dude, you're literally just removed from reality. It's unbelievable. Right.
No,
I can admit the cognitive decline that exists, but like you are just like take it to this insane conspiracy level, dude. It's like completely removed from reality. You're living in La La Land, dude. Like actually living in La La Land.
Just because you're
literally living in your imagination. I'm not trolling. Just like your imagination.
Like, I just don't understand how you guys can just look past all this shit that
you're
Biden
looking past proven
constantly
sexual
said.
abuse, fraud, defamation, 34 count felony. You're looking past him saying he dated 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He calling his daughter voluptuous, saying yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass. Right, saying he'd date his own daughter if she wasn't his daughter. Saying it's okay for him to walk into changing rooms of teenage girls that are naked and changing and brag about it in front of Howard Stern. That's the president that you're voting for. That's the guy you're voting for. You're willing to look past all those fucking things, but you bring up the fact that Joe Biden is a little bit incoherent in some circumstances. I'd take Joe Biden on a fucking IV drip, right, with no cognitive capacities, right, literally being walked around on a medical bed over Donald Trump any fucking day of the week. Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much, because that would ensure us Kamala Harris over Donald Trump. Right, and Kamala Harris isn't Kamala Harris. Wait, actually, I'll ask you this question: would you vote for
Kamala Harris? Was
would you vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump?
Me?
Yeah, like
Donald
if it was those two. Oh, but she's more cognitive. What are you talking about? She's more cognitive.
Yeah, she's a complete idiot.
Oh, okay. Name one thing that she said that was dumb.
You can pull up a video and you can just tell.
Can you name one thing she said that was dumb?
I don't write all this shit down, dude.
Yeah,
Like,
so you call her stupid. You call her
You can't
stupid,
put
but you can't
somebody on
name
the
one
spot
thing.
to bring up a point
Yes, I
like
can.
that.
Yes, I can. You
No,
called
you
her
can't.
stupid. You called her stupid. You have nothing to say that she's done that you think is stupid. So this just tells me I write this off as like misogyny or racism. Like totally honest with you. You have no reason to call her fucking dumb. No reason to call her stupid. Yet you still fucking do. What's the reason? You have nothing. It's literally just a vibe, bro.
You listen to her talk.
What are you talking about, bro?
Listen to her
She
talk.
talks and she sounds way more cognitive than Donald Trump. Donald Trump's a pathological liar, a raging lunatic. He's fucking insane, batshit crazy, and you're voting for that guy to have access to the nuclear codes over Kamala Harris, who's clearly... Oh, he's been denying the election for the past years. No sufficient evidence to indicate that he's won. He's been undermining the Constitution, literally saying that we should specifically put people in prison for burning the American flag for a year, right? Undermining our basic constitutional freedoms, right? That conservatives care to claim that it's so good, it's so great, right? He's advocating to get rid of federal income tax and replace it with tariffs, which would absolutely devastate the middle class of this country. Absolutely devastated.
Really? You think so?
Yes. You would have to have 85% tariffs on every good coming into the country and completely isolate us from the global economy in order to meet the exact same federal revenues from federal income tax. You think inflation is bad now? Inflation would be like 3-4 times worse with a Donald Trump presidency and getting rid of federal income tax and replacing it with tariffs. Appreciate the hit art. Thank you so much. unless you want to completely cut Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and do all of these things that Project 2025 is arguing, yet he says he doesn't support. And he says he knows nothing about, yet he disagrees with so much of it. How the hell does he disagree with things and knows what he's disagreeing about, right, if he doesn't know anything about it? That's incoherent gibberish, and you're fucking believing his lies over and over and over again because you don't want to fucking inform yourself.
No, that's not
now.
why.
Now tell me who's the one who puts feelings over facts. Tell me again.
I don't think you know what's going on.
What do you? You just complained that I know too much of what's going on because I fucking do this all the time.
No, I'm talking about in every certain situation. You start bringing up these policies and acting like, oh, it's all just one policy. It's all going to work out perfectly. But you don't know how it happens.
The Trump tax cuts, 83% of taxes went to the top 1%. It added 2.5 trillion to the debt, and it specifically only increased the economy in terms of GDP by 0.02% a year.
But you don't know what that's actually going to do. You just read that and think, oh, this sounds like a piece of shit thing.
Yeah, I do research, and it sounds like a piece of shit because it is a piece of shit.
No, I don't think you really understand.
Can you give me anything in that bill that was good for the working class?
Well, all right. Well, I don't know. I can't. And like I've told you, I don't know anything about policies or any of that shit.
Yeah, you're an uninformed voter that wants to vote for a raging misogynist, proven sexual abuser, fraudster,
we can
34
say
count felon. Right? I can keep going. Dude. All of these things are applicable.
What have you done for like a job? Like these last 4 years?
I've been in school. I got my degree in economics, and I did this. This is my job.
That I mean, explains what I need to know.
What's the issue with that? We were talking about the economy, right? I have a degree in economics that I just got.
Good.
Right. So I was doing stuff that's relevant to the things that I'm expressing and talking about and teaching people about.
What I'm trying to say is that certain aspects change everything that you wouldn't realize. You would think like, oh, maybe it's not a good idea. And I'm not rich, so I don't agree with all these taxes and, you know, all that bullshit. But like maybe that's the answer in the long run.
That was Trump's major piece of legislation. Right?
Maybe it was.
He advocated for the infrastructure bill. He couldn't get it passed. Biden did. He advocated, right, to make Mexico pay for the border wall, and he's getting the border wall done. He made 1/4 of the border wall. Mexico didn't pay for it. He said he was going to drain the swamp. Even under his own view, if the election was stolen, he appointed corrupt judges that stole the election from him. So he couldn't have drained the swamp if he elected these corrupt judges that stole the election from him because they didn't indicate sufficient evidence to overturn the election. Angela, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
I don't know, man.
He said he would repeal and replace the ACA. He had 2 years of both the House and the Senate. He could have brokered a deal and got people to support that in Congress, and no one got that passed to repeal and replace the ACA.
In 15 years, you'll think completely different.
I think in 15 years, you're going to realize how crazy this shit is. I think in 15 years, I think in 30 years, I think in 40 years, when this is in the history books, I think when this is written in the history books, the future generations are going to learn about how fascism rose in America because people were ill-informed and misinformation rose through social media, Facebook, disinformation, because people didn't want to critically think. That's going to be the story that's written in the history books that is told from the perspective of people that have seen what has affected us in the future. That's what's going to happen. You're not going to understand this now because you're fucking living in the whole bullshit of make America great again, of Trump wanting to get out of his fucking prison sentence.
Yeah, we will see.
The handout, thank you. That's what's going to be written in the history books. You just don't know it yet.
Oh, I know it.
He tried to undermine our democracy, our political institutions. He tried to stop a peaceful transition of power by trying to get Mike Pence to not certify the election results. And you're still following this guy. You still want this guy to be president. He's a 34 count felon. He's a proven sexual abuser. His tax policy negatively impacts the middle class at the effect of benefiting rich people. And you're still voting for him. He added more money to the debt. Money supply increased more under his administration.
100% in voting for him over Biden.
Same border crossings now as was then.
I don't know.
He didn't do anything about climate change. right? His response to that as it relates to the debate was, I'm going to do something about air and about the water, about the water. Sir, what about human-caused climate change that 97% of climate scientists indicate is going on right now? Are you going to do anything about that, Trump?
Hey, well,
childcare. What are you going to do, Trump?
Hey,
Trump, what are you going to do about childcare?
And I don't want to be an asshole.
We're going to take it out of the hands of the Democrats
here.
who are doing something. You know, we're going to do that. I don't have anything.
Hey,
what about healthcare, Trump? What are you going to do on healthcare?
Calm it down, young one.
Appreciate it, thank you.
I wish you guys luck out there in California.
Appreciate the corgi. Thank you.
And I hope you have a good night. But I think you guys are on the wrong side of all this.
No response to anything. I'm just saying. I feel like you're on the wrong side of this, bro. Wow, dude, such a great argument. Incredible. I've never considered that one before. You're right. Damn right.
And also, I want to say, I want you to like debate somebody that actually knows what they're talking about.
Well, give me a MAGA that knows what they're talking about. Thank you for the IC. Thank you so much.
Charlie Kirk would know.
I would love to debate Charlie Kirk. If he wants to debate me on Trump, on Christianity, on Christian nationalism, on any of those topics that he debates college kids on all the time, I'd love to debate him.
I'd love it too.
I'd love to get in contact with him. He can join my live at any time. If I saw him in the guest box, if he told people that he was in the chat, I would fucking add him up immediately. I would debate him any day of the week. Any day. He'll debate all these young kids, all these college kids. Where is he debating people like me? Appreciate the boxing glove. Thank you so much. Where is that?
Well, hopefully that can happen someday.
Yeah. Yeah. I'd love to see that. Love to see that.
Oh, good luck out there in California.
Yeah. Please don't vote for Trump. Please don't undermine our American democracy.
Please don't vote for Biden.
You're not even saying that from a rational standpoint, bro. Like
I really am.
Aaron, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Can we get some Aaron's in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Aaron. I appreciate it.
All right, peace. I gotta get off here because I bet other people are like, God damn, I want to get on.
Okay. All right, let's go to the next person. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now, and I'll bring you up. Let's get to 1 million likes real quick, everyone. We're really close to that. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. What's up, everyone joining in right now? Type MAGA in the comment section right now if you want me to bring you up. Oh, actually, I hit 100 guests. Fuck. So I gotta just add people up. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. They're super loud. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right. Let's get this next individual, y'all. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right. Let's go on to the next individual, y'all. What is this person's name? What is this? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
44.
Are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely.
Why so?
He's the best for the job.
Are you driving?
No, I'm riding.
Okay, so why is he the best for the job?
Look what he's done in the past. He's there to. He's going up against the bad system.
Like what? Like what did he do?
Let me ask you this.
Yo, Diamond, thank you so much for the galaxy.
I listen to your stuff quite a bit. What are you going to do when he appeals and he actually is found in the civil case not guilty? Are you going to go back and say he's not a rapist anymore?
On what grounds would they would he appeal?
I'm just saying, when he does appeal and find him innocent, are you going to go back on everything that you said about him being a rapist?
On what grounds are they going to appeal? Appeals are unlikely to go through.
I'm just the appeal will go through. I'm just asking you. Okay, let's just say if it.
Do you want to bet? Do you want to bet?
Does go through.
Do you want to bet though?
Absolutely.
How much do you want to bet?
Do it, yes.
How much do you want to bet?
Yes. Whatever you.
You just cut out. You got MAGA Mobile? Oh no, chat. He's got MAGA Mobile. Oh no. Oh no. That seems to be your connection right now. You got bad connection.
What's MAGA Mobile?
You got bad connection. MAGA Mobile.
Can't hear me?
Yep, I hear you.
I can hear you
It sounds
fine.
like you're driving.
No, I mean, I'm riding with someone.
Okay. So, okay, again, so I have a question. Do you care about our democracy?
I care about the truth, is what I care about.
Do you care about our democracy?
I care about the truth.
Tori, thank you for the $1. And do you care about our democracy?
I care about the truth. I mean, somewhat I do care about democracy.
Okay, so if
To an
Trump is
extent,
undermining our American democratic political institutions, do you think that's a bad thing?
I think anytime someone is undermining someone, it's a bad thing. So let's do it. Let's look at it as what do you think about the Democratic Party undermining the Republican Party?
What? I'm talking about undermining our democratic institutions by not accepting the election results of a fair and democratic election.
I don't accept the results.
You don't
I don't
accept.
think
So
it
you
was
think
fair.
so you think the election was stolen?
I absolutely think it was.
What evidence do you have of that?
The evidence. How many people is registered to vote in the United States?
You want me to bring it up for 2020?
Yeah.
How many registered voters in 2020?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so the number of registered voters in 2020 was 168 million.
So you're telling me every person basically voted in the United States?
No. No, every person didn't vote.
Well, I'm saying almost did. You're talking about a 90%.
A lot of eligible voters voted.
Are you telling me that 90% of the people in the United States voted?
No, that's not in the United States. The United States population's like 300 and something million. It's like 340 million.
My
now.
point, I understand that, but you said how many votes was there for Joe Biden, and how many votes was there for Donald Trump, and then for the rest of the
there was
nominees?
81.9 million for Joe Biden and 74.1 for Trump.
Which brings your total to what?
What? So 82 plus 74. That brings you to like about 158 or something like that.
So you're telling me that out of 160
my
million, 160 million voters, you're telling me 158 million of them voted? Nice try, bud. It's not going to work. You know in your heart that it's not true, and there's no way in the world that the rest of the world don't know it also.
Wait, say that again?
You know in your heart that 150 something million out of 160 million not vote.
You cut out.
You know this.
Yeah, I know
I
that
said
people
that
did vote
you
to that
know
degree.
that 50.
So, yeah, like less than half the country. It's like actually, I think it's a little bit over half the country voted. I mean, which is a bit more than typical, but it's not unprecedented. Oh, he's got MAGA mobile chat. It's really tough. All right, Spurlock, I'm gonna go to the next person. You've got insane MAGA mobile, so I gotta go on to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Who, me?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
I voted for him every single time, and I'll continue to vote for him because I believe that he is what is best for our country. He cares about the people. He honestly does not even have to run for presidency. Like, he could be off on an island enjoying himself somewhere. But he decides to go ahead and stick up for our country because what is happening, the wars, the fact that
Don't you think he wants to evade his crimes?
Listen, that's not what I'm getting at here. You asked me a question, let me finish. When it comes to Trump, okay, and it comes to Biden, oh wait, sorry, I'm starting to sound like Kamala. Let me not do that. Okay, so Biden went ahead and he put Ukraine on NATO. He added them.
Ukraine is not in NATO.
Yes, Ukraine. He put Ukraine is with NATO. It's one
Can
of.
you give me a source?
A source?
So if that was true, there would be U.S. troops in NATO, like literally fighting.
That's not-
World War III would be started.
Actually, it's already started, and
has not.
part of the problem was he's having our allies fight for NATO. Or I'm sorry, fight for Ukraine. The problem is Russia said, do not touch Ukraine. Do not help them. Do not send them any military weapons. There was an agreement. And what was that, MAD? Or no, there's a different agreement. You know what? I don't have a computer to look up the exact name of that agreement, but there was an agreement.
The Budapest Memorandum?
Say what?
The Budapest Memorandum?
No, it's not that.
It's an agreement we signed with Ukraine that if they give up their nuclear weapons, we
Not
will defend
Ukraine.
them.
No. I'm not talking about Ukraine. I'm talking about Russia.
Yeah, I don't know what agreement you're referencing.
There is an agreement. You got a computer right there that you can look it up. Why don't you look it up? And then we can talk about that. Why? You don't want to look up some facts? I'm giving you some information that you can actually look
You're
up.
not giving me a title, so there's no reason I would do that.
You can actually Google.
Ma'am, I'm not gonna do your research for you.
Well, I've already done the research. I just can't remember the name of it.
Okay.
So anyway, we are definitely in deep over our heads, more so than we've been, and this is under the Biden administration. He is literally, I cannot believe.
Can you name one bad thing Biden's done?
Well, right now he's still running for president.
Can you name
He's
one bad thing he's
hurting
done in office?
He's
like one thing
hurting-
you disagree with?
Well, sniffing people, I can't stand that. He's pretty creepy. Oh, and then
Yeah. So what
and
about
then
Trump?
He's saying
Here,
that
What about
black-
Trump? What about Trump saying that he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years?
What are your sources and prove that?
You want to hear it?
Go ahead, put it on.
Okay.
He said
play
he
it.
would, exactly, quote unquote, I will date a 10-year-old kid.
And, he said it to a 10-year-old. Yes.
And then,
You can't believe I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. That's what he said.
What? No,
Yeah, you wanna hear it?
not. Okay, then
I'm playing.
I want
I'm
you to
about
play
to play it
one
right now.
from Biden when you're done.
I
because
don't know
they're
one from
both-
Biden that you're referencing. You'd have to give it to me.
Okay, how about I got hairy legs? The kids like to come and
This isn't even comparable to that.
it is.
He didn't sexualize
likes
a
it
kid.
when- he likes
didn't
it when
sexualize a
kids-
kid.
he
He didn't
likes
sexualize.
it when
I have a question.
kids
In that
jump
statement.
on his lap.
In that statement, did he sexualize any kids?
Yes, he did.
No,
he
that's
likes
a lie.
it when kids
You're such a ridiculous.
have jumping up on his lap. He likes it.
Thursday night. You going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
Oh, he's kidding around. He's not a pedo.
Okay, so if he
He's
said that
joking.
about your 10-year-old daughter when he was 40 years old, would you be okay with it? Would you still vote for him?
Because he's joking, just like
Would
about the
would you
police.
still? I have a question. Would you still vote for him?
Yes.
You would still vote for him even if he
I
said
don't-
you would date your 10-year-old daughter in 10 years, right?
Because he's kidding. You guys need to fucking pull the sticks out of your ass and stop being so tight. You guys.
So
are
you think
like
it's
fucking
okay? You think it's
tenpai.
okay to sexualize children in jokes?
Biden does. He likes it when the kids jump up on his lap. He likes
Can you give me?
cockroaches.
Can you
What
give
about
me?
in
Can you give me a
corn pop?
circumstance where he actually did that?
Biden?
Yes.
Just go ahead and look at his gaffes. There's a shit ton of stuff.
None of them have him sexualizing children. like that. That's
Well,
crazy.
no, it just has them physically creeping the fuck out of kids. That's what he has.
Can
Like
you
he is
again?
a
There
creepy
are
old man. I have a
okay.
question.
Even
for
if you do say it's true, Trump's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse. He sexualizes children, right? He quite literally said it was okay for him to walk into changing
Still gonna
rooms
vote
of
for
teenage
him.
girls who are naked and changing.
I'm
Because he
going
quote
to tell
unquote
you.
owns the place.
I'm going to tell you this right now. I don't care. He
You don't
knows
care?
how to run my country the right way.
You don't even know a single policy that he passed. What are you talking about?
Yes,
What do you
I
mean he
do.
knows how to run? Name a policy that Trump passed.
The border policies. And
What policy? Name one. You don't care about the sexual abuse, nothing, none of that, right? But you specifically, you said because the policy is so great, but you can't even name a single policy. Dude, it's actually unbelievable.
Let me think for 1 second.
Yeah,
on
I'll give it. Yeah, I'll give you
policy.
time to think. How much time do you think you need to think? How much data is there to process here? All right, everyone, tap that screen. Let's run it up to 100,000 likes, or 100,000 likes. Yo, dude, just pull the Biden. Let's get to 2 million likes. Everyone, share the live as well.
Okay, which policy? Which policy do you want to know about? His border policies?
What border policy? Name one.
Policies. He
Name
wanted
one.
to. He wanted
Name one
to build
policy.
the wall and make sure. Oh, one of his new policies that
That's
I
an
really
executive order.
One of his new policies that he was wanting to do. Well, there's the tax helping not tax tips and stuff like that.
That's something he wants to do in the future. No tax on tips. He also said that he wants to get rid of federal income tax and replace it with tariffs. And also, under his definition,
That's not what he said.
Wait, by the way, if Trump wants to get rid of tax on tips, wait, if Trump wants to get rid of tax on tips, are you saying that Trump wants to get rid of my taxes? Appreciate the racing. Thank you so much.
I know.
Like
that
quite
he
literally,
can-
mine
what
counts as
happens- What
tips.
happens when
Therefore,
the
Trump
United-
wants to get rid of my income tax.
Listen.
Interesting.
What happens when he lowers taxes? What happens? Does that help or hinder the economy if taxes are lowered? Doesn't that give us more buying power?
No, that's actually not going to be the case because
It is the case.
Listen,
And it's a
he's
fact.
replacing these
Have you
taxes
not
with
seen what
other.
Reagan did?
Amy, listen.
I lived through that.
Amy,
I saw it. It was good.
Yeah, and I could no, it was terrible.
It was
right.
good.
Reagan's policy, trickle down economics, destroyed the middle class of this country.
No, it did
Wages
not.
used to increase with productivity. Now, after the trickle down economics in the 80s, it doesn't. They do not increase with productivity. We've just seen them increase with inflation. Okay, just a bit above inflation. So, like, trickle down economics is not beneficial.
It actually
And
does
then also,
work.
so he
I
wants
had
to get
a
rid
great
of.
life
He said he
back
wants to
in the
get. Listen.
80s.
He said he wants to get rid of federal income tax and replace it with tariffs. Tariffs, right? Would be would in order to be able to replace federal income tax in terms of federal revenue, you'd have to have an 85% tariff on every good coming in the country. That would isolate us from the world economy. That would destroy the middle class of this country. It would destroy business in this country because they would have no one to engage with worldwide. That would be terrible for this country.
He actually wants to make it where we are a richer country on our own. Because
That would
we
not
have
make us a richer
everything.
country by no
We
means.
have all
Isolating
the
us from the
oil.
world economy would make
We
us worse
have-
off.
He's not isolating us. He's
No, it would.
making
85% tariff on everything would isolate us from the world economy.
Listen. If he increases the tariffs on our fellow people in NATO, fellow countries that are
No,
part
on
of
everyone. 85% on everyone. That means they'll put tariffs on us, and that will isolate us from the entire
So
world
why
economy.
shouldn't they be paying what's right? We're paying all this money. We're
We
supposed to
pay
be
that.
fucking
You understand that the
supporting
tariffs?
everybody?
You don't understand
Do
the
you not
tariffs?
understand that
Listen,
Biden is
ma'am,
a reckless spender? Sir.
No, actually, Trump spent more. Right?
Actually,
8.4
no,
trillion of debt-related
they're
spending.
about neck and neck. And
Not
as far
true.
as the
4.3
jobs,
trillion for Biden.
and as far as the
8.4
jobs,
for Trump.
as far as
That's
the
debt.
jobs go, all Biden is creating is more jobs that are government jobs. Guess where
Not
that?
true.
Yes, it is. Go look at the Dow Jones.
not true at all.
Go look at the
So you
stock.
can. So
Go
when you say
look at
government
the
jobs,
stock
do you mean
markets.
like when you say government jobs? Do you mean government employed? Like through say they contract people
Not
to
through-
engage in
no.
infrastructure?
No, not through.
Or like
not,
because
no.
the Chips and Science Act did increase investment for production of chips in America. So that's absolutely
That's not
increasing
what I am
jobs in America.
saying. No, you just.
And also, are you in
twisted
front of
my
a
word.
fan? Are you in front of a fan?
You're a typical.
Amy, are you in front of a fan? Can you?
Not anymore. I've got a lot of fans.
So what do you mean a typical?
Typical Democrats. You guys just. Ugh.
Yeah, and you're a typical MAGA. You don't care. You're a grape apologist. You don't care about the environment. You don't give a shit about health care, about women's rights, like access to abortion. You don't give a shit
know
about people.
Everything that I like or that I am for. And
Amy, are you pro-choice?
I am pro states. I am pro Roe v. Wade. I am.
You're
for
pro Roe
the
versus
state.
Wade.
No, I'm against it.
Okay,
Listen,
if you're against Roe versus
no,
Wade, then you're not for federal protections for grape victims.
Not for federal, but for the states, and that's exactly.
So there shouldn't be federal protections for grape victims. What about children that are raped in certain states?
Federal protections. Let me. You know what? You keep talking over me and saying bullshit.
No bullshit detected.
Okay, I'm calling bullshit, kid.
Yeah, and Amy, that's coming from you. So why should I care?
Because you might actually learn something from people who've actually lived on this planet longer than you.
You might learn someone from who's younger than you.
I have a daughter that's a lot more educated than you are, and I can learn a lot from her, but she can also learn a lot from me, because there's a difference between learning something in a book and actually going and applying it.
No, you just want to find some way of making yourself superior to other people.
I don't have to find a way.
That's what you're doing. You seriously, you're trying to like guise your knowledge and be like, oh, I know so much more just because of this experience. Well, then what experience specifically made you learn things? Yeah, name what qualifies you better just because of that. Because by that definition, by that definition, Joe Biden. Wait, by that definition, Joe Biden has more year experience than Donald Trump. Therefore, he's gonna know more, right?
He's also in diapers again, and his wife has to walk him
the one in diapers is Donald. I'm not trolling. He actually is proven to have been using diapers. He also literally sharted in the debate. You can go to 1 hour 16 minutes and 20 seconds, and you can hear Trump shart. Do you want to hear it? I'll play it right now. I'll literally.
I think it was probably Biden by the.
No, because they muted his mic. Like the other side was literally muted, so it was quite literally Trump sharting. Do you want to?
Yeah, I don't believe it. That could easily be altered.
It's from the presidential debate.
And how in the hell?
It was live streamed.
How in the hell?
How could it be altered? Ma'am, this happened live.
Yeah, right. Bullshit.
It literally happened live.
You know what? Let me ask you this. I have a serious question to ask you, Parker.
Yeah, go for it.
Biden, are you okay with him staying in the race?
I would prefer him to step down for someone like Kamala, but because she has a better chance of winning, at least based on the recent polls. But I mean, I'm down for Biden over Trump.
Do you know what collectivism is? You know the collective.
Yeah, I doubt you do.
That's you guys, the socialists. You guys.
I'm not a socialist. I used to be a socialist. Can you define socialism, Amy?
Yeah.
Yeah, define it.
It's a group of people that all want the same thing in interest. It's a collection of people, a collective.
So MAGA are socialists. MAGA are socialists because it's a collective of people that want Donald Trump to be elected.
Because we're for the republic, not for
you just said that a collective of people who want a particular thing is socialism. Therefore, MAGA is socialism. Is that your worldview?
We do not want one thing, and we are not the masses.
MAGA is social. Are you socialist?
We are not.
Amy, I don't want to hear it from you, socialist. You socialist. I shouldn't listen to you.
It's true though.
Allure, thank you so much. I appreciate the golden party. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Right now of communism, and when you get
you have no clue what communism is. You have no clue what socialism is. What are you talking about?
Yes,
the confetti. What's communism? Define it. Communism
is the control and the reign over people.
No, it's not. Communism is a stateless, classless, and moneyless society. There's quite literally no government with a control over you in terms of a monopoly on violence if communism existed.
China.
What are you talking about?
North Korea.
China's not communist. North Korea is not communist.
Bullshit. Why don't you actually go talk to some people that moved here from trying to get the fuck away from all that shit?
Even China's government itself doesn't claim that their economy is even socialist.
Parker, what did they do during COVID to the people in China?
That's just authoritarianism. That's not communism. Communism is literally stateless. That means it's anti-authoritarianism.
You'd be okay with your mom being hung?
Amy, I'm not communist, by the way. Amy, listen.
Seriously?
What? Why do you think that's communism? What the fuck? I'm not even a communist. Amy, listen.
You're a socialist.
Amy, you're
You
actually
are.
insane. Amy, you're
No,
actually insane.
you are
Listen, Amy,
actually
can you
insane.
chill for a second? I'm not a communist. I'm not a socialist.
president's gonna
but you don't
lie.
even know what it
He's
is,
gonna lose.
right? You literally think that communism is when person gets graped. That's what you just said. You literally just
No.
said communism is when
Not
a
what
group
I
of people
said,
grape
Parker,
someone. That's
because
literally
you
what you
can't-
just said. I'm
That
not
is
trolling.
not what I said, Parker.
Confetti, thank you. What?
I did not say that. You're taking words out of my mouth and you're making them whatever the hell you want it to be. Seriously.
No, I'm not. Amy, how much have you had that drink tonight?
I don't drink, Parker. I don't drink. I don't smoke pot. I don't do drugs. I don't do any of that. I am 100% sober. And I honestly think that you're a brat kid that needs to learn a lot about life. You think you know everything because you went to school.
I don't
and
think
you
I know
got your
everything.
degree, but you're not.
Amy, you think you know everything because you're older than me. Like that's literally
I
what
know
you're
a
arguing.
lot that you don't know because your frontal lobe.
And I know a
hasn't
lot that you
finished
know you don't
developing.
know. Yeah, and even though it's not fully developed, they still have a lot more going on than you.
You think
I had a lot more going on when I was 12 years old. Like, what are you talking about, bro?
What with your president?
What are you talking about? You have no clue what's going on.
I actually
Like,
know
straight
a
lost.
lot about what's going on. I just
Amy,
haven't
how
told
many
everybody.
continents are there, Amy?
Does that matter? You're asking me a geography fucking
Yeah, how many
question?
branches how many branches of government in the United States?
There's 3.
What are they?
You've got your hold on. You have the judicial. You have it's when I get put on the spot, I fucking hate this because I can't think. Okay, it's the presidential is the hold on. The executive branch is the presidential, and then the legislative would be the.
So say them all again. You said which ones?
You've got your judicial branch.
Mm-hmm.
You have your executive branch, and you also have your. God, I keep having a brain fart. It's been a long day at work. I put in like 11 hours every day, so that's my drunkenness. And the legislative, which would be like your, which would be like
what is the
your-
legislative branch?
your congressional branch. It would be the.
Yeah, I literally
Congress.
hear the person in the back saying the answers to you. By the way,
That's my husband, and I don't need to. Matt.
I literally can hear him saying. it.
Matt, shut the fuck up. I already know. You know what? I already know this, though. I learned it in fucking high school and junior high. This is
Yeah.
like.
Ma'am, you also learned how many continents there are, and you couldn't even tell me.
I did, but
Can you name the continents? Name the continents.
I was never good in geography. I was better in history, which I learned
What's
a lot
6
of-
squared?
6 to the power of 4.
6 squared.
6 times 6 is 36. 36. I understand how to do the math.
I'm surprised. Hey, good for you. Good for you.
I'm not stupid, dude. You got to stop thinking everybody who supports Trump is dumb, because we're not dumb. We just want our country to be safe. We want to be able to afford stuff again.
Yeah, I understand, but like you have
just
no clue what
want-
you're talking about. I appreciate that, Harrison. Thank you so much, and you do so with with the utmost confidence. Do you know something called the Dunning-Kruger effect?
Yes, I've heard about it. And you know
Yeah, it's
what?
like-
And you know what? This is not, no. I have done a lot of studying and research on this, but it's really easy when you get somebody irritated and upset for them to lose train of thought and not be able to think about all these deals.
Okay, so why don't you apply that to
And I'm
Biden
not-
to Biden in the debates? Ooh. Okay.
Apply what to Biden?
Why don't you apply that to Biden in the debates?
Apply what? Oh, Biden?
That
It's
same reasoning
because-
that you just talked about to Biden in the debates.
Okay, then I'm going to apply it to Trump too, and he didn't fuck up.
He did. He
Biden's
quite literally said that.
excuse-
He said Biden was a
in
bad
Biden's
Palestinian. He said there are black jobs. Can you tell me what a black job is? What is
Can
that?
you tell me what a white job is?
Yeah. Do you think that me working right now is a white job? No, that's incoherent, right?
I don't think like that. I am not a racist.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. So,
I don't-
what is a black job? Tell me. So
I don't-
wait, did you agree it's racist?
I think thinking in terms of that, and I've heard it from Biden, quote unquote, said white kids or black kids are just as smart and just as talented as white kids. He said that, quote unquote.
That
And if you
statement
don't
wouldn't be a
believe it-
bad thing, but what
No,
he did
that
is
is racist. And you know what? Him and Obama.
What?
Yeah, him and Obama a long time ago.
Wait, did you just say that saying that black kids are just as talented as white kids
No,
is
he
racist?
He said that black kids are just as talented and just as smart as white kids. That is a.
You don't
very
think black kids are just as
passive-aggressive-
talented and just as smart as white
That
kids?
is just as passive aggressive as anything. That is a very
Wait,
passive
what,
way
ma'am?
of
You don't even
saying-
know what you're saying. You don't even know what you're saying.
It is a
You do, wait.
passive-
Say what he said again. Please
See,
tell me
you're
what he
doing
just said
it-
again.
You're doing it again, and you do this.
No,
to
just
people
say it again. Say it again. Because you really don't even realize how stupid of a statement you just made is.
Yeah, well, I said that Biden said that. Okay.
Said what? What did he say? Say it one more time for me.
He said that black kids are just as smart and just as talented as white kids.
Yeah, I'm really not seeing what's wrong with that statement. See, that's not what the
is
statement is
racist
specifically, but like
that's
the
racist.
statement that you're saying that he said, there's nothing wrong with that statement, by the way.
He is
Right, but that's
racist
not
for
what he said
saying
even.
that. That's
That's
a
not what he
racist
said.
Comment. It is what he said. Play
No,
it.
no, what
You
he
can-
did was he-
You can play
no, what he
shit
did
about
is he-
Trump, but you can't do it for him. Do it.
No, what he
Play
did is he
it.
accidentally said poor kids.
No, he didn't accidentally say that. It came out of his fucking mouth. You know,
What?
Freudianism. You should have learned about that.
Zena, I appreciate the 6-month subscription. Thank you so much. So you think that's a Freudian slip?
I know it's a Freudian slip. It came out of his mouth. That and a lot of other things.
Wait, do you think that Trump has had any racist behaviors? I would say that both Biden and Trump
think
had
they're
racist
both
behaviors, but I think that there's a difference between their behaviors. One is apologetic, tries to do better. Now, name me one time Trump has ever apologized and tried to do better for his racist behaviors.
What are you
like
talking about?
saying Obama, the first black president, right, was born in Kenya with no sufficient evidence when we have his birth certificates from the United States. Like him denying, saying the Central Park Five should receive
You're
the death
saying
penalty when they've been
that-
exonerated. Right, him having housing discrimination lawsuits where they would tell non-white families that there are not openings, right, and they would tell
You
white
mean the
families that there
housing
are
market
openings at the
that
exact
Obama
same time.
passed?
They would mark applications of people who are non-white with the letter C, right, specifically to tell them that there are no openings.
Yeah, that's what they said, but I want to see facts, and I have looked it up.
So that
and
you can see the housing discrimination
I
lawsuits
have
where they
looked
really
it
reach
up,
settlements.
and I have not been able to find.
He
a
started the birther movement, like I just
justifiable
mentioned, and I
source.
can show you specifically the one for the Central Park Five.
What
Now,
is
which
your
one do you
source?
want?
The
For which
Central
one?
Park. I know the whole story about the Central Park Five. I watched a stupid documentary and shit, and it's all based on what the media and what the freaking producers and people who created the storyline want it to be. So it's
What?
really. I'm talking about the Central Park Five. I'm talking about the way the story was put out there. And I'm
What do
talking
you-
about how it's really easy when you put a story out there or a movie.
So
or
here's a
whatever.
PolitiFact. It says, did Donald Trump ever apologize to the Central Park Five for calling for the death penalty? And it says, no, he actually still holds the view that they should give the death penalty.
Okay, and you know what? I don't believe that. I don't believe your source. Yeah, I don't believe that is. I don't believe that. I don't believe PolitiFact. I don't.
There's a tweet of Donald Trump, by the way. There's literally his tweets.
And there's so much that they can mess with. There's AI out there. They've even made AI of him talking, and it wasn't even him talking.
Which clip specifically? Because I literally all of these are indicating that he's literally saying that he doesn't accept it.
Okay, who is
There's plenty of sources.
Who's behind? Okay, who is the source of whatever your source is? Who is behind that? Is that a Democratic ran?
No,
Right?
they're independent. Hot dog, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Independent means it's
Yeah, and they
Democrat.
source all the tweets, right? Like, do you want to see the individual tweets?
I can look them up.
Look at this. Donald Trump tweeted, "The Central Park 5 documentary was a one-sided piece of garbage that didn't explain the horrific crimes of these young men while in park. They were viciously attacking other people in the park. Nice guys? Question mark. Right? They were exonerated. They were all exonerated, and he still says that.
Maybe they shouldn't have been. Do we know all the facts? Like, for sure.
Oh my God! You see how quickly you change your mind now that it is the case that Donald Trump has that view? You're like, oh, he doesn't have that view. He hasn't said these things. And then I show you, and now you're like, oh, now I'm going to defend these things. What?
Well, he's my president. I'm going to defend him as much as I can.
Yeah, that's called confirmation bias. You said because he's my president, I'm going to defend him as much. What?
I will give confirmation bias because you're not.
Wait, would you defend him if he sexually abused a minor?
Would you defend the Democratic Party if your guys did that?
No, I would never defend that.
That's
would you defend that? Answer the question. Would you defend that? Yeah, would you defend that?
Condone pedophilia. That's the next
step. So wait, I have a
absolutely.
question. Is saying a 10-year-old girl that you're going to be dating her in 10 years pedophilic?
No.
You're sexualizing a minor.
No, he's not.
You're
a pedophile.
sexualizing a 5th grader.
Yeah, but Biden's done that too.
Wait,
He's
name me one time
literally-
where Biden sexualized a 5th grader.
Okay, a group of kids. He was in a pool, and he said that the kids come down and they rub his leg to watch the hair pop back up again, and they turn blonde in the sun. And he just like randomly goes off to, and I like kids jumping on my lap. I know about.
How is that sexualizing children?
He's liking them jumping on his lap and rubbing his fucking legs. Okay, that to me is disgusting. He walks straight up and
Like
sniffs
it's like a
children.
creepy old thing to say, but like that's not sexualizing children. What are you talking
physically
about?
doing it in front of you. You see him sniffing little kids. He's creepy.
Can you show me the video? Show me the video
Of
of
him
what you're
sniffing
specifically
the
referencing.
kid?
Because again, I'll say
Alright, let
things
me
are
see if
weird, but
how
what you're
do
not
I do
acknowledging is that's not sexualizing a child.
To me, it is. Some creepy old man came and fucking sniffed my ear when I was a kid.
Wait, it's
I
not some
already
random
know.
person. It's not some random person. What are you talking
It is
about?
some random
The ones you're talking
person.
about is like him like talking to his grandchild.
No, I'm not talking about that. I am talking about he does it to grown women too. He's freaking creepy. He's creepy. Ultimately, my question for you, Parker, is: Are you?
Would you rather? Wait, I have a question. Do you think that's worse than sexual abuse? Do you think that's
I
worse
think
than
it
walking in
is
the changing
sexual
rooms of
abuse.
changing teenage girls?
I think that it is sexual abuse for Biden to sniff children and creep them out because that will scar a child.
Wait, you think that's sexual abuse?
I think it's fucking disgusting.
Is it
yeah.
sexual abuse for Donald Trump to touch and kiss kids?
He's doing that in a different way. Biden is
In a different
creepy.
way. So what does that mean?
Okay, he doesn't go and put his nose on the top of a child's head and sniff them. Okay, that is weird.
Can you show me the video of what you're specifically referencing?
Yeah, and I
Because
just
it's like
asked
him
you
talking
because
to
you're-
people.
You're big on this TikTok crap, and I don't always do. I come on here every once in a
Just
while.
tell me a title. Tell me
But-
a title.
All right, you told me to put it up on my thing, right?
Yeah, just tell me the title. No, go look for it, find it, and then tell me the title.
Well, how do you go into the settings when you're on here to do that? That's what I don't know how to do. Like,
How do you go into the settings?
like how would
you can
pull
just
it up?
swipe out and go into your Safari and find it.
My Safari. I have a different phone. I have a Google.
And then go click on Google.
Samsung.
Go click on whatever you have.
Oh, I don't have. Okay, I thought there was a way to put it on my screen thingy because I wanted to show you the actual images, the actual videos. Is there a way to do that where I could show you the videos?
You can just tell me the title and I'll look it up.
Okay,
I can
just
watch it.
okay. Go on Google and type in hairy legs.
I've already seen that one. That's not sexualizing kids. You already said the whole quote.
Let me find. Give me a second. I'll look it up. Okay.
All right. In the meantime, everyone tap the screen. Let's run to 1.5 million likes. Share the live as well, everyone. All right, everyone. I got this conversation that I got to get off, everyone. But yeah, tap that screen. Let's get to 1.5 million before I get off as well. Follow me here if you haven't already. This is where I'm going to be live at basically every single day because my main account is like cooked right now. I have an account warning, so if I get one more ban, I get permanently banned. But yeah, we got one more person, so do follow me here, everyone. Again, I have an account warning. I'll show y'all. I have an account warning, so if I get one more ban, I quite literally am permed. So.
Okay.
One misinformation? No, it's just like random bans that stick around. They're for dumb reasons. Like one of them's for sexual exploitation and gender-based violence. One of them is for harassment and bullying. One of them is for harassment and bullying. Another one is for... A lot of them are for harassment and bullying. They just stick around. One's for misinformation, and I still have an appeal on that. They haven't given back to me. My other ones are sexual exploitation and gender-based violence, which is just like weird. And then I also have...
I've heard you
just
on
either
there.
harassment, bullying, or sexual exploitation.
I've heard you on this. I've never heard you. Never heard you do a lot of the things.
Oh
you
no,
just said.
those bans, I get them just because people disagree with me, and they if you get reported enough times, it is the case that that it is if you get reported enough. Sorry, I can't speak. If you get reported enough times, you'll just get a ban regardless. Appreciate the hand art.
Sad. That's what happens when you're dealing on the internet and you don't have your freedom of speech like you do in America. Something that I hold very true to my heart because I like to have my freedom of speech. You're not.
So if you care about freedom of expression,
censored.
okay. So then I have a question then. If you care about freedom of speech,
I was
then
going to answer the first one.
Do you care about Trump wanting to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag? Think of the hand.
Oh, I think he should because
that's against freedom of expression.
I have. Oh no, you don't burn my flag. You don't do that in front of me. Hell no.
Yeah, but
my father.
Someone should go to prison for a year.
My grandfather. If somebody burns the flag, they don't belong in this country.
Maggie, thank you for the $10.26. Thank you so much, Maggie.
They do not belong in our country.
What are you
If
talking
you are
about?
so hateful and you're not happy for the country that you live in and the freedoms that we have, we are one.
Wait, the freedoms that we have, yet you're arguing to put people in prison for a year for this, which was one of the freedoms that you were referencing?
Flag. Burning the United States flag.
Okay, so Amy, I have a question.
Tell me how
Should
you're okay
people,
with that.
Amy, should people burn pride, or should people be able to go to prison for burning pride flags?
I think that is just as bad. Yeah, you know what? It's arson.
So they should go to prison for a year.
Let's call it arson.
So if they burn their own, like if they burn a pride flag, they should go to prison for a year, right?
Yeah, if they, I don't have anything against people pride. I was raised by two women.
Coral, thank you so much. So
there's no problem with that.
If someone burns a Black Lives Matter flag, they should go to prison for a year.
I don't believe in that cult. Black Lives Matter. You know what?
You think Black Lives Matter is a cult?
Yeah, I do.
But you don't believe that you're in a cult by supporting Trump and every action he engages in.
So you're calling the American flag and people.
You're a
who
MAGA
represent
cultist, and
America?
you just quite literally said Black Lives Matter is a cult. You need to look in a mirror.
Okay, look at Black Lives Matter. All of that money they took in, none of it actually went to build the inner cities and help.
Can you give me a source?
Like they were supposed to.
Can you give me a source?
Look up Black Lives Matter.
Can you give me a source?
And where they put. Oh my God. Okay. Yeah. Fox News, CNN, NBC.
Maggie, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you. None of those.
By the way-
give me a title.
by the
Give me
way-
a title.
By the way,
You're just naming media. Give me a title.
this is where I watched it. I watched it on the fake news.
The fake news.
Just like your news
so you
says,
watch
he's
fake
a
news?
Convicted felon.
He is a convicted
They
felon.
did that shit on purpose just so they could say
And you
that.
want to vote for a convicted
and what's
felon.
What's
You have
sad
people on
is
your
it
team
didn't
that
work.
are happy to vote for a convicted felon.
Well, I don't. He's got white collar crimes. Okay, I'm not. Or no, they're white collar crimes. They're not crimes that hurt anybody. Nothing he did hurt anybody.
Sexual abuse hurts people. Fraud hurts
he
people.
was
Falsifying
not
business records
sexually
with the explicit
abusing
reason
her.
of holding back things about
She's
the
a
election
porn
hurt
star.
people because he got elected.
She's a porn star, dude. You're going to try to justify, oh, you're a porn star. Oh, no, you were sexually abused. Oh,
No.
sad.
That was consensual. Stormy Daniels was consensual. What the sexual abuse
The
is
hush
with
money
Eugene
was-
Carroll, but you're mistaking the two. Yeah, Stormy
He-
Daniels never claimed
okay,
to have been
we were
sexually
talking
abused by
about
Trump.
His convictions. His convictions are about hush money.
No, with
and everything
Stormy
under
Daniels,
that.
he tried to pay her hush money, and then he tried to falsify business records so the story wouldn't get out related to the election. So the underlying crime
That's
was
what
that he was
they
doing so
came
to
to the
interfere with the
conclusion.
election, and
That's what they
he
came
was
to the
falsifying business
conclusion on.
records. So it was a Class E
You would
felony
agree.
in the state of New York.
I still don't agree with.
Yeah, you
the
don't agree.
conviction.
Okay.
I don't agree that he actually did that on purpose. I believe that Cohen had a lot to do with it. And that he was a lot of people that are
So you just want to blame Cohen for everything because Cohen went against Trump?
They pay somebody to take care of their books and their stuff.
He literally instructed him.
And this was something years ago that happened. And just because he moved out of the state,
You understand there
and
was
came
orders
back
and instruction,
wasn't
right?
Considered a person who lived in New York the whole time, a resident of New York, that's their loophole to come back on it. Biden would so be convicted of so much more
Why hasn't he been convicted then?
because he's incompetent to stand trial.
Not
and
true.
that's a fact.
Not true.
That is exactly
no.
what
You have
they
no clue what you're
said.
talking about. No,
I
you,
do.
You didn't read the report. You just listened to talking points. So
If I
what they said. Well, listen. Her report was specifically referencing the classified documents case because the classified documents case you have to demonstrate a willful intent to retain. They didn't demonstrate a willful intent to retain for Joe Biden, therefore he's not going to be charged. Same thing happened with Mike Pence. Donald Trump, we clearly have a willful intent to retain with him because he literally showed people the documents, right, and said that he would have declassified them if he could have. He told people to move the documents, like on audio recording, away from the camera in which they would have been able to be seen. He knew he had these documents and he willfully tried to retain them. Whereas Joe Biden immediately, when he found out he had these documents, indicated people.
Joe Biden had all those documents laying loosely in his garage.
And they looked like they hadn't been touched in decades.
Oh,
Whereas with Donald
right.
Trump, they were moved. He commanded it. He ordered it. We have him on audio recording admitting to it.
Well,
and
he's
those
a little
things are
bit
still
more
charges, by the way.
responsible
By the
with
way,
his
those things are still
paperwork in
charges. And also the her report, he was just saying what he thinks that the jury would do. He said he was
So
a
it's okay
well-meaning.
for one of these douchebags to do something.
They
and the
said he's
other
a
not.
They said he's a well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory relating to those particular events, right? Because they were typical to happen. He always was dealing with documents, the same way that I would have a poor memory about things that happened yesterday as it relates to debates. I'm not going to be able to describe to you exactly what happened at the times in which I debated people, maybe even the people I debated. Yet I'm still coherent. I'm not like an incoherent individual.
I understand what you're saying, but ultimately, Joe Biden, you know what? They're working through this in Congress right now. The House is working through all of this to try to actually bring some of this up to the surface when it comes to Joe. And I know that Trump's going to win, and Trump is going to. He's going to win, and then he's going to oust everything.
You shouldn't want him to win.
Oh, I do. I know he will. In my heart of hearts, I know he's going to win. Biden should not be running right now. I feel sorry for Biden because he should not be running. There's no way he would last
Yes,
4 more
thank you.
years.
Trump shouldn't be running.
And-
He's literally a violent offender. He's a convicted felon. He's been undermining our American democracy for the past years with no sufficient evidence. He tried to resist, stop a peaceful transition of power by getting Mike Pence to not certify the election results. Right? He's fucking batshit crazy, and you're voting for him.
Well, so is Biden.
Okay.
Biden, unfortunately, can't even walk. Like
He can walk, and I'd rather take someone who, even if it were true that he can't walk at all, I would prefer someone who can't walk right,
you
over
go
Donald
ahead
Trump.
You go ahead and vote for him. A lot of your people are not going to now. A lot of your people have actually dropped off, especially the independents. A lot of them actually have come over to Donald Trump's side. He's getting more of the black vote. He's getting more of the Hispanic vote, the Latino vote. And in the polls, you can actually look at your numbers and see that he's winning right now. And historically, no president.
Historically,
has been
the
able
polls
to
have been
win with
wrong,
these
though,
kind
right?
of numbers.
Wait. How were the polls in 2016?
They were really close. They were neck and neck.
Oh, no. How were the polls? The polls indicated that Hillary was going to win. And were
Well,
the
they
polls
didn't.
were the
But
polls
nobody
totally
had-
right? Amy, were the polls totally right?
I'm not saying that the polls were very close during that campaign. They were neck and neck. You can't compare that to this. You're comparing apples to oranges. Like Biden is not going to win this election. If you guys were smart, you'd put somebody else in. But what's sad is he doesn't care enough about
If
his
you were smart,
people.
you'd put someone else in. Any Republican candidate
Why?
that's not
He's gonna
Trump,
win.
like a John McCain would
He's gonna
absolutely
win.
mop Biden right now. A John McCain would mop Biden.
You know what? Trump's going to mop Biden. And you'll see it happen in November.
I actually don't even see that to be the case.
November.
Like you could say it's bad right now, but I bet there would be some change, even if he did stay around.
Well, I hope you believe in God and that you pray, because
I don't believe in God.
I'm sorry that you're soulless. What do you
think? Do you think
happens to your soul?
Are you Christian?
Do you? I'm not telling you what my beliefs are, other
Why?
than I believe in God. Okay.
Why?
Because there are
Do you-
lots of different religions
okay, so
out there,
say
and they all believe in a
say
higher
Jesus isn't
power.
God. Say Jesus isn't God then.
Why would you even put that on anybody to say? Like, that's wrong.
Because I don't believe it. Jesus isn't God.
Okay. Wow.
Then go for it.
Just pick up the book.
See, you're Christian.
Pick up
Yeah.
the
So,
Bible.
what's your favorite
Read
Bible
it.
verse? You wanna know my favorite Bible verse?
Go for it.
1 Samuel 15:3. You want to hear it?
Hold on, wait. Samuel 15:3.
Yeah. You want me to read it for you?
Only if you show me the Bible.
Yeah, it says, "Now go attack the Amalekites and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to death men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys." So God quite literally commands Saul and his men to slaughter babies, slaughter men, slaughter women, slaughter children.
Yeah, you shouldn't be quoting from the Bible if you're not going to tell the whole story, Parker.
Is that good?
I'm not.
Amy,
getting
is
into
that good?
with you.
Is that good, Amy?
If God says it, then I'm going to stand by my God.
Okay, so God said genocide is good there, therefore it's good.
I think that whatever God decides, that He's made that decision for a reason, and I'm not going to question Him, because it also tells you to fear God in the Bible.
What about Leviticus 25:44-46, where he says that chattel slavery is completely okay and that you can pass down people's property, right, to as inherited property to your children, and you can make them slaves for life.
I would have to do some studying on it first before I make.
It makes a difference
any-
between Israelites, right, who would be indentured servitude, versus non-Israelites, which would not be indentured servitude, which would be chattel slavery, right? And it describes that you can own them as property for life. What about Exodus 21:20-21, where it says you can beat those slaves insofar as that they recover after a day or two?
What about Psalm 2? Why do the nations assemble with commotion, uproar, and confusion of voices? And why do the people imagine, meditate upon, and devise an empty scheme?
I don't see how that was relevant. The point I was
It
making
is very
that
relevant
these are
to what
things.
I feel
listen,
about you, Parker.
No, listen. The point I was making is that these are things that you
Oh
clearly
my God, I
intuitively
found
see.
it.
These are things you clearly intuitively see as evil. Okay, and you would have to go against your own values in order to indicate that you consider this completely okay, which I don't think you would do. I think this is clearly an absurd thing to believe.
I believe
You have to either
Parker-
deny the Old Testament, right, and say it's not legitimate at all, which kind of like goes against your belief system. Right? Or
No,
you sound
because
insane.
the Lord, because Satan was an archangel and he was supposed to be loyal to God and he turned against him. God allowed sin. So you get to make your choices in life, Parker, which way you want to go. So ultimately, you seem like a good person, and it seems like you're very passionate about your beliefs. And that's the great thing, is that we all have emotions and feelings, and we can learn from each other, and we can believe whatever the hell we want to. And if in your heart you don't believe in God, that's your thing. I do. And whether or not God did that or didn't, there's more to the story than he just did that. There's more to it. Just like in Revelations, when it comes down to the end of time.
Do you believe in the global flood?
Yes.
He literally flooded the planet and suffocated babies to death. And you think that's okay? What do the babies do?
He created them. He created them. He can't.
Amy, you create your kids, right? Does that mean that you can suffocate them to death?
God created everything: the sun, the moon, and the stars. Everything.
Does that mean that you can suffocate your children?
Means God could do whatever he wants, whatever he finds.
So should my parents be able to suffocate me because they created me? It was their free will, right?
I'm not calling them God. I would never call your parents God, because that's not right.
But they created me.
So are you going to try to pull up the whole life for life?
That's what you're arguing. No, that's what you were arguing. You were arguing. You were arguing that it's okay for God to slaughter and suffocate babies to death, because it is the case that
he created
because
them.
God created us.
He
Okay, my
created
parents
them.
created
He's not
me.
gonna let them
Appreciate the box
suffer.
gift, thank you so much. My parents created me. Therefore, is it justified for them to literally slaughter me?
Your parents were given the opportunity to have you because God gave them that. God gave them that power. And I really wish I was a pastor or somebody who could actually teach you more about this. But
I've talked to plenty of pastors.
Well,
they don't have the ability to account for these things.
Definitely been brainwashed by the school systems. I mean,
Amy, I grew up in a conservative Christian household. I was brainwashed to be Christian.
So what do your parents think? What do your parents
My
think?
parents are still Christian.
Okay, what do they think about how you're living your life and your beliefs now? I'm just
They
curious.
disagree with it, but they let me believe I want. I've talked to them about it. I don't
Okay.
think that their views
and
are
you know why?
justifiable.
Because they're good Christian parents and they love you. That's why.
I do believe that they love me. Thank you.
I
Especially
give
the hand arts.
I give my daughter free will to believe in what she believes as well, and she is actually chose to be a Christian and to give her life to God and Jesus, the Trinity. And everybody can have their own beliefs. This is your soul. But my question is if you don't believe in God, do you believe in anything?
I'm agnostic, atheist.
Okay, so you think that you're just worm food when you die, and that your soul that you have is nothing?
I don't know what's gonna happen to me. I don't believe in a soul. I don't know what's gonna happen to me.
You don't believe in a soul? Wow. There's more to you than just your skin suit, Parker. You got a soul in there.
Yeah, you just say these things. I could also say that I'm gonna be a Pokemon master when I die. You know, beat the Elite Four. I'm gonna get my starter Pokemon. Appreciate the hand arts. Thank you so much. Yeah, so that's just as likely to be true as your worldview. Why should I accept your view? Why don't I accept any of the other religions? There are thousands of different religions. Why accept yours?
Well, ultimately, if you look at all religions, every single religion believes in a higher power, and that's their God. Whether it be in a bunny suit or a robe or
That doesn't mean it's justified.
whatever their physical.
Plenty of people believed that the Earth was flat.
And then we went to space, and then they still thought it was flat.
Yeah, that's exactly.
And
That's
that's
literally what
okay.
MAGA cultists are like.
Let
Like
them-
you literally are like flat earther logic.
Shit. I could care less if they want to think the Earth is flat.
And actually, flat
It
earther
doesn't
logic
affect-
is. And
doesn't
actually, I'm not
affect me.
trolling. When you say like I'm going to believe in God based upon faith, that's flat earther logic as well. Like I'm being totally real with you. When you justify the slaughtering of infants because
So,
your God
when
said
I
it's
can-
okay and your God's all good and all knowing and all powerful, that's flat earther logic.
Okay.
It's actually more harmful because you're
That
literally
sounds like
arguing
another thing
that it's
the
good for
schools
babies to be
put a
slaughtered.
label on. Sounds like
that?
another thing the schools put a label on. Like a lot of the things nowadays. Everything's got a damn
All right,
acronym.
I've got to get off.
All right, Parker. Well, God bless you. You have a good night.
Peace out.
Bye.
All right, everyone. I'm gonna get off, y'all. I gotta get off. I love y'all so much. I will see everyone later. Have a fantastic night, everyone. I got sidetracked a little bit, you know. I'm gonna send everyone over to Tommy's account because I do have to get off for tonight. Tomorrow I should be on around 12. Love y'all so much. Y'all are amazing. We're gonna send everyone over to Tommy real quick because I don't think anyone else is live right now. We'll send everyone over to Tommy. Look up my_dude, DOODE. Spam Parker raid, spam love from Parker, everyone. My_DOODE. Spam Parker raid, spam love from Parker. Follow me if you have not already, everyone, because this is where I'm going to be live for the next month or so, everyone. So follow me here. You probably don't. You probably don't. Love y'all so much. Go to my dude. Spam Parker raid, spam love from Parker. Love y'all so much, everyone. Have a great night, y'all.